I say Bakiolo Dango Ewo. I say Bakiolo Dango Chimo. Ewo, she say woman Bakiolo Dango Tinubu. I say Bakiolo Dango Ewo. Tinubu Bakiolo Dango Chimo. I say she say woman Bakiolo Dango. I say Bakiolo Dango Chimo. Tinubu Bakiolo Dango Ewo. She's a woman Bakiolo Dango. I say Bakiolo Dango. Tinubu Bakiolo Dango Ewo. I say she's a woman Bakiolo Dango. Tinubu Bakiolo Dewo Chimo. Tinubu Bakiolo Dango Ewo. She's a woman Bakiolo Dango. Tinubu Bakiolo Dango Ewo. Tinubu Bakiolo Dango Ewo. She's a woman Bakiolo Dango. Tinubu. I say Bakiolo Dango Ewo.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Baby mo. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya brand si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
And there it is. There it is right there. So there it is. Ìpàdé dojobo. Ìpàdé dojobo. So ìpàdé now the Ojo Supreme Court judgment. So the juggernaut has moved on to the Supreme Court space. I see you, lazy youth. So the juggernaut has moved on to the Supreme Court space, and thankfully, thank God, that Supreme Court judgment comes in next month. So by next month, we should know the direction of travel of the country. Not that we don't already know the direction of travel of the country. Nothing likely to change the status quo. But all the people opposed to the status quo, they would have exhausted all avenues to express that they're disquiet. So away from the maddening crowd, we're still with the maddening crowd, but that crowd maddened no more from roundabout mid-November. So I cannot wait because I am not willing to let Tinubu escape in the same way that we let Buhari escape. But we have to hold his feet to the coal and sweat him hard. But how can we with all of this noise making? But the noise making, hopefully, will come to an. We will certainly be parking the noise making after the Supreme Court judgment comes in. So when the Supreme Court judgment comes in to give us what we already know the verdict likely to be, we will not be entertaining. Even they will struggle now to carry on with the narrative, but they'll go back to Biafra and we'll go back to black, as Amy Winehouse said. We'll go back to black. So we go back to black. Go back to black. So go back to black. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. We are always looking to harvest new voices. So we've got our whole. You be the product we dig out today. So if you're a new voice that has not been on the screens before, if you're a new voice that has not been on the platform before, we are especially looking to hear from you. We're always every single day looking for new voices. And we are only really looking for those new voices because they expand and enrich our conversation. Whatever dynamic you bring to the conversation, no matter how far-fetched or how away with the fairies you are, even if you're a Fruit Loop, we're all crazy people here, so you'll be in decent company. So however psychedelic your thoughts are, we can accommodate them here. And if you speak sense or reason, we can accommodate that too. So it's a broad church that encompasses all. A broad church that encompasses all. So a broad church that encompasses all. The news cycle a bit... yes, this rascally... you are diverting my attention from my opening sequence, Ike. So the news cycle is a bit sparse today, so not a lot to chew on. But I did bring some knickknacks. So we chew on these knickknacks until we see what the panelists have to offer as well. So that Sunday Igboho space as somewhat of a clarification. So, and it's of course Banji Akintoye, and whoever, if anyone is to know how Sunday Igboho came out of the clutches of the Beninese, it will be Banji Akintoye. How Sunday Igboho regained freedom. So now this comes forward as a news item because, of course, the IPOB space are pressuring the central space that they must release Nnamdi Kanu in the same way that the government facilitated the release of Sunday Igboho. So that is what birthed this headline. How Sunday Igboho regained freedom, and this is Banji Akintoye speaking. The leader of Ilana Omo Odua, a self-determination movement for Yoruba nation, Professor Banji Akintoye, on Saturday, declared that President Bola Tinubu was not instrumental to the recent release of the Yoruba nation agitator, Chief Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, from protective custody in the Republic of Benin. Igboho, who was released by the Beninese government under the leadership of President Patrice Talon last week Sunday, had acknowledged the support and solidarity of some notable Yoruba leaders during his travels in Cotonou, which spanned over 2 years. Akintoye, who narrated how Igboho regained freedom, said President Tinubu had no hands in Sunday Igboho's freedom. In a statement by his spokesperson, Gani Alagbala, I've never come across, that's the name right there, Alagbala. Is that a biblical name or Onishegun name? I don't quite know. Alagbala, that's a Babalawo name, isn't it? In a statement by his spokesperson, Mr. Gani Alagbala, he said, this is imperative in order to correct the wrong impression in some quarters that President Bola Tinubu facilitated the freedom of Chief Sunday Adeyemo in Cotonou last week Sunday. The statement reads, this is in response to the viral video of Igbo. We actually have that video, by the way, so we might well play that. This is in response to the viral video of an Igbo militant leader proclaiming that Nigeria's president, Bola Tinubu, should release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu just as he, president, has released Chief Sunday Igboho. Although we will not fault our Igbo brothers, nor criticize them for seeking the freedom of the IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu in any way. However, we must set the record straight. The Nigerian authorities and administration under the presidency of Bola Tinubu has got no hands in the release and total freedom of our frontliner, Chief Sunday Adeyemo, aka Igboho. We give the credits to the Almighty God. The efforts of our leadership in this Yoruba nation struggle, supported by well-meaning friends at home and abroad. This had been a tedious and tasking process, but we give the glory to God that granted us success in Sunday's freedom at last. We strongly deny the involvement of any politician or official of the Nigerian government in all these processes, for simply there was none. Our appreciation again goes to the Republic of Benin government for not denying us justice at last, despite some political pressures. And we wish our Igbo brother, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a quick release from the Nigeria incarceration. So that is as categorical should be. But of course, you know that the story would never end there. I've never known our IPOB brothers to let a good story, to let facts get in the way of a good story. So this is the fact as they obtain, but you can pack that whenever you go to the IPOB space, because they're a creature of their own making and they like their own storyline. But how true is this assertion? How true is this assertion by Professor Banji Akintoye? how true is it in actual fact and in subliminal fact? So in actual and in inferred fact, how true is it? So what am I saying? It may well be the case that the Tinubu government, almost certainly it is the case that the Tinubu government had no involvement at all in the release of Sunday Igboho, no direct involvement, but the release of Sunday Igboho, it cannot be distanced from the Tinubu administration. So what am I saying? The Beninese, they understand the Nigerian space like the back of their hands. So they know that Tinubu is a Yoruba man. They know that Sunday Igboho is a Yoruba man. So the release of Sunday Igboho essentially some sort of subliminal nod in the direction of the Tinubu administration, not necessarily at their request, but a nod in that direction, an acknowledgement of that ethnic change in the tonality of Nigeria, which is to say that the inclination of the tone of Nigeria now inclines towards Sunday Igboho, so they have no reason to hold on to him anymore. So that's the inferences, that's the underplay of subtlety, diplomacy in play there. But to say that the Nigerian government sent emissaries to Benin Republic, I doubt if that is the case. But how this plays out, we will only really know how this will play out when Sunday Igboho makes his way back to Nigeria, or if he makes his way back to Nigeria. I think it's in Germany now, but if he makes his way back to Nigeria, then we'll really see how this plays out. If he's arrested on site, then that tells you that the government is still very much on its neck. But if he's arrested, then immediately released. So we just see how it plays out. But this story can only really give us its full reveal if and when this guy goes back to Nigeria. So that's Sunday Igboho right there, setting the record straight, but I'm not quite sure that our Ipobian brothers are interested in any straight record, or they like their own storyline, and they always have. That's just it. They like their own storyline, and they always have. Okay, let me bring you this one next. So now this one now is an acknowledgement to the just to the level of talent within the, yes, let me use that word for want of a better word. This is an acknowledgement to the level of talent that the Tinubu administration has been able to muster together. Nigeria's finance minister, Wale Edun, gets World Bank appointment. So now, let's see what this reads first, and then to understand what it means. Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, has been appointed the chairman of the African Governors Forum of the World Bank. So the African Governors Forum, that's not to say is the head of Sanwo-Olu and all of that, is the head of African governors of banks. So the governors of all of the central banks within Africa is their head within the World Bank space. So that's what that means. Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, has been appointed as the chairman of the African Governors Forum in the World Bank. This disclosure is contained in a statement issued by the Federal Ministry of Finance and can be seen on its official Twitter account. The ministry in the statement said that this marks the first time Nigeria has assumed the role of chairman in 60 years. So I hope that this is factual, because we may well go back, we may well end up in that NASDAQ space when they told us Tinubu was the first African president to ring the NASDAQ bell, and even DJ Copy had done it. So hopefully they fact check before they put this one out this time around. The ministry in the statement said that this marks the first time Nigeria has assumed the role of chairman in 60 years. It also noted that the appointment presents a unique opportunity for Nigeria and the implementation of the president's renewed hope agenda. So when we're talking about the head of all of the African bank governors, we're talking the South African bank governor, the Egyptian bank governor, the Algerian bank governor, the Morocco bank governor, Benin, Chad, etc. The totality of the entirety is what we're talking about. Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, has been appointed as the chairman of the African Governors Forum of the World Bank. This disclosure was contained in a statement issued by the Federal Ministry of Finance and can be seen on its official Twitter handle. The ministry in the statement said that this marks the first time Nigeria has assumed the role of chairman in 60 years. It also noted that the appointment presents a unique opportunity for Nigeria and the implementation of President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. The ministry, in a terse statement, how is it? You know, sometimes the way people use English is just it's not a. How can it be a terse? You know, when you say a terse statement, that is a grudging, short-tempered sort of vituperation. Let me put it that way. When you call something terse, in a brief statement, in a short note or something, not a terse. How can it be a terse statement? How can a good news be presented with a terse statement? It's just the use of what's this Naira matrix? No surprise. World Bank appointment. Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, has been appointed to chair the African Governors Forum of the World Bank. This marks the first time Nigeria has assumed the role of chairman in 60 years. And then it goes on to say exactly what he said in the previous paragraphs. The appointment of Edun was disclosed at the 2023 World Bank / International Monetary Fund annual meeting in Marrakech, Morocco. The minister, who spoke on the sidelines of the annual meetings of the Bretton Woods institutions, said the appointment will present a unique opportunity for Nigeria to play a central role in uniting the African continent, the finance ministers of Africa, economic leaders, and representatives of government. He further urged African leaders to rally behind the cause to secure a better future for Africa. He said, Nigeria has the opportunity now as the chairman of the African Governors Forum to unite the continent, enabling African countries to speak with one voice and obtain a better deal for Africa. So that speaking with one voice is that missing link that has always escaped Africa, and that is really what's led us. You know, it's not really military might, or it's lack of unity in purpose. That if you want to boil what stymies Africa's growth to one singularity, if you want to boil it down to one core essence, the one thing that stymies and continues to stymie African growth is lack of common purpose. He said, Nigeria has the opportunity now as the chairman of the African Governors Forum to unite the continent, enabling African countries to speak with one voice and obtain a better day for Africa. About the African Governors Forum, the African Governors Forum is a platform for, anyway, it goes on and on, but I think we get the meat and drink of that. So the meat and drink of that, still on finance, let me give you this little soupçon. IMF agrees to create extra executive voting seats to Africa as nations agree to increase funding. So it is that push. You know, that push for because the African space now is pushing quite aggressively for seats in the front row of world decisions. So they are pushing aggressively. I think South Africa, but correct me, but I may be wrong, or I may be right. But I think South Africa actually has a permanent seat on the G20 group. But I think Africa is actually pushing for more spaces there. And I think Nigeria is trying to bullhorn its way in. But at the top end of the decision making, there's no African voice, and this is really what this speaks to. IMF agrees to create extra executive voting seats to Africa as nations agree to increase in funding. The International Monetary Fund announced on Saturday, I'll only give you about 3 paragraphs of this. The International Monetary Fund announced on Saturday, October the 14th, that member nations have agreed to increase their contribution to the global lender and give sub-Saharan Africa a 3rd seat on its executive board at its first meeting in Africa since 1973. During the talks by the IMF and World Bank in Marrakesh, Morocco, this week, both lenders said boosting the International Monetary Fund's quota resources and giving Africa a bigger voice within the institution were amongst its priorities. So this is not far in distance to let me actually see if I can find it. This is not far in distance to that interaction that the Kenyan president had with this is not yes that the Kenyan president had with the French president, pushing essentially for something like this. Spanish Economy Minister Nadia Calvino, who chaired the IMF Financial Committee, said at a press conference on Saturday that there was an agreement on a meaningful increase of quota by the end of the year. So there it is. Africa gets an extra seat. So now this storyline. Oh, I thought I had a clip for this one. I will want to play a clip for this one if I can. Oh, I did have a clip. All right. I'll find the clip later, but I did have it as a clip actually because it probably better from the horse's mouth. All right. Let me just read it to you. We pledge solidarity with people of Palestine. So this is the South Africans now going against the grain. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa says adorns Palestinian scarf. South African president, I wonder how Nigeria is positioned, or if Nigeria has even adopted a position on what is going on in the Middle East at the moment. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has said officials are working on an evacuation plan for South Africans who are trapped in the conflict between Israel and Palestine. Ramaphosa, who was attending the National Executive Committee meeting of the ruling ANC party on Saturday, said they also received calls from various countries in the Middle East to send humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza have been without water, food, or electricity for almost a week since Israel started bombing Gaza. Israel also cut off the supply of fuel, water, and electricity. But Ramaphosa and the ANC NEC condemned the decision by the Israeli government to force 1.1 million people in northern Gaza to move to southern Gaza. It said what was happening in Gaza amounts to genocide, and the world must stand up for the Palestinians. As you know, this is an unfolding situation, and it changes hour by hour. Our government agencies, our international relations departments, as well as our intelligence services and our defense intelligence, are monitoring the situation on an ongoing basis, said Ramaphosa. To this end, we have called on the international community, the United Nations, and all other concerned organizations that peace is restored in Palestine and that the Israeli government is directed at withdrawing this command of getting people out of northern Gaza, because in the end it's going to amount to almost genocide, as many people are going to die. As we speak now, 500,000 people who are Palestinians have been displaced. They have been removed from their homes. They live in schools and other areas as well. This is the most tragic situation. And almost, I think I have, do I have the clip? Oh, do I have the clip? Oh, I think we may well have the clip. Let's see.
Numbers. As you can see, this is the National Executive Committee. All of us standing here, pledging our solidarity of Palestine. We stand here because we are deeply concerned about the atrocities that are unfolding in the Middle East, and we have passed our condolences to the people of Israel, as we are passing our condolences to the people of Palestine. And we have a full understanding of how the people of Palestine have taken up this issue, because they are people, as many countries and leaders in the world have opined, that they have been under occupation for almost 75 years. And people under occupation who have been waging a struggle.
And by the way, the flag that is holding is the Palestinian flag, as you know. It's Thai. That's the South African colors. But the flag that he and people around him are holding as the Palestinian flag. So he's not shying away from his stance on this particular unfolding situation.
Against an oppressive government that has occupied their land, but also a government that has in recent times been dubbed an apartheid state. As people and an organization that has struggled against an oppressive system of apartheid, we do pledge solidarity with the Palestinians. And as the African National Congress, we have always pledged our solidarity with them, and we've always insisted that the only solution for the problems in the Middle East, particularly between Israel and Palestine, is a two-state solution based on the 1967 borders as approved by the world community and the United Nations. Now, the violation of the rights of the Palestinians that has manifested itself through the occupation of their land, through bringing in settlers so close and into their land, is something that is causing a great deal of concern and has possibly sparked off this conflict that is now unfolding. The atrocities that are happening now, where the residences of people in that part of the world are being razed to the floor, pregnant mothers are not even able to give birth in a respectable manner, hospitals are being razed to the floor. But the worst part is when the Israeli government now says 1.1 million people must evacuate the northern part of Gaza, having closed all the exit routes. We do believe that this is a serious matter of great gravity and concern. And to this end, we've called on the international community, the United Nations, and all other concerned international bodies to make sure that peace is installed in Palestine and that the Israeli government is directed at withdrawing this command of getting people out of the northern part.
All right. I think we get the gist of. I think we get the gist of what he's saying. So I think we get the gist of what he's saying. So let's go on then to the next headline, which deals with corruption. Akiwumi, additional corruption is everywhere, not just an African problem. I suspect this is in Marrakesh as well. Akiwumi, additional president of the African Development Bank, says corruption is not embedded in Africa, but the continent needs transparency in governance. Additional, who spoke on Friday in an interview with the UK Guardian, said the continent needs to continue to improve accountability in the use of public resources. He said some of the world's well-known corruption cases happened in Europe, adding that in places like Eritrea in East Africa, there is 0% corruption. So I'm glad I read that because I never even knew that. So how did they manage that then in Eritrea, that there is 0% corruption? The global financial, I was going to abandon this story, but just for this little piece of nugget right here, I'm glad I'm reading it. He said some of the world's well-known corruption cases happened in Europe, adding that in places like Eritrea in East Africa, there is 0% corruption. The global financial crisis that brought the world down in 2008 was not in Africa. We have no Wall Street. The collapse came from greed, from corruption, from fraud, he said. You have people cooking the books that are in the financial industries in Europe, not in Africa. Corruption is not an African issue. The issue is that is not that is not to say there is none. What you have to do is to continue to improve transparency, accountability in the use of public resources. During my first visit to Eritrea, I was talking to the UN Development Program staff. You know what they told me? That in Eritrea, corruption is 0%. Why do we not talk about that? That is the kind of thing we want to do. I wonder if there's any other country that can make the same boast on this planet. I wonder if there's any other country on this planet that can make that same boast. Additional said governments must be accountable to their people on how resources are acquired and used, because people's resources do not belong in other people's pockets. And then it goes on and on in that vein. So I think we get the gist of that. We get the gist of that. So this one right here, I have a clip to play you. So I'm only going to show you the headline, then I'll play you the clip after all the readouts. Dr. Abiodun, don't insult us. Ogunman returns bag of rice given as palliative to his estate with 147 houses. So there it is right there. I think that image already tells you the fullness of it, but we'll watch the clip so that he can tell us in his own words. So we'll watch the clip so that he can tell us in his own words. Let me one more readout, and then a 2-minute video clip, and then we'll play the Kegite music. So let's go to this. Tinubu's government toughest in Nigeria's history. This is Agbakoba. Okay, it's not a long essay, so I can speed through it. Former president of Nigeria Bar Association, NBA, Dr. Olisa Agbakoba, SAN, has described the President Bola Tinubu-led administration as the toughest in the history of Nigeria. This comes on the heels of the backlash he received following media blackouts on the Chicago State University CSU certificate saga of Tinubu pending the Supreme Court's decision on the matter. Agbakoba, in a recent interview with correspondents, decried the hike in food prices as a result of subsidy removal by the Tinubu-led administration. According to him, Tinubu has a lot of controversies to contend with. The socio-economic crisis occasioned by the policy of subsidy removal, the unified single exchange rate, the threat by the Labour Congress to shut down the country, the struggle to provide palliatives to calm frayed nerves, and now the issue of credibility as a result of the Chicago State University saga. President Tinubu has taken on a very challenging assignment. Let us assume that President Tinubu is the captain of an aircraft. Tinubu takes off from the runway. He has to climb to a particular altitude. You know, in climbing, some pilots have very a smooth climb, whilst others have very turbulent climbing. Tinubu has been contending with two major headwinds. One of the issue is the removal of subsidies, and another one is the exchange rate control issue. How he handles them will depend on his skills as a pilot, but the climbing is very difficult. So that's just the guy. Somewhat, is that a sympathy towards Tinubu? But let me bring you this. This was submitted by one of the subscribers, and they wanted us to watch this. It's only about 3 minutes, so watch this.
Nasarawa State in recent times has been seeking ways of exploiting its solid minerals, especially lithium. This groundbreaking ceremony by Gafen Lithium Industry Limited is to kickstart a project which fits into the desire of the Nasarawa State government and the Tinubu administration on value addition and job creation for Nigerians, as the proposed factory will produce lithium batteries in the country. The Nigerian Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, assured the management of Gafen Lithium Industry Limited that government would do everything possible to discourage the export of solid minerals without value addition.
To further demonstrate as
Sorry, I was talking away. I didn't even know I wasn't on the screen. I was saying these people must have been listening to me, because Adale Koko is here and he will tell you I've always insisted that no resource, no mineral, no material must be taken off the shores of Nigeria or Africa in its raw state. There must be at least one and ideally two processes of production taking place wherever that resource is being harvested from. And I think this is what Dele Alake is saying now. So this guy said definitely he got that idea from me. That's without question. Because nobody has said that apart from me.
Value addition.
to further demonstrate our seriousness
Possible to discourage the export of solid minerals without value addition.
To further demonstrate our seriousness, we plan to stop the illegal export of raw materials or raw minerals by collaborating with the customs to ensure better capacity for detection of both major and associated minerals from the ports.
President of Gafen Lithium Industry Limited, Pankwen, said that the mega factory, when completed, would process 18,000 metric tons of lithium per day and 4.5 million metric tons annually. He explained further that the project has a duration of 24 months and will produce 2,500 direct and 15,000 indirect employments to Nigerians.
More and more Chinese stakeholders and investors will pay attention to Nigeria, to Nasarawa State, and invest here. The new lithium energy industry chain will be more complete. Supporting infrastructure will be improved. I also believe that with the construction of the factory, the community will be more energetic.
The host, Governor Abdullahi Sule, said that the Nasarawa State government will encourage investors by creating enabling environments for the growth and sustainability of the factory.
So apart from the job that they are providing, is an opportunity to do so many other CSR. I discussed with them about building schools, building clinics, and building everything that will add value to the communities here so that the communities will also benefit.
The governor thanked everyone present at the project commencement, especially the owners of Gafen Limited, for considering Nasarawa in siting the factory.
I'm not quite sure if they gave any consideration to Nasarawa. If that is where the resources is, if that's where the resources, then of course they have to site it in Nasarawa. But could the Nasarawa people not have built the factory themselves? Is usually the go-to question. So all of that, so that's what I'm presenting. Hopefully the panelists will expand even to wider areas of conversation. But before we bring on the panelists, you already know where we're going. Your favorite part of the session, I suspect. Egbe Lemu, have you got your calabash ready? Here comes the Kega.
Only water, only water, where is Sima? Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wale Edun kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us are King Emeka, His Majesty, our father of the bride, Ajan Lekoko, our bishop, to keep it 100 and biblical. Solly has given up smoking weed, so a bit more lucidity we're expecting from him. Eze joins us from Abuja, and Jide joins us from Lagos. So a global platform, So a global set of panelists at least. So a global set of panelists at least, but let's kick it off in Amsterdam. Only because Solly often comes, but we never get to hear from him. But we hear from him this time around. Solly, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Assalamu alaikum. Wagwan.
I'm not Muslim.
Well, you can still say walaikum wassalam. So you don't have to be Muslim. It means peace of Allah be unto you. Peace of God be unto you, I think is what that means.
Yeah, I hear it sometimes.
So how far? What's going on? How's it going where you are? Are you still traveling? Are you still going around?
No, woman.
Putting manners on all those Eastern European girls.
I love those Eastern European girls. They are the only respectful.
But they all look the same, though. They are slim, they are blonde, they are androgynous, somewhat pretty. You know, if you go through all of those vacuum sort of countries, they all look exactly the same. Blonde, the same shape, dressed the same mannerism.
No, the blonde ones are the northern ones. All these
the Nordic ones.
Yes, Dutch, Swedish, Denmark.
Yeah, but the Russians are blonde too. The Slovakians are blonde.
Yes, but they have more of, okay, for example, now Sweden, you see a lot of blonde, a lot. That's majority of what you see. However, in those Eastern European,
do they not all look the same though? All the girls there, they all look the same.
Swedish look like. If I see a Swedish girl, I'll know it's a Swedish girl. If I see an Eastern European girl,
yeah, but all Swedish girls look the same. And all Eastern European girls, they pretty much look the same.
No,
they do.
No, they do not. They do not.
They do. I've done a bit of traveling too.
I want the one that's been there now.
I've been to have been there. Now, what do you mean you are the one that have been there? I've been to a few countries.
The Russian women, they may look alike, but they have very, very unique differences. For example, these Eastern European girls, they are much more taller. they are as tall as these Dutch people, especially the people in Lithuania and Latvia.
The Scandinavian girls, they have a more voluptuous, not voluptuous, a fuller, because they're not voluptuous. They have a fuller figure. The Eastern Bloc, they have this thick, thin model type figures,
Yes.
and then sharp cheekbones, blonde flick, and then they wear all these mini dresses and whatnot, and they speak 3-4 languages. We know who they are. They are all the same.
But one man, you just mentioned their differences, but you just said they are all the same. How can they be the same if you just mentioned their differences?
All right, you probably don't. You can't see it because you don't have the eyes. But take me to the politics.
No, they seem. You said the Swedish are voluptuous. That's a difference. The Eastern European, they are not voluptuous. And the Eastern European, they have variety.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the Scandinavians, they all broadly look. The Icelandic.
Yes, that one I agree.
Even the Icelandic, even though they have a paler skin and you get more blue eyes there, but really their body shape and especially their hair is pretty much the same as the Danish, the Swedes. They all sort of broadly look the same.
Yes.
And then the Eastern Europeans, the Ukrainians, the Russians, the Bosnians, etc., they all broadly look the same.
No. Is that Eastern European part that I disagree?
No, I'm not saying the Eastern Europeans look like the Scandinavians. I'm saying
no. Yeah. I understand. You are saying the Nordic look like similar.
Yes.
The Eastern look similar. The Eastern look all the same. I'm saying no. The Eastern don't look all the same. Romanians don't look and behave like Ukrainians. Ukrainians don't look and behave like
Ukrainians look like Russians. And Russians look like Czechs as well.
Ukrainians are shorter and they tend to have more fatter cheeks.
All right. You've not traveled enough. When you travel enough, then yeah.
The one man, I know the difference. Yes, Russians and Ukrainians look alike, but Ukrainians are usually shorter and they usually have fatter cheeks. The Russians are always looking hungry.
But they are quite wealthy though. If you want to save serious money, go to Moscow.
Yeah, so that's where I wanted to visit before this thing started, because Moscow looks like Dubai, but most people don't know.
Moscow is an. If you go there, if you go to Moscow, go to a place called Pushkin Museum. Have you heard of it? Pushkin, no. Alexander Pushkin. So is one of their most notable princes and authors. Goes back several centuries. You know what distinguishes him?
No.
It's a Russian nobility, but it's also a black man, a black African. Go to Pushkin Museum. You'll enjoy it. Take us to politics.
Yeah, so this Nigerian minister, Wale Edun, gets world back. I still have my own stories I want to talk about, but let me just...
kick it off with your stories. Okay,
I saw different stories. I saw they said they've given Wike more control of the finance in Abuja, basically just somewhat turning Abuja into a Nigerian state, but still leaving it in a questionable manner. They are trying to make some changes, but they are testing the waters first. That's what I noticed about this administration. They make some changes, look at the reaction of the people. Then from the reaction, they decide whether to keep it or not, So that is very curious, because if they are doing that, that means they have some plans that they are working on. So we have to keep an eye on, what Wike agreed for, to help Tinubu, because we don't know what he agreed for.
Do you know what they've actually done before you are leaping to conclusions? Do you know what they did?
Abuja usually used to have funds when they want to do projects, then they have to pass it through the Senate, right? But
no. There's something called the single treasury account, or the treasury single account. They call it the TSA. So all parastatals, all income generating arms of government, they all pay whatever money they generate into that single account, so that the government can see who's paying what the inflow of money is. But what they have done is to unbuckle Abuja from the TSA. So they don't have to remit to the central space, and they are now allowing them to use what they generate internally for the continuous development of that space.
So that means they are going to do a lot of projects to generate plenty money.
I think they are giving Wike money to go and build Abuja. So go. Yes, I think that's what they are trying to do.
But the money they will get in return is for years to come. But anyhow, these people are going to become super rich during this administration. I can't even start to calculate, because what they are doing is business. They are not doing just carry the money and run. They are doing generational business. Anyway, then the second, these people are going to be, they are going to be like the oligarchs in Russia. Well, anyhow,
if they build Abuja to a world-class city and they become oligarchs off the back of that, would you object?
I have no choice, because there's no, my opinion does not matter. It's going to happen either ways.
No, but does your morality recoil from it? They build Abuja into a world-class city, but they become super rich off the back of it.
As long as the money is in Nigeria, I don't mind. As long as they keep that oligarch money in Nigeria, then I won't mind.
All right, carry on.
So the second story I saw was they are trying to fine people 50,000 naira if they don't send their children to school. I support that, because it's like we are the only ones that value education vastly. I'll not say like we're the only one, but majority of us value education, and I thought it was normal in the Southwest. I used to see children hold their hands to school, enter bus. Some of them, their school is in Ikeja. Some of them, their school is mainland. They are going from mainland to island, and it was a normal thing. Even government school, full to the brim. People sometimes really value education, but I like that it's going to be forced, because when I came to this platform, one man used to say civilize the North, civilize the North. It's not only the North that needs civilization and education. We are, all this kind of propaganda thing, all this kind of lynching, all this kind of jungle justice, at least all this kind of, because I don't like what they did to that Deborah girl. I'll still not forget it. I don't like what they did to her. So
can you list 3 reasons why people may not be sending their children to school?
Well, most Nigerians want to hustle, right? And most of them in the East, they have this, what they call this entrepreneurship, this thing, like you have somebody that brings you, he teaches you this thing.
Yeah, apprenticeship.
Yes, apprenticeship, yes, is good. But when everybody is doing it, it now reduces the amount of educated people, and you need educated people to fight for your justice sometimes. I enjoyed Lagos. All these things that people are suffering, I never suffered.
Shall I tell you the main reason that I think that people don't send their children to school is money. Often instances they cannot afford it. And sometimes they will send one to, if they have like about 3 children, they'll send one to school, and then they send one to hawk food.
Yes.
So how can you be finding people who are not sending their children to school for reasons of not having money, 50,000? That's just counterintuitive,
but one man isn't there? There's government school now.
You don't pay for uniform, whatever. All this.
Uniform now. That one is normal now. But there's government school. There's no excuse. One man, I used to go and play football. I was in a private school. Sometimes a private school will arrange match with some people in public school.
You used to go and hang around with the smellies, Abby.
One man, I won't go around with everybody. Because we had a gated community, so I was locked in my house till I was like 13 or 14. School bus would bring us and drop us back. We had basketball courts, we had everything. No need to go out. So
we had that in I went to Maryland Comprehensive. We had a tennis. We had a tennis court. We had a basketball court. We had track and field. We had everything. It was a Catholic school. They even used to feed us milk at lunchtime.
No, they didn't feed us milk. Oh. You enjoyed. But what I'm trying to say is they didn't give us chance to interact. So
Alexander Gomez went there as well. He'll come and tell you, but carry on.
yeah, so they didn't give us chance to interact with both home and in school. We didn't have chance to interact with people from every direction. But one thing about Lagos is you must interact with everybody, no matter the tribe, no matter the religion. So we always had intersports with public school and private school. These people in public school, some of them didn't even have uniform. Some of them, their roof was not good, but people were still going to school. You don't have to have the best facility. That shows how much we value it. It is when you move to other regions that you see people making silly excuses. I say, you will see 4 years old children holding his little brother's hand and they are going to school. Little children going to school that is 1 hour away, and they'll still come back and still hawk food. So it's a big problem. They really have to find these people. There's no excuse. There are people that are doing free vocational school. There are people that are doing free public school. There's no way. It's Nigeria. Somebody will always donate to a public school. Look for that school and go to it. But they want to use their children. Not that I believe is out of ignorance, but they're actually using their children as, a child labor. So to me, it's a good effort, but they should try to help them in some situation by giving free uniform, also free feeding, so that these children will go. Because we can't keep on going with all this jungle justice, all this falling for propaganda. If even if 50% of these people in the southeast and north get more education, it will reduce the amount of time that they are falling for propaganda, because some of this propaganda they used to fall for is just so silly. But shockingly, they fall for it, and it's very dangerous. So that will help with the security. We have less armed robbers on the streets. We have less agberos. We have less miscreants. And agbero is not only in southwest. There's agbero in north and there's agbero in southeast. I did my research, and they're even more dangerous. So it will reduce it, because I've seen it with my two Kurukorais. In my area, we never really complained about government because we had a lawyer living in our community. Everything that was brand new in Nigeria, and we're living on the mainland, we were getting it just because we had a lawyer and he knew our rights. Imagine all you people have somebody educated in your area that knows your rights. That person will be able to help you more than your local government chairman. But they don't value the education, but you'll be forced to. Then thirdly, I saw that they were destroying some land in Lekki.
Oh yes, I'm looking for that clip. Is that actually an estate? Somebody sent it to me. I wonder if it's too. Oh yeah, what was it? You? Yeah, I wonder if it's too graphic for YouTube.
No, it's just very sad. YouTube will not have any problem with it. YouTube has problem when you, for like the first 30 seconds, you say.
I've been struck. I've been struck before for showing something that they deemed too violent. But carry on. I'll look for it.
It's based on buildings, not humans. So I don't. Anyway, sure. But it's all about the advertisers. Will the advertisers like it or not? That's what YouTube cares about. So some people claimed that, as usual, they were targeting them, but all these things is people just taking advantage of people. Me, as a Lagosian, if somebody tries to sell me all these kind of houses and land, I will not fall for it. But I can imagine.
Sorry, where did you send it to? Is it WhatsApp or Instagram?
Instagram.
I can't say it, but carry on.
Yeah, so you can always go to Lagos Secretariat. You can always check all these documents. You need to have C of O's. Maybe because I've lived in Lagos all my life and I've seen them run this kind of scam, I wouldn't have fallen for all these things. So most of these properties that I used to see all these, Nigeria has a serious online marketing problem that they need to check. There's a lot of frauds that used to go on, also some ridiculous frauds. But anyway, you will see them with big Instagram pages advertising all these houses, calling it Ibejuleki and all these kind of things. And then when it floods, people on social media will complain. But when you complain, you think you are doing good. You now go online and they destroy the houses that are causing this flooding. Then the same social media people that were complaining about the flooding on the island will now start saying our government is being evil. But you are the one that brought the attention to them. So Nigerians are not even educated on what is going on around them. They are just doing things based on cruise. The reason why these houses are being destroyed are the people that posted the place being flooded online in the first place. So it came all around. You know, and this thing is a scam that they are running. They are quickly selling all these houses, claiming it's the island, selling it for cheap, making it look good, knowing that government is going to come at one point to come and destroy it. So it's just another problem.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me play you a clip. Let me play you a clip, and then actually let me set you the backdrop to the clip, and then I'll play it. And then you can react to it. I think it was actually sent in by Solomon. Let's see. Hold on right there 1 second. All right. So this is the narrative actually of some this is the narrative of some person that was it's a story that went viral. It's the narrative of some young girl that was caught in one of these one chance. Do you know what they call one chance? When they kidnap you, rob you, and then throw you out of a moving vehicle, that sort of thing.
I've heard of it. I've heard
Yeah.
of it.
So it's the narrative of a girl that fell to that sort of experience, and then she was thrown out, then taken to a hospital, but the hospital refused to attend to her. So that's the backdrop for this clip. So now watch this.
You heard what happened on the 26th, and you are aware that this is not the first time this thing is happening. You and I are aware of that. It has been going on not only in this hospital, in almost all the hospitals in Nigeria. It has been going on. And most times, little thing that you people would have done to resuscitate somebody ends up leaving that person to die. And you people were still asking the people to carry the corpse out of the hospital. The videos are there. We have evidences on this issue. But we want to use your hospital as a typical example that it will never happen again anywhere else. Because that girl that died belonged to somebody. She's a Nigerian citizen. She was a Nigerian citizen. It's a state child. Normally, every child belongs to the state. You know that. And do you have anything to tell me, or did you give them such an instruction? If they bring emergency, they shouldn't accept them. What do you say about this?
In these circumstances, ma, with due respect, the video trending was false.
How?
Yes. This lady, when she was brought in as a BID. We call it BID, brought in dead. My nurse promptly saw and called in the doctor.
What did they use to show she was? How did they know that?
She checked the radar pulse.
She did that. I didn't see the do that.
Okay.
I saw this girl in this hospital. None of you attended to her. Do you have the video that showed your staff checking the pulse? Yes. Can you show us?
You're talking about the one trending on social media?
Yes.
Oh no, there's a CCTV camera that picked all what there's footages.
Okay, in the footages,
Yes.
what happened?
She checked the pulse, checked the radial pulse, and came in to call the doctor on duty. Even before she went out, another doctor that was passing even branched and saw with bare hands. She saw.
Madam.
Sorry, can you stay muted, Patrick, please? Your traffic noise is interfering with the feed. Let me give you what's going on. So this is the it says we are going to use your hospital as an example that it will never happen anywhere else in this country. Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy, tackles Abuja hospital that allegedly refused to treat a victim of a one-chance attack. Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy, says she's seeking justice for the late greatness Olorun Femi, who died as a result of being pushed out of a moving vehicle. Kennedy had expressed displeasure over the action of a hospital in Abuja that turned away the dying victim of a violent one-chance attack. So that's what played out. But is that for the optics? Was she just showing off, that minister?
I don't think she was just showing off. See, most people don't understand that Buhari's regime was basically military regime. It was a taste of military regime. So all those people that could not stand Buhari but shouting military coup, they don't know they got a taste of military regime. Nothing will really get done, but some things will get done. You know, things like this is what is supposed to happen normally in a country like Nigeria. It's what should have been happening since. You know, it was so bad that people just doing a little work is being praised in Nigeria. You know, that's how bad it was.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Just 1 minute, just 1 minute. This case about this woman, I saw it, but I thought they were not going to do anything. I have two opinions about it. First of all, why is it women affairs? What happened to men affairs? So there's nothing for men. But in all seriousness,
Men are
secondly,
disadvantaged, Abby. They
I'm
need
telling
help.
you,
Look
I'm
at this
telling
guy.
you,
After all the destruction you did in Eastern Europe, look at this guy.
It's Minister of
Oh no,
Humanitarian now. Humanitarian and Women Affairs. So that includes men too now.
I didn't see the
Abi,
It,
Does
it, it,
humanitarian.
it,
does humanity
it
exclude
doesn't say
men?
humanitarian here.
It's
It
Minister
does,
of Humanitarian would you is Minister of Humanitarian and Women Affairs now, isn't it? Does humanitarian exclude men?
all right, carry on, Solomon.
Yeah, so
Sorry, brother.
it's good that they
Is
use
this
them as an
Solomon? Are you
example.
Solomon? Are you Solomon?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay. Carry on.
When
Yeah.
I came to your platform, I typed Solly mistakenly, so I've been Solly since then.
All right. Carry on. Yeah.
So, yeah, this medical industry, they really need health insurance, and they need it to be mandatory in that country. As in, that's a big business that somebody needs to come and do, because they are just using human beings like animals. This kind of thing, they should have. Yes, they should. I didn't even know it was a government hospital, so it even makes it worse. They should have.
I don't think it was a government hospital, but I think you are mandated, irrespective, to treat them anyway.
Yes, and if you have any problem with it, you have to hold them in the hospital and call police. Police literally has to come there. I think government pays for it or something. They've already told them what to do in this kind of situation. They've already told them it's going to be covered, but these people still don't do it. They will rather let the person die. You know, let me not use the words. You know, they will rather let the person die. You know, they have a protocol that they should follow. Even if the person is a criminal, even if no matter how bad the situation, the government has already given them a protocol to follow that police has to adhere to, and it will be paid for. But they just unnecessarily just want to be wicked. Is this the kind of people that should even be working in hospital? Some of these people, if they are not happy one day, they will just go and buy one patient. You know, are these kind of heartless people. Then there's another scam that they used to do. For example, maybe the hospital has one practitioner and you have to get x-ray. They have their own business on the side where they give x-ray. They will tell you that if you don't get x-ray from this specific place, they will not administer the remaining treatment. Things like that. But if there's health insurance, and you know the health insurance is coming covering everything, I don't think they will need to be doing all these things. Because Nigerians are business minded, but because of our limited laws, some people used to take their own things too far. You know.
All right, let Bishop come in and then round up, and then we go to Solomon. Bishop, you wanted to interject?
Yeah, I wanted to interject based on the fact of the matter. I don't know, the minister that went to the hospital, I think it's just for show. Unfortunately, she did not carry out her own due diligence before going there.
And she made sure to take cameras as well. But
exactly. And she was she just made a fool of herself, because the woman just told her point blankly, "Oh, are you basing your judgment on the video that is trending on the social media? Is that why you are not doing this gara gara?" We have our own CCTV that showed that a doctor actually attended, or a medical something attended, and went to call another doctor. And before that doctor came, another doctor that was passing by saw an emergency situation and branched there and did the same thing, checked the pulse and the whatever other parameter of the unfortunate deceased citizen of Nigeria we're talking about. Yeah, why there would be negligence, there could be negligence in several instances. I always admire speaking to the fact. In this case, the hospital had said no, they checked her and she was actually brought in dead. Now, they said they have CCTV to show that doctors attended to her immediately. They brought her in emergency, And because she was brought in, that was the reason why and they don't have mortuary facility. Maybe we can now say, okay, after she was there, maybe we should have done this to package her to send her to mortuary in there. But that take them, hold them responsible. Let me finish in a second, please. Holding them responsible. So I expected a minister to have sent a team before carrying camera for back and going there, giri. I expected a minister to have sent a team to meet with the management of the hospital to hear their own story after their denial. Okay, bring the CCTV, let us see. And if they now see that the CCTV, that okay, how do we prevent such thing? Because blaming the dead, we have taken the attention away from the people that are doing one chance every day. They full Abuja everywhere. Why can't security operatives just send out people, you know, and how do they call it now? Like a bait, so that you can arrest and make example of them. All the attention is now on the hospital. I'm not saying that there are no hospitals that are guilty of dereliction of duty, but if they have investigated the fact, and the fact shows truly that they actually checked this patient, this unfortunate victim of this cruelty, I think we should just concentrate on some other things.
Bishop,
One man, can I say something?
One man, can I say something, please?
Yeah. Did it first, then you Rational Mind, and then round it up, Solly, and then we go on to Solomon.
All right, Bishop. What one man played was still half of the whole story. Because the minister learned that they were having a meeting in the hospital to analyze the situation, and they were having that meeting, and the minister said, no, you cannot be the one at fault or be the judge in your own case. So the minister said she was going to join the meeting, and she wants to see the CCTV footage before she can believe whatever they have said. And she also invited some, I think some NGOs that deal with women.
Sorry, can you pause for a second?
Hold on. Now,
no, I just want to interject on something you just said now.
Hold on. Rational Mind, can you take charge for about 5 minutes or so? Let's do this sum up. You have your say, and then Solomon comes up next. Give me 5 minutes. Back to you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Why does Rational
So,
Mind?
Bishop, you wanted to say something before I.
Yes, I wanted to say, obviously, from what you said now, does not seem I have not seen the whole picture, but from what you said, that contradicts what we just saw. That the minister was aware that there was a CCTV and they were having a meeting, and she had come. In the first instance, if the hospital was having an inside meeting, whether management or whatever, it is none of her business to come and say she wants to be part of that meeting. And there was a surprise. 1 second. And there was a surprise on her face when they told her, yes, that there was a CCTV. She did not know. From what you said, it was like she knew that there was a CCTV for, and she wanted to come and see what's her position. That should have been left for the security operatives. So I don't know. That does not add up. What you said now is not adding up.
Can I ask you a question?
Sorry, sir. Let me just land there. Then, Bishop, from what we saw, from what I watched, yes, it looks like she was surprised that she saw it on the internet. What happened from that hospital, and she decided to visit the place to find out what went wrong. And when the woman explained to her, the minister insisted on seeing the CCTV footage, and the woman went ahead and said there is a meeting going on and they are analyzing the whole situation. And the minister said it is wrong. I want to be part of this meeting, and I want to see what you are analyzing, and I want to see the CCTV footage. That was what happened in that whole video. So that's why I said yes, you might be right that the minister did not know before, but she came there on her own account to check.
Can I interject?
So that is my own submission.
Can I interject? Emeka.
Hold on.
Emeka there.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, hold on. Who wants to interject before
It's
me?
Patrick.
I wanted to interject after JGD. Was that Solly or who was that?
I just wanted to ask Bishop a question because.
Okay, go on and ask a question so that I can say something.
Why did you passionately just talk like you knew the owner of the or the woman that was at the hospital. You knew she was right. She said she has CCTV video of a different story from social media. You were not sure that she has it. You were not sure if she was telling a lie. You never saw the video to prove what she was saying, because obviously there are cameras pointed at her. She can lie too to make herself good, look not bad. So you just went straight to blaming government and you acted so sure about it. I don't know why you did that, but I'm just confused and I'm questioning it as well.
I don't know. I will answer this out of courtesy, honestly. I don't know the woman. I don't know the hospital. And I don't need to know anybody before I can make my own
But that's
assessment.
wrong.
From it. You, how the hell do you mean that's wrong?
That's a form of
hold on. We are sharing opinions. Who the hell are you to say making my conclusion from a video I saw? I am not dumb. Making my own assessment is wrong. Who the hell are you to say that? To come to that conclusion?
It's okay.
Why are you saying that? Why are you saying I'm wrong? You're making that. Listen. No. Now let me say my own now. Somebody has said so.
Hold on. Please, you continue your thought. I just want to break this back and forth of you using the word hell, and I'm not saying that triggers any YouTube. I think
is that an abuse?
Hold on. Hold on now, Bishop Farabale. Because like we understand there are other people listening to us. There are kids who are listening to this program, maybe sitting down with their parents. So sometimes such word as hell, some people don't like using it around their kids. So
okay, how on earth can you come to a conclusion that I am wrong? I saw a video.
Sorry, are you serious?
I saw a video.
Are you serious, Solly? What is going on?
I saw a video, and I drew from the body language of the minister that came, because there were so many things that have been left undone. Unfortunate incidents had happened, and there are a lot of things the minister could have done in the back, on the back of the, how do they call it now? Back of the stage, sending people there to get their own side, because this thing did not just happen today. And she went there with camera, marching there like some headmaster, and you are asking questions openly. If you had wanted a private session with the head of the hospital, now you came there because she had already concluded that they are guilty, and she's going to make a scapegoat of them. I don't know whether it's a government hospital, whether it's a private hospital. I don't know the name of the hospital. But from the picture that we saw, from the video that we saw, she came there with that air of arrogance. We are going to make an example of you. So that means she has already concluded in her mind that they are guilty. And the woman is telling her to hold on. Now let me finish, please. And the woman there was telling her, are you basing your assessment and judgment on the video that you saw on the social media? And she said, yes. I said, no, that's not all. We have our own CCTV that showed 1, 2, 3, and 4. And you are telling me that how am I believing the woman? So what makes me to believe the minister? That will not believe the woman. I did not believe the woman. I'm just basing on the fact. Let me finish now. I'm not taking 1 minute or 2 minutes. I'm basing my own assessment. I might be wrong, but I'm basing my own assessment on what I saw. Now, you or somebody had come to say they've seen a longer version of the video. I did not. I have not. And that's why I was not going to say anything. But based on the little clips that I saw, that was my conclusion.
All right. So can I reply now?
Are we still on this topic? I thought.
I just want to make my final reply.
Yeah, good.
Now,
reply so I can comment.
You are angry that she came based on the video and she made final conclusion, right? That is why you're angry, right? You're angry at the woman because she came, she saw a video, and she made final conclusion.
No, that's not the reason why.
My point is.
Let me correct that before you start moving.
No. Let me finish. Let me just finish now. You don't even know what I want to say. Why don't you just let me say what I want to say?
That's not the reason why it was. That's the question now.
Hold on. I think it's a rhetorical question. Hold on now. Let him just. Let him just.
My point is.
Make that point real quick, please.
My point is, you are doing exactly what you are getting angry at her for. You also saw a short clip. You also came to a final conclusion based on that. You are literally blaming her and getting angry at her for exactly what you are just doing. Literally exactly the same thing.
Okay, sorry. All right, sorry. It's okay.
Emeka,
Let's just move on.
let me just put this in.
Okay.
Emeka is not angry because the woman drew.
It's not Emeka.
Why are they calling my name?
Oh, what's his name?
Bishop.
Bishop is not angry that that woman drew a conclusion. From what I'm hearing Bishop say is that the woman did not do due diligence, obviously, because it looks like she wasn't aware that there was a CCTV, and she even said that she based her judgment on the social media images. That's a very dumb thing to do for a minister. You understand? If we base our judgment on social media issue, then Obi is the president of Nigeria now. The social media is the last thing that any structure system and institution should base that decision on. So I think that's what Bishop was trying to say.
Patoski.
No. So sorry, did they have the final word on that space? Rational mind, and we move on.
For me, the video you just showed us, you see, this lady has been known to always do social media kind of, I don't know, notice me. Should I call it notice me kind of thing? And the way she goes about it, it makes me to doubt the person who even employed her in the first place. But we all know who I'm talking about, Mr. Strategist himself. Because this is the same woman, some group of university girls, maybe Jambites or whatever they were, they got admission into the University of Calabar. There's this known professor who is known to harass women and even arrow them in his office or whatever. And there were a series of allegations against this man. Going by her name, Uju, I don't know, is that the same name of that lady? I think she has another one last name that sounds more like
Kennedy.
No, I think there's another last name she has. No, maybe she's not even the same name. So I think she's the woman, but
she was the presidential aspirant at the primary. She was one of the people that stepped down for Tinubu on that.
Well, that's not even my point, one man. My point is, she was the same woman who was talking to this girl, one of these girls, trying to you started wondering. I mean, what is your own deal with this? This is you are tampering with investigation. She was calling this lady, this girl, and maybe recording it, and the conversation of, oh, you people should not harass this man anymore. You people should stop. I mean, this girl says this man has been harrowing them, has been harassing them in his office and all of that. And you still have, and you see, when we have a banana republic, what I'm going to this thing is this. Is it within our jurisdiction to do what she did? What is the Minister of Health doing? The person who has that jurisdiction over that, or even the Minister of FCT. Because I remember
that's what I thought as well. I thought it wasn't within her portfolio.
It's not. See, that's what I'm saying. When you hire people that don't even know what they are doing, or because maybe she's like you said, she stepped down for me during the primary, so I want to pay her back. I'm employer. She's
a pretty woman now. We want pretty women in government. We don't want pretty women.
You see, this is how we run banana republic. You have incompetent people in office who goes out of their own jurisdiction, their own purview, and go and do something that is not within their own limits. That is why she was tampering with those girls, and she was calling that they are recording it. And she was like, I don't know. If you see some of the conversation she had with this girl, she was coaching this girl to okay, just forget this case. At some point, when people were criticizing her, she now started sounding like, okay, you people should not do this. You should not mean a subtle kind of threats against this girl that you people should not ruin this man's career. He's a professor. You know how long he has been. You start wondering, what is wrong with the people that are governing that country? Am I surprised? When
rational mind is talking. Do you want me to tell him to stop so that we can?
What they call himself, strategist himself. I don't even know where he is today. And then we have this bunch of incompetent buffoons parading themselves as ministers, and they're going out of their own jurisdiction. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. I just wonder. I mean, am I surprised why Nigeria is a banana republic?
When you use the word buffoon, YouTube is triggered.
No, yeah. Is
the word buffoon?
No, I'm not sure that's a trigger word, but I have a very brief word on that space, JD. I'm eager to move on from it, but yeah.
Thank you very much, woman. I would say that at every slightest opportunity, don't like the way we try to use this little issues and circle it around the president. That's one. Just a statement of fact on that. This video, you have not watched the whole video. This woman is not acting outside her jurisdiction. She's Minister for Women Affairs and Humanitarian, whatever. The person that was in the accident was a young girl.
It's better Edu or Betty Edu. Is she not the humanitarian affairs woman?
Betty Edu is for humanitarian.
Poverty elevation.
That one is poverty elevation. This one is humanitarian and women affairs.
No, Betty Edu is poverty elevation, humanitarian, and humanitarian.
No problem. This person is Minister for Women Affairs. The person
this is a health matter. It should be the Minister of Health and FCT, because that hospital is under FCT.
Let me land.
Okay, go on.
The victim is a woman, a girl. The victim is a girl.
It's not a girl, it's a woman.
Is a woman. Very good. Now she has the right, because the victim is a woman, to take it up. That's one. Now, when you look at the video, she saw it trending on the internet and she went there herself. Now the hospital claimed they have CCTV. If you watched the long version, the woman insisted, I want to see what is in your CCTV. They said they are having meeting. She said, no, I would sit in the meeting with you. I want to see what you have on your CCTV. This woman has not gone. If no minister, if no government person reacts to what has happened, that social media footage of the hospital rejecting this person, who would have said, we are in the Banana Republic. Nobody is even acting as if somebody is dead. Now, somebody who was wronged. But this woman has acted. Now we are going back to something. I don't know what to do to please people in this country. I don't know. She has acted. Let the law enforcement take it up from there. This woman has acted. That is the only thing we need.
All right, brilliant.
Final words on it.
Yeah, final words, and then to Solomon. Yeah.
Clearly, in the first few statements, he says, we are going to use your hospital as an example. That is the point of bringing the whole media. That is the point of everything. To make a statement. It's not to show off. It's not to show cruise. It's not to, you've already judged and you just want to blame the government quickly. Just context. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. So Solomon kicks it off with a bang. Let's go on from Solomon to Solomon. So from Solomon to Solomon. So Solomon, you're up next. Solomon in Abuja.
Yeah, Oman. Good morning, everybody.
Okay.
Good morning, woman. Yeah, good morning to those people. I did all right in the comment section. Baba, Alexander Gomez, Boaz, Biggie,
Pablo.
Who else again is there? Ayod, Chairman.
Chioma is no longer there since you chased her away.
No, Chioma is no longer there, and she's no longer Chioma. She's Adam Bise.
Adam Bise. All right.
Yeah, Adam Bise. She's an Bise girl, so I just based on she's the only Bise lady in this platform, so I just give her that Adam Bise. And she the verse. I don't know if she's a dwarf, because the kind of vex she used to vex. She got angry like a dwarf yesterday, saying till next week. That is how dwarfs used to get angry. No bad. I'm not insulting her. What?
Just short people. They are not insulting. I just short people.
Then my bro Kolata and Oga and Adeola Ogunle, yeah, all of you. Ike Abi, what's his name? I greet all of you. Yeah,
Ike Ogame.
Okay, Ike Ogame, I greet you.
They don't know what you are doing.
All right, take us to it. Yeah, talk to us. What are you looking at? Or do you want me to talk you through headlines?
Let me just talk about talk about what I saw yesterday that caught my attention. First, that Ogun State man, but the guy is not supposed to be Ogun State governor.
Hold on. Just stay where you are. I was going to lead you there anyway. Dapo Abiodun, don't insult us. Oguman returns bag of rice giving as palliative to his estate with 147 houses. So stay steady. Just it's a 2-minute video, but let's hear from the man himself.
Black Iwan Sosa. I am the chairman of Shokaye. For now, I am the chairman Shokaye CDA. And I was just at home now, and they brought this for me as palliative for the whole of Shokaye estate. In this estate, we have 147 houses with families and tenants living there. I'm confused now. I don't know how to share this for 147 households in Shokaye estate. If you guys, the government, I'm talking to Dapo Abiodun now. If you people know you cannot do something, don't do it. We are not hungry, we are not beggars. So we don't need your rice as palliative. This is not even one bag. This is not up to an eighth of a bag of rice. Tí ó bá ṣe é ṣe, ẹ má force ara yín láti ṣe, à ń ṣe lébi mi báyìí. So èmi aláìkí ń gbé ráìsì padà kó bá mi gbé lọ fún Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún kó gbé padà sí ọ̀gá ẹ̀ Tinubu tó rán kó gbé fún àwọn ọmọ wọn. À ń ṣe lébi Ọlọ́run ò dẹ̀ ní ṣe wálé lébi. So that is it. We don't need this rice. If you want to give us palliative, don't insult us. This is an insult. Shokaye estate refused to be insulted. God bless you.
So there it is. That's the voice of the Nigerian as of now, Solomon.
Yeah, one man is very, very APC. This party, APC, is a very bad party. The party is not good for this country. It's not even good for anywhere. It's just a bunch of thieves, and this, as in, how will I even categorize them? Like, they are not good people, to be honest. Especially this Yoruba, these Southern APC members, because the Northern people now, they've already learned their lesson, and especially with the kind of pace that Kwankwaso and his the Kwankwasias has set. So now every northern state want to take that, emulate their pattern of governance. So you see, in the north, the palliative, I saw the palliative online, and I saw how the quantity, like, it was very reasonable. It's something that that these people really benefit from this thing. But look at and even their son is even the president. Then it now narrows down to the governor being their own person. I don't understand. It's not really making sense. But one thing that makes me laugh is, sorry to say, Obasanjo is old to be my grandfather, but I have to say this: that energy he was putting to make Obi president of Nigeria, he's supposed to put it in making somebody governor of Ogun State. It should have been better than just only putting the energy on Obi. Should have put it in Ogun State, so that, because this man here, this Dapo, we've seen different kind of reports that are not good. Even during the election, the guy is not doing well, to be honest with you. One man, they need to check that guy, and they need to call him to order. Like the APC people, they need to call him to order, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's very insulting giving them, look at, for one estate, and they said they are up to 100 houses, 100 or something houses in this estate. So how will they share? That is a grain of rice to each household.
Hold on now, Bishop. They can get a cuppage now. They can get a cuppage now. There's enough to feed. At least there's a meal there for. They can get a cuppage.
Can I put in a word, please? Just short one.
Me too. Just 1 minute.
Sure. Let me hear what you want to say. Please don't justify these people's action.
No.
Okay. I think we are a little bit more than we are too sophisticated to believe that they gave that bag of rice to a whole estate. For whatever reason, the man is chasing clout. It could be. Even if I have guests in my house,
Bishop, no. There are several.
Let me land.
There are several videos online.
Let him land now. Let him land.
Let me land. If
you've not seen, say you've not seen.
Let him land
I
now.
say let me finish now. How rational? Even you. What sense? How can you deduce that they will give that bag of like 5 kilograms of rice to a whole estate? I believe strongly the man is chasing clouds because nobody has responded to him. It's because he has shown it. That's about the second video he's making. I don't know if he's made more, but I'm seeing the second video on that same bag of rice, and he's bringing Tinubu in. I don't think that one rice was given to an estate of 147 households. I don't think so. But it's okay.
So how come the government? Hold on. How come the government has not debunked it? It's gone viral. So why have they not debunked it? Did they need to roll? Yeah.
Yeah. So can I interject now? Hello.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Bishop, I don't agree with you. Lie. That's Dakwa Abiodun is a disgrace.
Big one.
He has a criminal record in the United States now, does he not?
Is a big disgrace. Is it? You see when Solomon was talking, I just let him. It's a disgrace. You should have just ended it. It's just a disgrace. Let me tell you. And Solomon too is not APC governors. It's just APC Southwest governors. Something I don't know. And the thing is that nobody can tell these people, even if they call them to order, these people are not going to listen, especially that Dakwa Abiodun. I don't know what's wrong with that guy. So, and if you don't believe that they really gave this guy one bag of rice, you've not lived in Nigeria long enough. They gave the same palliative. I saw what they've been distributing in the north. I saw, do you know, these governors in the north, do you know what they've been distributing as palliative? Do you know? Bags of rice, bags, fertilizer, bags. They are elevating millions.
Well, what are you talking about?
During
what he's saying is there are facts. It's not.
It's not facts. There are videos. There are several videos.
There are big facts. See, Mr. Rational Mind, let me tell you. I'm in Nigeria here, and
Nasarawa, where you are there. Have you seen the video of a woman, elderly women, scrambling on the floor just to pick the rice that spilled on the floor? Have you seen that?
I'm not saying
Rational Mind, hold on. Remember when we showed the clip of them distributing spaghetti strands, not even a pack or strands of spaghetti in the north.
All right. Maybe it's not everywhere in the north, but majority of the videos, because I saw that one too. But majority
what you said, you just emphasize more on the core northern states. Just majorly the core northern states. There is nobody here that will bring out any video here and say that.
We don't know anything.
Is it in Borno State? Is it in Kano?
One voice. Yeah.
So majority of the video I've been seeing from the north are good. Majority of the video I've been seeing from the southwest are bad. And the problem with all these other Yoruba states like Ogun State, Osun State, is because people like this man don't come out to complain. If it is Lagos, somebody would have complained. Somebody would have brought this to social media. In Ogun State, Osun State, we don't have this kind of people. People are doing it now, and you are telling me that they are chasing clout. If we had 1,000 of this man in that state to change. He's not chasing clout. The man is just a disgrace.
So let me just go on.
Can I take 1 minute, please? Please, 1 minute, please. One man. Incidentally, I built my house in Ogun State, so I can tell you about Ogun State. I built my house and my family stays there, so I only come home sometimes weekends. I'm a member of the CDA, Achievers CDA, so I know what is going on in Ogun State. See, Abiodun is exceptionally wicked. That one is just a disgrace to
was it not the one that is that some councillors were kneeling down for to beg him? Remember that clip?
Yes.
And he dealt with that guy with the councillor.
Sorry. If you remember very well, the past governor of Ogun State, Amosun, because he did not want Dapo to get there, flagged up a different party, APM, and pushed it just to make sure that this guy does not become the governor. This guy became the governor of Ogun State under the umbrella of Oshibaju. It was Oshibaju and Benga Daniels that made him governor in Ogun State. This man is so useless that even in Ogun State, they call him the Eleyi of Ogun State. The Depe of Ogun State. That's what they call him. Because when you come to Ogun State, you will know that this man is not there. He actually gave bags of rice to his people to go and give to CDS, but he never monitored. And his own people that were taking it decided to do it the way they want. So from him, he gave to them all in the name of favoritism and in the name of campaign and in the name of going for probably supporting whoever he pulls down again as candidate. That is their way. That is the way of Dapo. He has not done anything tangible for in his past 4 years. I and my family live in Ogun State. I'm telling you, even the Ijebu day that people are saying, okay, because he's from Ijebu, he has not done anything, any single thing. Somebody that built a fire engine station and there was no fire engine there, and he came to commission. The day he was coming to commission, that was the day they moved fire engine, and he left the commissioning and they moved the fire engine the second day. That is the kind of governor you are talking about. In the whole of Nigeria, Dapo will be the most useless governor. That is my own point. So he gave them that bag of rice. The man did not lie. That is the way his people brought it to people. That is the way they brought it.
All right,
So,
back to you, Solomon. Yeah.
Yeah, when people like us come here to talk, we don't come to just talk like hearsay, or maybe it's what we know that is on ground that we just talk. I'm not somebody that just come to criticize people. To be honest with you, like if that in that southwest as a whole, that boy is the worst governor. You know, I can't Tinubu State there. The kind of things I heard and things I saw is as in, you know, that guy is not just doing anything. He's just there to just answer to just take the
To do
title
fine
of
boy. Is there to do fine boy?
fine boy. We
Yeah.
just that's what I want to just say. With that is goatee. They just do fine boy in that state. Yeah. So this is one of the headlines that caught my attention. Then maybe one of the international news I saw, North Korea sending weapons to Russia and all that. And which one again, Seth? Which one again?
What about the South African one? The South African president showing giving his solidarity to Palestine.
No, I did not see that one. But if he did that, that means he's on track. Let's be honest. Like with at first, I think maybe we the young Nigerians, the youth, we need to just try and doing research to broaden our knowledge and to have facts in our hands, so that we not just come and sometimes we not use our emotions to support certain narratives or certain things that comes up. Like this Israelis, what they've been doing to these people, to be honest, is not good. For real, it's not good at all. Like, you don't need to. And thank God people have addressed this thing. Most of our southern people think that because Israeli is in Israel, like Israel is in the Bible, that and they are that they are Christians, or that they in support of Christians. They are Jews, and they bully Christians more.
Proportionally, there's more Christians in Palestine proportionally than in Israel. That's what is coming out.
I'm telling you, woman, when I discovered that, I was really shocked, and I was like, we've just been fooling ourselves, especially
There are not
this
much.
country.
There are not much Christian in Israel than the people that practice Judaism, or they call them they call them Zionists. Yeah, they're not much like that. The Israelis that are that practices their Judaism there. They are more, and they persecute.
No, no, I said
That's what we're
Christians. No,
saying
no,
now.
no, not
We're talking about
not
Christians.
Judaism.
No, they are not much.
One man.
Are you aware that the church there is always a
YouTube,
fight?
just
about
1 minute. 1 minute. YouTube does not like when you use the J word and the Z word, though. Just
Okay.
let me know.
All right. Let's move on.
Mr. Rashomai we're on the same track. We're on the same track, and yeah. So, woman, that is just this thing. Please, can you take me to another headline?
All right. Let me take you to this headline. This may not be popular. It's not a Ghostbusters headline. But IMF agrees to create extra executive voting seats for African nations. So what do you make of that? I thought that was who's that coming from? Is that you? You are crackling
Yeah, no,
somewhat.
it's okay now.
All right.
It's okay now.
All right. I thought that was an offshoot of that meeting between President Ruto of Kenya and President Macron of France, when he was pushing that Africa needs more seats at the top table. So, what are you then making then of this opening up for Africa in IMF?
I did not really go through this headline, but let me just chip in something like Africa now, as they are giving them this kind of opportunity, or they are proposing to give them this kind of opportunity, they need to utilize it properly, and they need to utilize it properly, that so that Africa, it will be more effective in Africa, and it will help in the development of Africa, in developing Africa, because it's a shame that with everything we have, or we kind of hold resources, human resources, mineral resources, and we're still backward and still not meeting up. They still even categorize African countries as developing countries. It's really embarrassing. Yeah, this is just what I have to say here. One man, I want to talk about this House of Rep guys that are giving Lexus 160.
Yes, I saw it. Did you send it to me?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, let me dig it out. Carry on.
Yeah, it's really embarrassing. Like, you see how people are suffering. They are using money to go and buy automobiles for politicians when these masses are suffering. These are the things. I wish they can just be a very big, as in a revolution, that they will match everybody. This.
Sir, that's part of their allocation. It's part of the allowance as lawmakers. It's like when you get unemployment, right? They tell you leave allowance, travel allowance, vehicle allowance, per diem, and the rest. It's part of their allowance. So
what if they use?
No,
they use 20 million to go and buy them innocent motor.
Let's remove sentiment. It's part of the allowance, right? So they, as consumers, cannot choose which one they want, or whoever is purchasing that vehicle can decide they want that vehicle, they want the Lexus. So what is it? If you are the one, you would not be saying this. Please, I don't like people coming up to start this.
Is that what you feel?
No,
so
let's
are
be
you
honest.
trying to tell me that all these offices are now poverty elevation office?
What do you mean by poverty elevation office?
They've always been.
Whoever
You've always been poverty elevation offices. You are just recognizing it.
No. I know, but we're now justifying. We're not justifying the
He isn't
narrative
justifying it to you. He's letting you know that is a fact, and it has been happening.
Wait. What the justification I'm talking about here is that, so we have accepted it now. That is a normal thing.
Okay. See,
what are you objecting to? Hold on. What are you objecting to, Solomon?
One man, see, they need to cut these things. They need to, in fact, see, and we're talking about.
Are you willing to take a reduction in your own salary?
We have innocent.
No, Solomon, please answer this question. Are you willing to take a reduction in your own salary? Yes or no?
Calm down. Wait,
no, you see, I don't like. You see, I hear this thing echoing. No, it's true. Let's call it spade a spade. If you become a House of Rep, you will not take the nonsense because you've worked hard to be there. It's part of your remuneration. It's part of your salary. Why should you take a pay cut? For who? So let's not pretend. I don't like this. Let's be real. You see, we make a
This
lot
is
of
not
noise.
pretense. This is not pretense.
We make a lot of noise and a lot of sentiments that when we have the opportunity to go there, we even do worse. So why would you tell a lawmaker to go and take an
Yeah, I won't
innocent?
do what, so don't say we.
Mr.
On
Emeka,
the
let me
human
just
rights.
You will, Solomon.
Yeah, you see,
We all will.
No,
yeah,
not
Mr.
we.
Emeka, let me
Oh.
tell you
See, I'm
something.
not
what
we.
Yeah, one
Oh.
person that
when someone begins to preach morality, what I would tell that person is have enough money to fund your temptations.
your
Right?
temptation.
You have
I
enough.
know
If you
that,
have
but
enough money to fund your temptations, then come talk to me about morality. Let's remove sentiment. These people are entitled
can I
to
ask you a
it.
question? Can I ask you a
Yeah,
question real quick? Our lawmakers here in the United States, I assume you're here in the United States.
I'm in Canada. I'm not in the United States.
Oh, not United. Okay, maybe that. Well, if Ajale Koko is here, then maybe we should ask Ajale Koko and maybe Bishop other people. Our lawmakers here, I don't even think they have that kind of allowance where they give them to go buy car. I mean,
I would not argue with you on that, but I would go maybe once I'm done interjecting, I would just go online now to start doing my own research.
Yeah, they don't. They do.
You see,
the same
I can't
American
remember hearing
lawmakers
them
that used to
having that kind of
become
allowance.
millionaires.
You see, a
exactly.
poverty-stricken country like Nigeria, and you are buying. Oh God. Oh God.
You
These
need
guys.
the lawmakers in
we
America that have
need
private jets.
Their lifestyle.
BS.
Hold on, rational mind. Are you saying they are not entitled to cars?
They're not. They're not.
They are not.
They are not. Woman.
Rational mind. In the US, the lawmaker, do you know how much the lobbyists are paying them?
No, that's different. Come in,
Our lawmakers make more money than the one in US. I mean, Nigerian lawmakers, they make more money than the one in US. Are you there?
Yes, rational mind is partially right. And what I mean by partially right is that, yes, those that are holding principal office, like the speaker or what do you call them? Yeah, they are allocated vehicles for them. But it's not that too expensive vehicle like, what do you call this, Pajero, or they have bulletproof on it. No. They will let it for them. And the rest of them that are not holding principal office, they don't give them vehicle. You have to go and buy your own vehicle by yourself. That's the way it works here. They have to buy their vehicle by themselves. And in our city, in the state governor's office, in the city and the state, that is the way it works. They don't give them official vehicle to be right there because they are senator. No, it's only the principal office holders that they give that official vehicle, and you will see it written on their registration number. That is the only way you can know that, oh, this guy step up from this guy is having a symbol on his tag as a senator or something like that. Simple. You are not going to see security man follow him around the way you see security follow them around, and then no, you won't see that.
Yeah, let me just continue, please. Sorry.
Can I ask you a question, please? Can I ask you a question?
All right, Jide, but after that, we have to moderate the interjections. So, but ask the question, yeah.
Okay. Babajale Koko, 2 questions quickly. What do you think will happen if our politicians don't use bulletproof vehicles? How many assassinations do you think will happen? That's one. What do you think? What do you think is the difference between US and Nigeria in terms of response of security to any form of crime? So in their own case, I feel they might not even need escorts because everywhere is manned. But in Nigeria, do you think with the kind of security we have, the security architecture we have, do you think those people don't need escorts or they need?
You see, let me tell you, Jide, it's because you give them that escort, you give them all those luxury. That is why they don't feel the pain that people feel, and therefore they won't govern well in the interest of the people. They see themselves as special citizens that are well protected. They live in a well secured place. They drive around with security. So they don't have that sense of they are not connected with the people, the pains of the people. They don't feel it. But if they don't have security and we are on the same street, we drive on the same street where there is no security, where they will be held up in traffic, and they will, go home. There is no special generator for them to light up their house. They will work hard to solve the problem. So it's because they don't. People see the way they live, and people are not happy like that about them. That's why they want to go after them to kill them. Because it seems we are rejected people, we are neglected people, only them that enjoy that country. If you don't do politics, if you are not in politics, and you don't have elective position where you can steal money, it's like every other thing you are doing, or in any profession you are doing, you are just like every other Nigerian that will suffer the same. So I wish they can change it. If they don't give them official vehicle, let them go and buy their vehicle. If he have the money to go and buy bulletproof vehicle for himself, that's fine. But not the country to buy for them. You see, that's the way I see it. Nothing going to happen. You are talking about the governor of Ogun State now that he has not done anything. It's because he be provided with so much, and he have all the power to steal, and the constitutional protection that he cannot be tried while in office. This is what they call immunity. He has immunity against the law. The law cannot catch up with him while he's a governor. So he believes, what the heck? If I steal as much as possible after leaving the office, I will use some of this money to get the best of the best, son, to go and fight for me at the local, and I will win. So Nigeria is, a lot of things have to change in that country. It's just the politician, they have cornered everything for themselves, and detriment of the people. Yeah, that's my.
Can I have a minute, Ajane Koko?
So what is the
It is my
solution?
time. Yeah, you can have a minute,
No,
but please, can
okay,
you
I
please?
just want to read something out. It is not true that there are no government-funded vehicles for congressional members of the United States. I'm reading now from a platform, as I said, congressional member vehicles are created and funded. It depends on from the taxpayer and are subsidized by the taxpayers. What equally sorry, I'm trying to just read the relevant something because it's a little bit long. But the bottom line is that yes, congressmen in the US their vehicles are funded by taxpayers' money.
You are talking about subsidized. You are talking about funded. Which one do we hold?
Yeah, I just wanted to add this. Sorry, I'm not taking up your time, Solomon. I just went online to confirm now.
Talking about
I went online to confirm, and I think the salary with the United States senators and House of Rep, with our own senators and our own House of Representatives are almost the same thing. Yeah, the average senator takes home 176,000 per annum, right? And ours also takes home 152. If you do the conversion, that's 180 million for the senators in the United States, and ours is about 152. Then if you add the other allowances that our senators and our House of Representatives take, it's almost at par. It's almost at par. So where we will say yes, there's a difference is that okay, the United States is a richer country than ours, but again, it's the senators don't set their remuneration. There's a commission that does that do the remuneration calculation for the senators as well as the House of Representatives, and the allowance that is entitled to them, as well like furnitures, clothing. Is there clothing? accommodation, clothing, duty, tour allowance, escapade, ESTA code, medical, motor vehicle loan, recess, severance gratuity. So then with the normal salaries, the basic salaries that they take. So that commission is responsible for that. So let's take our sentiment from all this. I don't like to play all this emotional blackmail. Oh, they should not take their loan. Sir, please, I don't like to play because when I was in Nigeria, when I was working, I was entitled to a brand new car, and I got my brand new car. If you tell me, if you tell no, so the rational man.
It is different.
People talk like this, like you talk. You are in a private sector. That's this is a public service.
They are entitled.
They are not entitled. They're not entitled.
They are according to law. According to law, they are.
It's a criminal organization.
I speak with facts. Rational man, I speak with facts. They are entitled to it.
What's your fact?
The fact is they are entitled to it according to law. So if the law says they are not entitled,
criminals make themselves, right?
If the law says
but Rational man, he just read it to our hearing now.
Sorry.
I just read it. They are entitled to it, and yet you are trying to disprove it.
Let me say something.
But the clarification there, according to what he read, is that they get loan to buy their vehicle.
They get the loan to buy their vehicle. It is 8.15 million for motor vehicle loan. Then if you go to the congressional salaries for the United States, the Senate head, hold on, let me go and read it. I don't deal with emotions or sentiment. I go and do my research.
Mr. Meka, let me say something here, please. Sorry, let me say something.
Sorry, I'm taking your time.
Take back the floor and then bring it home, Solomon.
Yeah. Mr. Meka is one person that speaks his logic. That is why most people call him Sabo here. But I think at times you have to put certain things into consideration. Like, okay, I agree with you that they're entitled to this thing. But what about we have innocent vehicles in Nigeria, innocent company that produces that couples and let me just use.
They don't want to ride innocent.
Wait. You see, we have to preach what we say, as in practice what we preach, because we can't be coming here to say we investment and all that kind of thing, and we have locally made vehicle, a local company that makes vehicle. And let me tell you, if you've seen innocent Ijele,
what I'll be saying for innocent, right?
Wait.
Sorry. As a businessman, what I'll be telling innocent is, why don't you give this vehicle? That was what DSTV did. Give them, or if you don't want to give them, give the Senate majority leader, give the Senate president, give the Speaker of the House, give the president one, let them ride it so that it will be part of their fleet of vehicle, and see that your vehicle is good. Tell them now, promote this vehicle to your members so that your members can take that loan and go and buy. That is how you do it. You don't compel people to go and pick your own vehicle, your product. People are entitled to their choice. If they're entitled to their choice, they have to go to the market to buy what they want. But if you want to sell your product, you are the chief marketer of your product. Go and market your product. Market the safety of your product. Market how good your product is. Market how competitive your product is to other brands. That was what Elon Musk did when he was trying to bring Tesla. And he told the world that I guarantee you, Tesla will be better than the Mercedes Benz.
All right. It was meant to be a monologue.
Let me just take back the floor. See, let me be honest with you. Yeah, if this government, if we Nigerians we support each other and the government supports the citizen, you don't need to even, you as government, like the people in government or even the president is like a father. You don't even, sometimes a child might be doing something. I'm just this an analogy, might be doing something, but you have to call the person's attention. Innocent we seek the attention of the government, and the government too should still go and make inquiry, as in like still look into these guys. This thing is our own thing. It's our own it's for our own good. So what am I saying? The government to need to look into this thing. And if you like innocent Ijele, if you should bring Tundra and innocent Ijele, in fact, you if not that you see IVN, you will not believe that innocent Ijele is the name of a product, one of the products of innocent vehicles. You will not believe that this car is innocent motor. to be honest, just like the Hilux that they, and this one is just like Tundra, it's not even like normal Hilux. And you know, seeing Kenga too, all these cars, they are very good cars that our government, we need to start patronizing ourselves and stop this look at, imagine going to Lexus. I think Lexus is a Japanese vehicle, and this, each of these cars are 160 million. If they should, okay, I agree with you that they're entitled to having this vehicle and all that. Why don't the government patronize, give them, when they give them motor, who no one use and go work, make it live up? As in, these are the things that will still help us in this country. Anybody that would that is disagreeing with this thing, I know everybody has right to disagree or not, but
Solomon,
anybody
this
that disagree with this, you are not just
Solomon, sorry, the
yeah.
phone where you dey take talk to us now, is it the one that is made in Computer Village? Because I know the Computer Village boys are
No
now
phone,
coupling
no
phone.
Baba, no phone was made that
No,
is
have
made
you gone
in
to
Computer
check?
Village.
There's one they couple there.
If
So
there is
you are
any
using
phone,
foreign
there's
phone.
one rubbish that they did. Wait,
Okay, you call it rubbish now. Instead of you to patronize it.
Wait, no. You can't look at innocent. This is innocent. This should be innocent Ikenga. This car now, are you telling me that is not a good car? One man just type innocent Ijele, let them see it. Let them see the vehicle, yeah, and you see that it's just like it's just the logo that will be that is the difference between innocent
No,
Ijele and Tundra.
is the outside you are seeing. Oh, one of my friends said he bought Innocent. I don't know how true. I think they are ministry.
Ijele,
No, hold on now. Hold on. Ministry of Labor.
Yeah.
They bought Innocent. They were driving it to. I think they were driving it to Abeokuta from the east. Before they got to Abeokuta, the vehicle was already overheating. Maybe that was when they just started, but I think they might have improved now. So, just like Emeka said, Innocent should be the one pushing for it. I'll give you a good example. Emeka, if you remember that time, man, when STB just came, 1999, do you know what STB guys did? They went to National Assembly and gave loan without collateral, without anything, 2 million to all these
Are we going to
senators.
get past Solomon at this rate? Give us that anecdote and then we must move on.
You understand? They went there and gave loan to all the senators. So invariably, all the senators had no choice but to open account with them. The same thing with if Innocent goes there and say, "Don't worry, we are giving you this car, and you can pay over maybe 5 years or 6 years at so and so rate or no interest rate." Those guys will buy it now, even if they are not using. They might give it to their children. You know, something like that.
Exactly. Thank you. I agree. That's how you market it. You just do then when they are driving it, you understand, they feel like, oh, this car is not that bad, it's not different from what I'm using. And you tell them, please promote my vehicle. You don't compare people to go and pick what's it's not fair. It's not fair, let's be
Sorry,
honest.
one man, I will round up now. But the thing there now, this Lexus now that they've acquired now, was it the members of the House of Rep that requested for? Did they just make the exact request of we want Lexus? Was it not the government that went to see? Let me tell you something. I agree to what you people. I understand what you're saying, but we need to do better. To be honest with you, sir. Yeah, we need to do better. It's not just these vehicles now. You can't tell me if they should ask all these our people there, this House of Rep members, with their specifications or their brands, they will not all of them would agree to this Lexus. But if the government, you just see they are working for you. You tell them, look, this is the vehicle we are going to give to you people. They would nobody would just object it. They would listen to. They would take the vehicle they give to them. So the government still have the power to do whatever they to effect changes. Yeah. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. Let's go on from you, Solomon, to let's go to Rational Mind and have this monologue. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Yeah, woman. Greetings to everybody and greetings to listeners across the world. If you're yet to subscribe, we please implore you to subscribe, like, and share. Woman, you might have to give me the because I have not really.
Let me start you off with a good news story. This one, it was actually sent in by Kulata. It says, power transmission capacity now 8,500 megawatts. So Tinubu is working, seems to be the phraseology that Nigerians are saying now.
The transmission now is 8,000, we said?
8,500 megawatts.
So let us break it down. I think I said there are three phases, right? Distribution, transmission, and distribution, right?
No, generation, transmission, and then distribution.
So we still have a bottleneck there because it is, you see, you need to read between the line when they say certain things like this. They can generate, transmit, but the distribution is where the problem is, or is that where
No.
the problem
That was not where the problem is. The problem has always been transmission. The problem has always been transmission.
So transmitting it now.
That we can now transmit, just give me 1 second if you don't mind, that we can transmit from between 3,500 megawatts to between 3,500 to 4,000, because anytime we exceed 5,015 megawatts, there is always a national grid collapse. So if it has been up to 8,000, that is a lot, because we are actually generating in the excess of about 13,000 now, between 13 and 15,000. So generation is not a problem. It was actually the transmission. So if we have moved up to 8,500, honestly, it's worth celebrating at the minimum.
But then where do you put the distribution? Because the issue of the distribution too is
they just licensed additional 7 distribution companies about a few days ago, about is it 7 or 11? Because Lagos now has 7 distribution companies as against 2 before. That is Eko Disco and Ikeja Disco. Now they have 7. And what it simply means
is already privatized. We don't have a problem with distribution now.
That's what I'm saying. So it's the transmission.
So the distribution is already privatized. The generation is privatized. Distribution is privatized. Transmission is what is with the government.
Hold on. All of you talking, you're all here in America, in North America. Easy, are you there? Easy.
Jide is here.
Well, I mean, okay. Jide, are you there? I mean, I don't trust Jide because he's an Agbado person.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So, Jide, what's the situation with the electricity in Nigeria now? Do you get enough electricity?
Well, as I'm speaking to you, we have electricity, and I have electricity in my house.
Not generator, not I pass my neighbor.
No. I have electricity in my house, but the issue is just that, like they said, they have 14,000 megawatts presently. They have another 1,000 megawatts that will be completed next year. Generation. The problem has been transmission. You're not going to be able to surpass that 5,000. Once they go beyond 5,000, there's always a collapse on the national grid. And then, I said something yesterday about this Agbara stuff. The guy came on TV today to say the government has mandated him to ensure the completion of that project in 6 months. So they will be supplying all those industrial complexes in the next 6 months. So they are doing a lot on this. They are doing.
Is it 6 or 4? What I saw is 4.
Okay. I would still want to take that with a pinch of salt.
Hold on, Rational Mind. Have you noticed any improvement in electricity consistency in your personal life, Jide?
Yes, one man. The major thing is Lagos. Lagos, we have electricity to some extent where me I live in Lekki when I'm at work. But the major
are you able to predict it that you'll have it for X amount of hours between X amount of time?
Exactly. Now that's what they are doing now. If where my family live in Ogun State now, it is predictable. They know by 5:30 the lights will switch on and they'll be using it till maybe 1 o'clock in the next day and they will take it off. But presently, we are still viewing, probably because we're in the peak of the rainy season as well. That could also be a factor. So, but with what they are doing, then if they keep doing it, maybe it will improve. And when the rain goes down, then it might not really be felt, because we know that the rain also affects the output as well from those dams.
All right. All right, back to you, Rational Mind.
All right, so for me, well, like I said, I still want to take that with a pinch of salt, because when we hear things like this, we often hear, transmission has improved. But when consistently I hear back from home and people will tell me, well, I will take it from what you just said on the face value, just like you just said to me now, that it's transmission. You know, I know that's always been. They've always said maybe transmission or distribution. I don't know, one or either of the two is the problem. They don't have enough infrastructure to take that electricity, the energy to the consumers that will eventually consume it. That's why whatever it collapse or whatever collapse. Well, let's just see as the months and days goes by, weeks goes by, months goes by, or years goes by, we shall see if this is going to remain so. Give me another topic, woman.
All right. Let me take you here. Nigeria's finance minister, Wale Edun, gets World Bank appointment. So Wale Edun, he has now been appointed as the chairman of African Governors Forum at the World Bank, which is to say that he's the lead banker in Africa at the World Bank stage. This is the first time in 60 years that that's been the case. So is this an endorsement of the team that Tinubu has put together?
Woman, you see, when I say, I mean, it's a good thing. Let me say it's a good thing that
you can celebrate it as such. You know, you don't have to poo-poo everything. You don't have to poo-poo it.
Yeah. Let me do my thing. I'll do my thing.
Okay. All right.
You know me very well. So yeah, it's a good thing that a Nigerian is occupying that space. But the question is, how does it translate into economic growth, progress for that country? It's not just having those names, having those accolades or whatever we call it, but how does it translate to the economy of that country getting improved, better? We're going from the worst situation we had now to the better situation we should be. It's not just, you see, I don't go by all this. I mean, all these things doesn't trip me. I don't get really excited by hearing that, oh, Tinubu has gotten this endorsement, this one. I don't know. How does it impact the life of a common man on the street? That's what I care about. I'm not the person that pedestalize anybody. I don't pedestalize people. That's who I am. I care about the common man on the street, because if they have peace, I will have peace. I can go to Nigeria, I can close my eyes, not being afraid of somebody coming to wanting to get, wanting to come and rob me or whatever, or beg me to give them something. So that is just that. So, well, you see, like I said, the Agbado people who always look for validation in any way. They will always look for endorsement or whatever, just to endorse, to make them themselves look better. But my point is, chase your whatever you want to chase, your accolades or whatever you want to chase, but work for the people. Let the people be okay. At least more than half of the population, let them be in a better situation than what they are currently. That's what I care about. Give me another topic if you have.
All right. How Sunday Igboho regained freedom. So this is Banji at Akintoye, who felt the need to come and clarify matters. Because, of course, there was this viral clip, which we played some of it a couple of sessions ago, about this guy, one of these IPOB types, insisting that Tinubu must release Nnamdi Kanu because he released Igboho. So Professor Banji Akintoye has come to clarify that there was no government involvement in the release of Sunday Igboho, but I was suggesting that somewhat, even if the government was not directly involved, the Beninese government know that it is Sunday Igboho's clansman that is in charge of Nigeria now. So did that somewhat influence the decision to let him go?
Well, but for what you just, I think you already said, maybe there wasn't much of an explanation. Professor Banji Akintoye said it was, he said the Beninese government or the Benin government, they released Sunday Igboho as their own goodwill towards him. Is that what it is? Or what was it he said?
No, it's as a result of long and protracted efforts by Yoruba senior VIPs as opposed to the Tinubu government.
Okay, so because what I read when Igboho was thanking in, was it Sahara Reporters, or what did I read from? When he was thanking all the Loba-Lobas, was thanking each of them and the chiefs and everything. Even he thanked Obasanjo and he thanked Soyinka. I read it in that report. So which makes me wonder, was Tinubu also part of this? Was it some kind of like, okay, Tinubu telling his counterpart in Benin, telling him, look, release this guy, let him go? Or could it be that some Yoruba nation people within the Tinubu's administration, those how do I call them? Those traitors among the Yoruba nation who later went to pitch them to Tinubu, could it be that they now begged in his behalf to say, okay, let this guy go? Well, because in the first place, it wasn't the Nigerian government that held down Igboho in Benin, at least as far as I know. It was the Beninese government that held him down because the Nigerian government were asking for him. And I think the Nigerian government had to ask the court over there to have him extradited back to Nigeria. And he was fighting that extradition case in Benin. They're saying that, no, you cannot extradite me. I've done nothing wrong, blah, blah, blah. And I think the court could not even come to a decision. They just have to give him some kind of like an arrest. And then later they freed him. They said, but he cannot go. He has to be in that country to continue attending this case. But for them, that was the last time I heard about that case. That was the end because the court could not really, they only just released him from jail, but they said he could not travel. So meaning maybe he still has a case. So, but now the next thing we're just hearing now is that he's free to go. And he has continued his journey back, journey to Germany. So it's too for me, from that report that I didn't see him congratulate any other person from Tinubu administration that I know of. He was just thanking about Obasanjo, Soyinka, and other Oni of Ife.
Do you think the release of Sunday Igboho puts pressure on the Tinubu government to release Nnamdi Kanu?
I would say I think Tinubu has nothing to do with Kanu, because remember the case was that he insulted Buhari. That was what the case was about. He insulted Buhari. He called Buhari Jubril al-Sudani. He do this, he did that to me. And this idiot is no longer there. Let this guy go. I mean, your court has freed him. There was a court that freed him, said, having sent back to Kenya, then you can formally ask for him to be extradited back. Because what he did in the first place was illegal. Correct me now, Misuru. All right, Misuru. So the point I'm trying to say is that
you don't hear Mama Jello.
Okay, yeah, correct. Okay, but no, correct me. Just say, let me. I don't believe. I've seen people say correct. What are you people correcting? Just say your own. Let me know. Let
me correct you. You just said something now. As Rita used to say, this is a global stage. That Nnamdi Kanu was arrested because he insulted Buhari and called in Jubril of Sudan, and you just carelessly referred to Buhari as an idiot. That is not everything you said is completely. Nnamdi Kanu was not arrested because he insulted Buhari. So if that's what you believe, that is a lie.
What is it now? What is it? Was I wrong when he said?
Is that not one of the charges against him, though?
What is that one of the charges?
Insulting the president.
Okay, what else again? Tell us. What else again? What was the reason? What was the reason?
Okay. He was arrested for leading an insurrection against the state, IPOB, and inciting because of his radio broadcast. Kill this, kill that, kill this, inciting violence in the southeast in particular and in Nigeria. There was no way that he was said that he was insulted because he called Buhari Jubril of El Sudan. And I just referenced that he just called the president of Nigeria an idiot, the former president of Nigeria an idiot. To me, I don't want to be a part of that. I'm listening. I mean, I prayed.
I will indemnify one man's platform. That's me. That's me. I'll call him idiot because the word idiot, one man has often tell us here, and I think if you want to play us Goodluck Jonathan's definition of idiot that he said in the political science, an idiot, what it means. So I'm talking about politics. So if some of us don't understand the use of the word idiot sometimes.
So it's acceptable if I reference you and I say the idiot, the national mind idiot that just speaking.
You see, this is
rational mind is not a public figure now. Public figure is
no, one man, you will not justify that. I mean, not at all. Not at all. You know, no, don't do that.
That's why I said I'm indemnifying him. No,
Don't do
he's
that.
not on his
Don't
platform.
do
It's
that.
me. I'm the one saying it
Don't
with my
do
own
that.
mouth.
One man, you are
justify that.
gradually you are becoming a public figure too. You run a platform of over 10,000, 30,000
You
people.
will not call my former president an idiot on the platform. I need to just lie. That's irresponsible.
No,
What are you talking about?
Hold on. I won't disrespect you, Bishop, to call you that name. I will never do that. And the same thing with every other person. We're talking about public figures here. In the political science, like they say, an idiot, somebody who acts like he doesn't even get, is not concerned. But in the general broad term, that the way we use it, maybe someone who has score for head or that doesn't even know what he's doing. I mean, if you look at it, if you look at the definition given by both sides, it's like somebody who just like, I mean, who's supposed to do something but is not concerned about it, is just acting crazy or whatever it is. That's just the meaning I'm using here. In political science, it's just somebody who was supposed to have done what he was supposed to do as the head of state, and he just feels less concerned. And he let the whole, all his ministers and his cabinet to run amok in his administration. Look at the massive, the one that is in DSS dungeon there, the CBN governor. How he looted,
it actually means a private. It's a Greek word. The word idiot. It actually means a private person. What it actually means is somebody that abstains rather from politics. Yeah.
That's it for politics.
So,
right?
rational mind, was that what you really meant when you called him the idiot? Was that definition what you really meant?
Dude, don't pin me to it.
Because then that means that word does not have meaning in the context
politics.
now.
My friend, we're discussing politics, and if I call him
No, hold on. I want to explain something.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Yeah, one man has just given us definition. One man, sorry. Let me just clarify now. We are listening to you. One man just gave us the meaning of idiot now. In the context that you are saying, if we put that meaning in that context, then that your sentence has not made any meaning.
But when you all come here and just look at what
yes,
I say.
if we say a private person, if you put private person,
whatever I say, right? guys.
You say that Buhari is a private person.
If I say somebody is an idiot, however you want to understand it, you choose to understand, that's your problem. But then my point is, somebody who is supposed to take charge and lead the country, right? And he ended up messing up the whole country. Is that not an idiot?
All right.
Has the political power as a president.
Take us back to Igboho.
Right now.
Take us back to Igboho. Take us back to Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu.
This is what we're talking about. When people will say they want to correct people and they don't even have the full knowledge of all what we're talking about. We're talking about the part of the charges that Malami and his buffoons, the DSS, they brought against this guy. They listed what's his name? He insulted the president. It was part of it, and you're trying to tell me that he never said that. And even that one man is here, and somebody we've all discussed this before. We read it, the charges that he brought against this guy. One of them is that he insulted him, and you're telling me that you want to correct me. God, dude, goodness, this word. That's why I said sometimes just say you want to say how I know it, not say you want to correct me. Because when I say I want to correct, like as if I have the. I mean, I might be wrong if I say I'm correcting you. So that's why I don't like people saying I want to correct some other people. Yes. They said he insulted the president. And their own courts there, freed the guy, said, take him back. Mind you, he has a case previously. He's a fugitive. Iran. And I don't know even why they did not even bring all of that charges against him. Look, he ran before from the jump bail. That was why we're bringing him back. We have to force his extradition back to Nigeria or kidnap him back to Nigeria. But if the judge that started that case saw it fit that, these people have a DSS and the government, they have a case in that regard, but I say, okay, yes, you jump bail, you're not going anywhere. But the cost is take him back. You have violated his rights in the first place. You cannot put nothing on. How do they say in their legal time? You cannot put illegality on. You cannot make something legal that is illegal in the first place. So take him back. Now ask the Kenyan government or the whatever government to extradite him back to Nigeria because he's a fugitive. And then we'll come here, we want to make it look like as if For me, Tinubu has no problem with that.
Rational mind.
Tinubu's problem is not Kanu.
Let him just
Hold on. I just opened. Just 1 second. I just opened. We are having a conversation. I just opened.
I wanted him to flow a bit.
Just hold on. Give me a second. Just 1 second. I just opened the charges. Do you want me to read the 7 count charges to you, including terrorism?
Go on.
Good. 1 second. Just give me 1 second. These are the federal government filed 7 count charges, amended charges. Again, federal government has filed an amended charges.
Amended. Take another word. Amended. Go on.
Do you want me to read the 15? It was from 15 that was amended to 7.
Just go. But you said amended.
It's just because of the time. Rational mind.
Go on now.
Go ahead.
Go on.
No, go ahead. Don't worry.
No, if you say amended, they must have amended because at some point they realized that doesn't fly. That insulting the president doesn't fly. It doesn't even make sense.
Insulting the president was one of the charges. I think we dealt with that here.
I know they amended it at some point because when they tried that, they could not get him. They could not get the court to pin him down for that reason. They had to amend it. We were here. We're talking about all this. As small man always bring these topics for us as they come in the newsprint. We have discussed all of this. I will never say something that I've not seen out there. I'm not saying that's the only charge, but I'm using that as one of the most ridiculous charge that I've ever seen, that you insulted the president. And somebody's telling me I'm insulting the president here. When somebody insulted the president, and then the court could not even pin him down that. What are you talking about? Some people are trying to stifle free speech because I insulted the president. If I say the president is a criminal, well, let him take me to court, and I will open book for him. Abi? So my point is this. Listen, let's go back to Igbo. I think Tinubu has no problem. I mean, it's not his cup of tea. Kanu is not his cup of tea. Kanu has never.
Yeah, but has he not become his cup of tea now? Because he has to deal with that. Because a lot of the seniors in the Southeast are going to him and say, "Look, just release this guy and get it out of the way."
Tinubu know what he's doing. He wants to use him for some kind of political bargaining or whatever it is he's doing. He knows what he's doing, or maybe I don't know whatever intel he has in front of him.
No, I think he will farm him out after the Supreme Court judgment, just to
maybe.
Yeah.
I hope he does because Kanu is not his problem. Let the guy go. Like I say, if the optics now is that you let your kinsman go, at least the DSS were asking the Benino's government to extradite him back.
You know, he can't release him now because they'll be saying he's trying to assuage or influence the Southeast.
Well, it's possible.
But after the Supreme Court judgment, he can release them to assuage the Southeast. So that's how he has to play it. He can't release it in the course of the battle still for people trying to snatch his victory from him. But after that, he can use that to win them back.
Well, man, people like me, you know me very well. I would beat down on him if you release him now. Say, you see him. He wants to. People like me I will say that. Yeah, I won't take that. I won't say.
It is the Southeast politicians that said they should not release Carlo.
But you said what?
Southeast politicians. They are the ones that told Tinubu not to release it.
I don't know about that. Maybe it could be true.
Like
you're saying, it could be true, but I don't know. There's no. You don't know anything out there that says that.
How did you, one man, a rational man, how did you think they got him arrested?
Sorry, what did you say? Sorry.
How do you think they got him arrested?
How did they got him arrested? You mean they went to Kenya and they kidnapped him?
No, the Southeast politicians were the one that, and the businessmen were the one that cooperated with God to get him arrested.
Well, I know there were traitors among his.
It was becoming an embarrassment. They were not. You can't call them traitors now. They are maintaining.
No. That's an urban myth. So it's more likely that the DSS they were monitoring him already in London.
No, everybody could be right in the woman. It's possible that I know they just sold him out because.
You know they'll have DSS in London. You do know that as part of the security. Yeah.
When you say defense attaché in every Nigerian embassy, they are there to represent Nigeria when it comes to defense and security matters. Yeah, that's what the defense attaché in every Nigerian embassy. That's what they do. So they do defense.
It's going to have to play that Nnamdi Kanu against the Peter Obi narrative. So he has to calibrate it very properly.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's why I said, woman, that he knows what he's doing. Tinubu knows what he's doing. You can say maybe it's ready for the judgment. He can release him today and still get that goodwill from the people of Southwest, especially the IPOB faction or
you know, because if he releases Nnamdi Kanu after the Supreme Court judgment, if we know the Southeast the way we think we know them, their narrative will automatically switch from Peter Obi to Nnamdi Kanu, because that's how we know them.
I will not put it past Tinubu. Tinubu is very good at these games. He's good at these games. He knows his games. So, but another thing I see is that you see what Tinubu is just waiting for is if you can just get this let me not say eventual, this judgment that will say yes, you won. These people have no case against you. I tell you, Tinubu will start clamping down on anybody, any dissent. I might be wrong, but that's the hunch that I have here. I just have that thought that people will be silenced. If you dare raise up anything, you say like, oh, you want to challenge anything, you'll be hunted down. So for me, I see it's just waiting. Just like I watched, there was this is this Spartacus or one of this old film that I watched, Gladiators. You know, when they were telling the emperor, what was that emperor that fought Aurelius in the that arena? They told him like, look, he said there's a certain snake under the sea. He will just lie low. He will lie low until his prey will come. They want to attack him. He will just lie low. He will not do anything. But when you just come closer to when he can attack you, you just launch that attack.
Tinubu is now a snake. Is that where we are now?
No, I'm just giving an analogy that he's lying low. He's letting all his rivals, I won't call them enemies, all his rivals. But when he gets that opportunity, which is the opportunity he's waiting for, is that confirmation or reaffirmation from that Supreme Court, I tell you, then he would now start, because then he now feels that, yes, I have the legality now. Nothing challenging me anymore. So that's what I'm saying is going to happen eventually. But so, talking about this Igboho matter, I think that's what everybody will read. I will read it too, because like I said, the DSS were asking the Benin government to extradite him back to Nigeria. That is the point. Yeah. Woman, I want us to take note of what I just said now. That is the point. If the IPOB people are suspected that, just when Igboho said, I thank Obasanjo, no, Tinubu's government or Tinubu people must be involved in it. Because if you are holding Kanu, whom you inherited, and Igboho that also you inherited, and the same DSS that is prosecuting Kanu is also prosecuting Igboho, they want him extradited back to Nigeria to come and face his case. But suddenly, Igboho is released, and you did not contest it. You did not challenge it. You don't go back to the court and say, no, we are stopping this guy's releasing this guy. No, you must not go. We want him back in Nigeria. But you are holding Kanu. Then the optics is that you must have consented in some way. Okay, DSS, just leave that guy. Let him go. Let him just. He's my Yoruba man. Let him go. That is the optics. Maybe it really doesn't have anything to do with that's how I look. I will read it, because the DSS did not go on and challenge it. Say no, you cannot let him go. He must bring it back. But
how can DSS challenge a release in a foreign government?
No, they were.
The government of Nigeria can try to do that through using international platform. DSS cannot do that now.
Okay, when I say DSS,
why would you hold on?
A lot of many things. When I say DSS, I'm talking about the Nigerian government here.
Why would Nigerian government do that? Were they the one that arrested him? Why couldn't they arrest him?
They were part of the people that said no. Did you know they were going to court against him in Benin?
They could go to court now, but it was the Nigerian government that arrested him. Why couldn't they arrest him in Nigeria? So why would Nigerian government be the one telling them? They could do that now.
Okay, go on.
They could request for him to be extradited, but was he extradited? No. The Benin government also have their own plan and their programs. So Nigerian government cannot say, don't release this person. Don't release what? Who does that? Who does that? If they release him now, it's because they feel that by their own information, the guy has no case to answer. That's all. That's the way I see it.
I'm not saying he has any case. I'm just saying the optics that why some Igbos or especially the IPOB wings are saying, hey, you let your own man go, Abi. You let him go. Why don't you free our own man too? They have the same case now. They were chanting. I mean, they were advocating for a sovereign state of either Oduduwa or Biafra. But you let your own man, your own clansman to go, and you're holding on our own class. So this is bias. You have to let him go. That's the optics. Because why did the federal government not consistently say, okay, no, you're going to allow this guy go? but you are still holding on. So you see, we can say all these things, I can speculate, but that's how I see it. So, woman, in conclusion, for me, I just think Tinubu has nothing to do with Ikanu. Let him go. But I understand if he doesn't let him go for now. Maybe like all the things we just said, is waiting for the eventual validation or Supreme Court verdict that would say, okay, you are the, and then when he release him, we use it as a bargain chip with the Southeast to maybe put Obi into oblivion, so that they will not see him as another messiah of the Southeast, Yoruba man, a messiah for the Southeast, who is now, I mean, like whatever it is. So, woman, I will just conclude there, and I don't know. We just have to wait and see.
Personal mind. I mean, you can spin things. I've been listening, and the way you are spinning the whole thing.
What did I spin now? And no, just go. Don't just. What did I spin? I say, yeah, I spin. What did I spin? Yeah, go on. Let me hear. What did I spin?
So you really believe that the federal government play some role in the release of Igboho? So you really believe in that?
Yeah, I would say I want to believe yes, they have something to do with it, because like I said, they were once challenging, asking for him to be extradited back to Nigeria. That's why they have the retired.
So what they are saying is that Benin government cannot take action on their own as an independent country.
Of course, why not? They can. But in the first place, why did they hold him? Why did they hold him when they have nothing against him?
Okay, why did they hold
him? Why did they have nothing against him? It's because they were getting pressure from Nigeria that, you find any way, put that guy down, let him remain in Benin until we're able to figure out a way of maybe bringing him back to Nigeria.
No, it was suspected. Now it was suspicion. And they investigated him. And they found. No, you arrest people, and then if you suspect that they are related to a crime, or you arrest them, and then you investigate. If you don't have anything against them, you release them.
That's right.
For how many years?
So that's what they have done now. I don't know, for as long as they carry out their investigation now. For as long as they carry out their investigation.
We all just say things.
I mean, I don't get it. I mean,
why would you not get it, You and I will know that Nigerian government were people persecuting this guy in Benin. Even though they make it look like Benin government was the one behind it. No, it was the Nigerian government.
What you are saying is like that country cannot take action without Nigerian government.
Okay, let me remind you. You remember what?
Look, why did Odeyin? Why is he enjoying asylum in Ghana?
That's an asylum.
Hold on.
Yes. Hold
on now.
Don't bring things that are not.
Hold on.
That does not connect.
Hold on. As an independent state, this guy as well, what do you call this him? They are looking for him too. Federal government is looking for Odeyin.
Of course, I know.
Yes, and they run to Ghana.
Okay.
And they granted him asylum.
Okay.
And with that asylum, they will give him all the necessary documents. He can travel to anywhere he want to travel to. Okay. I think he has traveled out of, maybe he attended some conference somewhere. I can't remember, maybe South Africa or so, or something like that. I don't know. So
that was travel. I think it was in the UK too, some recently.
Yeah. So why didn't they not act? Why didn't they not arrest him and send him back to Nigeria?
You see.
Hold on. He's a fugitive like Sunday.
No, it's not a fugitive. No, you see, that's the word. When we just brandish things, we don't even. You see, I was asking the question here some days ago. What has happened to our critical thinking? We don't critically analyze things. We just want to say for the sake of saying it. Number one, hold on. Odeyin is not a fugitive. He only ran because he knows he was going to be arrested. If they've arrested him, like now Kanu now, he jumped bail. That's a different thing. If they have arrested Igbo and he jumped bail, but they did not arrest him. He wasn't taken into custody or later released, and he was on court process. And then
so why they run away?
Hold on. I don't understand. Maybe I'm lecturing, but I just want us to understand this difference. The difference here is that he already sought asylum in Ghana, and they're giving him papers. Igbo did not do that. Igbo was trying to pass through airport in the airport in Benin. He was passing through the Interpol there, because they have Interpol in that small airport there. Those people, they are very, very, so they caught him. Whatever, maybe they got some signal from Nigeria. Said, no, airport look for this guy. We're looking for him, and they caught him and they arrested him. And Nigerian government were trying to make whatever with Beninese government to have me extradited back to Nigeria, and he had to fight the case over there in Benin. That no, you cannot extradite me. I've done nothing wrong. So that is a different matter. So Igboho was not assaulted. He was not seeking for asylum. He was traveling. He was on his way going to Germany when he was arrested at the airport. So that's the difference. So my point is this, is that if Tinubu government is no longer pressing for him to be extradited back, and they still eventually allow him to go like that, it means that they must have maybe got some kind of people from the Yoruba Obas or whatever begging Tinubu or through some Tinubu men to talk to Tinubu. And I mean, like, please just let this guy go so that we can just let this thing die. You need this this validation from Yoruba nation people too, so that they will see you as one of their savior. He's fighting for Yoruba, like he said in Abeokuta, Yoruba Lokon, or whatever he said, whatever crap he said.
Hold on. Do you know under West African state Union ECOWAS Charter, you know that somebody that is running away from persecution from his home country or our own country that run into another country, that charter compel that country that they run into to give him a kind of stay, or what how do I describe it? Asylum.
Okay.
And not hand him over. And not hand him over to where
I understand that. Now, let me give you an example.
That is what the charter. Hold on, now, rational man.
Okay.
That's what the charter says. Which
I know. I understand what you're talking about. Go on.
So, if on that basis they did not release him to Nigeria, how on earth you want to say they cannot let him go out of their country?
No, I'm not saying they cannot let him go. No,
that is what. No. Hold on, rational man.
Hold on. Okay.
You are saying that this government have hand in his release, and I'm telling you that the charter, does not compel the home country where he run. I mean, the country where he run to hand him over to where he's running away from.
Okay, let me give you an example.
And on that ground, they can give him asylum or give him the right to go to another place and not hand him over to Nigerian country where he's running out from.
Okay, let me give you an example of this. Is it Nikon Insurance guy from the north? Is it Minasara who jumped bail and he went to Niger. And I think his son was able to escape to the United States here. I don't know how he did it, whatever. But you know that guy, they had to extradite him back from Niger back to Nigeria, right? Because he jumped bail. He still had a court process, and he went through the border from somewhere in the north, and he went into Niger. So if he claims
stole money.
Hold on now.
That was stole money. He stole money.
That's what I'm saying to you. There's a difference. That's what I'm saying.
No. That one committed financial. How do I call it? It's a financial criminal. How do I say? Financial criminality. That is what he committed against his country.
Okay.
The charter does not give that kind of person
Of course, I know. I'm just citing that example that somebody like that, who is a fugitive like that, you cannot give him.
No, I'm saying the charter does not give that kind of person a cover. It's different. His own situation is different from that Igboho. That is a free. Hold on. You have to understand the basis. Igboho is a human rights campaigner. Ajangbara fún ẹ̀tọ́ àwọn ọmọ ènìyàn. Oh, it's different from a person.
Ajijagbara
fún ẹ̀tọ́ ọmọ ènìyàn.
Ajijagbara kò sí ẹni níbẹ̀.
Ajijagbara fún ọmọ ènìyàn.
Sorry, hold on, Najale Koko. Were you not accusing Rational Mind of not being a Yoruba?
Yoruba name. 100% Yoruba blood.
Ọmọ Edo ló ń kọ yín Yorùbá. Ọmọ Edo ló ń kọ yín Yorùbá.
You can't speak Yoruba yourself.
No, but woman, you should not be the one saying that too. Your own Yoruba is
at least me I surrendered, but Najale Koko is trying to be like
there's no Yoruba name that woman knows how to pronounce, including his own name. I'm sure.
So it's a different situation between that of Igboho, that one that looted.
You don't quite understand why I cited that example of Menasara as an example of a fugitive who ran and who does not get covered under that kind of treaty that you talk about, the West African Treaty of the right of people that are persecuted. That's not persecution. Even though he claims to, they persecuted me, they were trying to send me to jail because their court is not free. He cannot claim that because already there's a court process here that is still going through. But then that of Igboho, his own is different. They were trying to kill him. He ran. That's persecution because he has not done anything. No court has ever had any court case whereby they said come to court or you have a court process going on. No, they were trying to kill. I mean, in fact, they took down some of the people that were with him in his house. They were the videos. We saw the videos as when it was going on. So he ran for his life. That one is different, and he was trying not even stay in Benin Republic. He was trying to move to Europe. So that is different, but they had to hold him down because they felt that the Nigerian government has sent some kind of code to the Interpol. Said, look, this guy, we're looking for him anywhere, any West African airport. Look for him for us. He's still within the West Africa. Bring him back. We need him back. But when they caught him, they were trying to extradite him. He fought his case. He said, no, you cannot extradite me. I've done nothing wrong. These people are trying to prosecute me. And he fought the case until they discontinued the case from court. I don't know however they did it. And they had to give him some kind of city arrest. You cannot leave Benin until we figure out this case. And Nigerian government was still waiting to see what's going to happen after that. But suddenly now we just saw that, they say he's free now to go. So how is he free to go?
Okay, you are saying how is he free to go? That's why I'm.
The last thing we heard was that the court says we are temporarily releasing you until we figure out this case. In fact, all the judges, they were just stepping down from that case. They could not even take the case. Let me not go into that. None of them wants to take the case because they just feel like this case, we cannot conclude it. Just stay there, stay in prison. After a while, they said the Talon released him from prison. It's okay. You cannot go anywhere. Be in that state, be in that country until we figure out whatever. And then I don't know what they figured out. And then they said you can continue suddenly they say you can continue because Obasanjo has been there several times. What's his name? Shoyinka has been there several times. Even many of the Olobas they've been there several times. They did not release him. Why now? What now happened when the Tinubu is there? Why now?
I mean, rational mind. I mean,
don't get me wrong. I'm not.
Hold on.
Let's overflow
what you are saying. What you are saying.
All right.
What you are saying essentially is that you agree with those liars that federal government have hand in its release. And I'm telling you that Benin government as a sovereign state can release him on their own without any influence from any country whatsoever.
They do. They have, I
So,
agree with you.
and you have said that some people have intervened. They have, they went
He
there.
said it now. Did you not read it? Did you not read it? Did you not
Yeah,
read it?
that is right. That's right. Those people went there to plead on his behalf for them to let. So if they listen to Obasanjo and Title Ani and some other Obas,
Since when?
you know how many Obas that we have in the Republic of Benin.
I
So
know.
if they listen to them and then on that basis they let him go, that okay, we couldn't even find anything against this guy. We just go your own. You have not done anything wrong, and the West African Charter, you know, give you cover, you know, for us to let you stay in our country or to continue your journey to where you are going to. So, and on that basis, they let him go. And now you want to believe with liars, people that are spreading propaganda in order to set people against themselves. And then I don't get it. Why should you be agreeing with those kind of people that have no credibility? What is the credibility of those people that are talking?
Bring it home after that, rational mind, and then we move on.
Before rational mind brings it home, man. Before I've been timing rational mind now. And rational mind has had more than 44 minutes.
Oh yeah, here we go. No, not because I want to do
for reasons of
rational mind will say they don't give him time to talk. So now go ahead.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, I agree. So in conclusion, Ajalekoko, you and I, we agreed on some matters, but the thing is that I will take it with, like I said, I will take it with a pinch of salt, which means I still doubt. I still have doubts as to who exactly were behind it. The Tinubu, I will still have that belief that Tinubu's government, or they must have talked to Tinubu to allow this guy to continue his journey. And they must have said, okay, yes, let just, or whatever, just let him, whoever is in charge of that case, the Attorney General, just let him go, I believe that to some extent. But from what he said, he never mentioned anybody from Tinubu that I know of. He just thanked Obasanjo, Soyinka, all of them. So there's other people he contacted. He didn't thank President Tinubu, say, oh, Tinubu, I thank you for letting me go. He never said that. So I want to believe that maybe, based on that, maybe the Tinubu government was part of it, but I doubt it. That's what I'm saying. I rest there.
All right, brilliant. I'll still take your comments on a few more things, but let me go on from you to Emeka. So we go Emeka. We go to Bishop Jide, then Emeka. So Bishop, you're up next. Bishop.
Okay. I'm with you.
Yeah. Speak to us.
Okay, let me start from the one I can remember. Let me start by saying good evening, fellow Nigerians, wherever you may be listening. But happy Sunday to as many people that are already in Sunday, and happy weekend to people that are still enjoying their weekend. Please, Dalu, click on the like button, please. If you go and look at it, it's not impressive at all when you compare the number of the people on the platform to the number of likes. So please click on the like button. You can go a step further by subscribing if you have not done so, and you can still share so that we can bring more people on the platform. That's the least you can do to keep the platform going. And thank you in advance for heeding the plea. Let me start from the last topic on this Sunday, and I'll be very brief there. I kind of align with rational mind, even though maybe the way he's presenting it. The president of Benin Republic has been to Nigeria since Tinubu became president about 4 times now, or thereabouts. And I know he must have informed president, oh look, and the president said, okay, just let him, you don't have a big deal, we don't have anything serious. Not that the Nigerian government solicited or worked for his release, but for them to have released him, the president somewhere off record, but I just mentioned it, and they said we don't have any problem to you releasing him if you want to release him. It's speculative, but that's mainly what we're doing because we don't have the facts. And to that extent, I agree with rational mind that the federal government has not that they released him, but they played the part. If when he mentioned to the president, and the president said, no, you cannot, I'm sure the Republic will not release him. And I'm sure the President Republic are not likely to just release him without weighing in on the opinion of the government of Nigeria to a great extent. But if his release is going to calm down certain things and nobody is being hurt in that regard, I don't think it's a big deal. So that's that on that. Secondly, on the last one we're having debate about, when I say Uriel Da or this, I can call it an abuse. But when I say you are a thief, you are a pedophile, you are a ritual murderer or a ritualist, or those are not abuses, those are accusations. And if they take you to court and say, come and prove that actually I'm a pedophile, because silence might be consent. If you call me a pedophile, you call me a thief, you call me a murderer, you call me a ritualist, and I don't challenge it, that means maybe what you say is true. I mean, to some, they'll just say, okay, maybe I don't have time for some. For other people, it will fly, and it will keep flying, and it will keep flying. So, in the context of was Nnamdi Kanu arrested because part of the charges, some of those things he said were not just abuses. They were straight away accusations. Calling somebody a pedophile is not an abuse. It's an accusation. And if they say, okay, when you see him, ask him where he died, or you call somebody a ritualist, or you call somebody not just set it that straight. On the issue of electricity, I'm just trying to free flow. Woman, call me back when I'm straying away. You know, I don't spend too much time. On the issue of our electricity generation, I think it's good news because we've always had challenges with that transmission sector. Of course, the distribution, they have not done well. They are still far behind. And the fact that now, as against the 11 we had before, they have licensed, I think, another 11, opening up the space for more people to participate. And Siemens has been doing some good work. And there's something we don't always pay attention to. I actually wanted to do some research on it before now, when we last discussed electricity, and we're saying 3,500, 2,500. Do you know there are more than about 3,000 megawatts electricity in Nigeria that are off-grid? Either some factory somewhere, some estate, some religious bodies, some schools that are not even on the national grid at all. There are estates in Lagos that have, there are locations in Lagos, they have their own power. Some people are generating their own power. I remember when I was in River State many years ago. In River State, I was in NAFCON estate. NAFCON, they don't use national grid. They have their own generation. And I remember when Redeemed Christian Church of God moved away from the national grid, they have their own IPP. There are institutions in Nigeria. So if we aggregate all those off-grid power, including the university, some hospitals, some this, some that, there are different sources. Some are solar powered, some are mini, mini turbine, mini gas-fired turbine, some are this, but aggregate, by the time we put all of them together. Because sometimes, we can do better. We are moving, and I want to put it on record. There are places in Lagos today that I know, because I know, that have more than 22 hours of electricity supply at a minimum, averagely per day. Sometimes they go beyond it. Their light don't blink for 1, 2, 3 weeks. There are places like that. Unfortunately, one of the problems we've had is the pricing. People that are, and they were arguing, the distributors were saying, look, we can give people that are willing to pay more power on like people that are not willing. So if you know you can only afford 5 hours, 6 hours, I think they categorize them at some point. So the fact that we have been able to move the needle of our transmission, which has always been the bottleneck, the difficult area, from 5,000, our maximum before was 5,050 megawatts, not even 5,500, well, 5,050 or something. If we have actually, because I'm just hearing it, I consider that to be a very cheering news. It's good news. It means more power, and we'll have less collapse of the national grid. Our generating power was almost 15,000. I don't have the right figure here, but I know we crossed 3,500 over a year or 2 years ago. So the problem was no longer generating. The problem was actually in transmitting and to some extent in the distribution because of the, the equality. Some people feel that industrialized space should have more power. But you give to some people because people are not paying, they are not even utilizing the amount you give to them. Some states will now return power, and that brings a kind of imbalance in the something. So, bottom line is that look, the fact that we have crossed 8,005. Honestly, I don't know how other people feel. I am elated by it, and I wish they can take it furthermore, at least to where we can be fully industrialized. On the discussion of the unfortunate incidents of the death of that lady, I was analyzing what I saw in that video. The gentleman who were exchanging probably had the privilege or advantage of seeing better than me. He saw an extended version of the video. Based on what I saw, the minister did not conduct herself very well. She could have, at the background, called that person or visit her and have a one-on-one sit down and they analyze. You cannot force yourself you want to be in the part of the meeting. If the hospital is having a board meeting and you are not their member, I don't understand why people think she can just stand there and insist she wants to be part of that meeting, their review meeting. I don't know how that works, but if they can do that, well, so be it. But I really don't think it is the way I don't think she handled it well. I think it was just of emotion and
she was just there. She was there. I think we are entering a culture that we're entering into that culture of Instagram, Twitter governance. She just wanted her own clip as well to put on Instagram, and then she goes marching into the hospital, cameras everywhere, making noise, without establishing facts.
Yes, that's exactly what that was her position. I don't know if to that gentleman I did not put it right away, but that's what I meant, because what I deduced from that is that she has already drew her conclusions. And she was already boasting that we are going to make a scapegoat of you people. That means you have already passed the judgment. You are no longer an unbiased, intervener or something. And they were not. I had the story of the one with the university something. I did not read it, so I'm not competent to make comment on that. But based on the little snippet I had, I think that is unbecoming of a public officer. I expect so much from them, but I don't expect them to score 100 over 100. And some of them will be lackluster. Some of them as just what they call, yes, sir.
Sorry, let me just say something. That of the university, you could hear her.
No, I don't know it. That's what I'm saying. I know
you don't know, but I just want to say it.
Okay.
You hear her kind of like trying to coach those girls, threatening them. She just drew a conclusion that these girls were just ganging up against this professor. She has this pattern of doing this, so it makes me wonder what kind of who even hired her?
For me,
I don't know.
Well, for me, that's completely unacceptable. If a crime had been established that a lecturer or a professor was, harassing female students, and it became something so wide, and there is an outcry, and you are not trying to kind of silence those people, that means you are complicit. That's my thinking. I don't know those girls, but every girl or every lady or every woman that has been subjected to any form of harassment deserves justice. So if you are not going behind and you are not showing the same character here, then there's a lot of question around your womanity, not humanity now, being a woman in the first instance. And it is that looking at just that clip, made me to draw that conclusion. It was not because I want to pass judgment. I just felt, look, if you had gone to those people and you have approached them and you have done, and that's that. And sorry, you said something else again. I know, right?
Are you talking to Rational Mind or me?
No, you. I'm done with
No. I wanted to take you to the Dapo Abiodun space and the palliative, where it's giving them a bag of rice for 147 households.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Number one, I'm not defending Akua Abiodun because I don't know him, and I probably don't like him in quote. He got my sympathy a little bit because of the way the man with the Onifila Gogoro, what's his name now? Amosun. Yeah, Amosun. The way Amosun played his politics. He got my sympathy. Not that I'm his fan, because I don't know why Amosun was so vehement and he was, doing everything that it must be almost the same thing that this man in Igbo State was doing there, that it must be your stooge. Look, let the democratic Okorocha, thank you. Let the democratic something take place, and whoever wins, you give the support. Because your candidate lost, you actually went and support another party. Now, if Amosun went that far, and Amosun had a lot of loyalists and faithfuls, I still want to believe that a lot of these people might be doing everything to demarket and ridicule Akua Abiodun from underground because they have not finished that fight. Now, I'll say something. I read a report about a few weeks ago, about a week or two ago, that will rate Ogun State as one of the best performing states in fiscal discipline and responsibility. One of the best states, that I think number 6 state in attraction of foreign direct investment. 2, and which other one? A business conducive state. 3. There are quite a few things that
is that not like a spillover as a result of its proximity to Lagos?
Well, but maybe not plenty. If he's getting 2 things right out of 10, well, we'll be rating for the remaining 8, but let's recognize the 2. It is still the fact that he's doing some few things right and is working for him. So I don't know. I don't know the parameters. I'm just stating a report I read. I wish I could have. I know the title. I would have been able to fish out that report. Now, in the area of infrastructures and the rest, people are complaining because the things will not reach everywhere at the same time. Having said that, I analyze that one bag, single one bag. That bag is not up to 10 kg because the way the man was holding it, he was holding it like a loaf of bread. I don't think that sometimes, even here when I was in Nigeria, without planning, without preparing, I used to have people in my own estate that will gather and we'll just sit down and we'll be doing faji. And within 3, 4 hours, 5 hours that we sit down together, I can assure you what we will have consumed for our faji from grilled fish to suya is far more than that one bag of rice that is not up to 10 kg. I am saying, is it possible to give 147 households in an estate that one single one bag of rice and say, okay, this estate, this is your own? I'm questioning that because we have not heard from the second part. So the other part, that's number 1.
But the state has not come to refute it, and it is possible. It's tokenism, isn't it? It's tokenism.
One man, Bishop. There are other videos online. Maybe go to Naira Loudon, John Nisro. Go to Naira Land, you'll find a lot of those videos of people who were either LCD or chairman or whatever of their area. They were giving that same one. So it could not be, I don't think it's an orchestrated move.
Okay,
it's just what I think is a trend. Somebody just said it now. Was it not Jai? What's his name? Jide just said it now. He said he lives in Ogun State, partly in Ogun State, but he was saying it's the same thing. So I don't know.
I don't know. I don't live in Ogun State. I know Ogun State very well. I know Ogun State very well enough. What I'm saying is that I'm just trying to look at the logic of it. One, it's just like somebody say, all of us here, he bring us to a party, all of us on this platform, and he just come and give us 1 bottle of Coke and one Kinamakwe bread. When it is not Holy Communion we want to eat, even if it is Holy Communion, you will not, So that's my view. That it is not, That's I wish I'm looking forward to hear more of this now. There is something that is a little bit worrisome to me. The palliative that the federal government gives states for to buy rice and share to people. It is not, palliative is not for everybody, if you know what I mean. If you are living in a decent environment, estate, like the man is saying, it's an estate that almost 90% or 100% of them are the homeowners. The palliative we are talking of is not for them. The palliatives are for the people that actually need them. There are several other interventions. It is not 100% of the citizens that can get that palliative. Some people will benefit from the remove VAT on diesel, maybe their operation. Some people on the increase in salary. Some people, whether they are in the private sector or the public sector, that they are sharing rice, and 100% of Nigerians must get the rice. I don't know how possible or how feasible that is. We don't let people, the way they handle it sometimes, oh, there is a lot of corruption there. Let me say that. But the way we don't let people, we approach this thing sometimes, the people that really need this thing, we don't even allow it to go to them. If they want to share palliative, for example, I'm an Ibadan man, and to a large extent, I have lived in Port Harcourt. If they want to share palliative, I know where they should take it to. They should not bring it to my own estate. I know areas, that I don't want to derogate anybody, that they should take that palliative to. If they want to share palliatives in Ibadan, I know the area they should take it to. They should not bring it to my own kind of settlement, because my settlement is a little bit kind of elitist. It's a little bit up the ladder, not the real people that need it. So the fact that everybody now expects to be part of the sharing of palliative, it means we are going to be denying the people that really need them. Really need this palliative. Because whether we want to believe it or not, there are people that really need them, that need this palliative. Yeah, things are a little bit difficult for some people, but it does not mean it's leaving them hungry. They are not pauperized like some people that we are talking about. So if we are being sincere with ourselves, not us on this platform, or as Nigerians generally, it is not everybody. And we are just talking of a tokenism from the presidency, from the federal government. Now, okay, add your own. It should not be the bulk of the thing. It's just like, okay, you know what? We are giving you a token, you can make it up so that people can have a feel, just to, as a race pie, just to, federal government is saying, oh, we are going to give X naira for 6 months. Oh, we are going to do this, we are going to do that, we are going to do that. You state, add to it too, because you are the one that is closer to these people and the local government. So for me, while I am still waiting to hear, I want to first say that the states generally are not doing enough. Even though I don't agree with that, one bag of 10 kilogram rice to 147 households, there is more than meet the eye. There is more to that than what we are seeing presently. The fact that it has not been defunct, and maybe nobody has, thought, social media sometimes is a crazy place. But I'm waiting to really be proven right. But that has not taken away the fact that we have not done enough. There is still so much that needed to be done by state. And some states have performed better than the other. It's just that it is not the same thing. The weight that somebody is carrying. They used to say there's another that the bigger the head, the bigger the headache. Somebody was challenging that. Why do you give the state of 10 million people 2 billion naira? You give a state of 2 million people 2 billion naira, and you think that the palliative will go around everybody equally well? They are just saying state federal government has augmented. You can add to it and make it to what you want it to be. That's my take on that. On the issue of the CBN governor, Wale Edun, I don't totally agree with rational mind.
It's not the CBN governor, it's the Minister of Finance.
Sorry, the Minister of Finance, sorry. The one that was announced as the chairman, Abi?
Yes.
And the World Bank appointment. So you said they made him the chairman of what?
They made him the chairman of African bank governors.
African CBN governors?
Yes.
That's strange. I thought it was our CBN governor. That's my head was.
He's a CBN governor, but at the World Bank level, is the chairman of all of African CBN governors.
Cardoso is our CBN.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, it's the Minister of Finance. Okay, let me just represent it very quickly. It says It says that Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has been appointed the chairman of African Governors Forum of the World Bank. This disclosure is contained in a statement by the Federal Ministry of Finance and can be seen on its official Twitter handle. The ministry in the statement said that this marks the first time Nigeria has assumed the role of chairman in 60 years. It also noted that the appointment presents a unique opportunity for Nigeria and the implementation of President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. The ministry, in a terse statement, said, World Bank appointment, Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, has been appointed to chair the African Governors Forum of the World Bank. This marks the first time Nigeria has assumed the role of the chairman in 60 years. The appointment presents a unique opportunity for Nigeria and the implementation of President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. The appointment of Edun was disclosed at the 23rd World Bank / International Monetary Fund annual meeting in Marrakesh, Morocco. The minister, who spoke on the sideline of the annual meetings of the Bretton Woods institutions, said the appointment will present a unique opportunity for Nigeria to play a central role in uniting the African continent. The finance ministers of Africa, economic leaders, and representatives of government. He further urged African leaders to rally behind the cause to secure a better future for Africa. He said, Nigeria has the opportunity now as the chairman of the African Governors Forum to unite the continent, enabling African countries to speak with one voice and obtain a better deal for Africa. So yeah, it looks as though it was actually central bank governors that is the head of, even though he's the Minister of Finance. At least that's how we read.
Okay, I heard you. I mean, like I said, I'm curious.
No, Bishop, sorry, 1 minute. The person that wrote that story didn't present it properly. All the Minister of Finance of all countries in Africa are also represented in the World Bank, including the governors. So he was selected as their head to go together.
So of both the central bank governors and the Minister of Finance. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. That makes more sense because I know that back in the days of Soludo, there was a body of CBN governors across some trade groups and interest group and pressure group, both in Africa and globally. I know that was so. But what this information that this person gave us now makes more sense. And it's going to help them because we have left this AFTA something in the background for some time. So if there is a coordinating aspect at that level with the involvement of the IMF, and I also believe with the World Bank, I think it is something that can be harnessed in the near future to help to promote trade among the African states. I think there is a positive aspect to it. The question is how does which one is correct now? Does our own Minister of Finance seize initiative and make the best use of this opportunity? That is left to be seen. I hope he will make the best of it. But I think I'm not like kind of dancing palongo because of it. But I think it's okay for them to have chosen him just a few months into his coming office. That means they know his work, they know where he's coming from. It is not just becoming the minister in Nigeria that gave it. That they know his antecedents, his
well, what antecedent does he have? What antecedent? What are you talking about?
Where was he coming from? Did he just appear in the scene today?
Ever since he left,
they also lobby for it now.
No, hold on. Ever since he did what?
Ever since he left Lagos State, what has he been doing?
Oh, you don't know what he has been doing? Go and check him out.
Yeah, what
no, go and check him out. No, go and check him out.
No, you tell me now. I'm asking. That's why I don't know. I want to know.
It's IMF official now.
He's been working with the IMF ever since he left Lagos
Yeah,
State.
even before he was appointed, before even Tinubu brought him to Lagos to come and serve as.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying after he left.
He was the chairman of Citibank.
Yeah, so look.
Citibank is not just a Nigerian bank. It's an African.
Which one is his chairman? Is it Cardoso that is the chairman, or this one is the chairman?
Wale Edun now.
But they said
Cardoso is the governor of the central bank, while Edun is the minister of finance.
Before became...
Cardoso was the chairman of Citibank. Wale Edun has an asset management company, like an investment banking.
So ever since he left, he has not done anything.
He has not really done anything fantastical.
So what are we talking about? And then
it does not mean that it doesn't have capacity to do. The fact that he had not, because he had not had the platform to do it since.
I think it's more of a case that they gave the post to Nigeria rather than him himself.
Exactly. They gave it to Nigeria now, not because of him. And I'm sure, these things, they also lobby for it too. They want to, it's like, if you had to go to congresses or sessions, a group of Africa caucus will say, okay, we want our person, or a West African caucus can say, oh, we want our person to be the chairman for this African group in the IMF or in the World Bank. So they start lobbying themselves in the sessions. So when it's time to vote, they'll just vote for that person. So it's not because, it's fantastic or Tinubu has done so. It's too early for them to start taking those decisions.
But even TV too must have had a very strong, how do I say it, a strong standing that proof to others that yes, this guy can do it. I mean, his background and everything. He worked for IMF before, and look, those guys, Edun and Cardoso, they are world-class banking official. They can work in any capacity as far as banking is concerned in any part of the world. Yes. Feti. Man from Nicosia, the king of Nicosia.
The Basharoga of Nicosia. The Equator one of Nicosia.
Oh man.
Ajìjàngbara fún àwọn ẹ̀tọ́ ọmọ ènìyàn ní
Bàbá mi wòye pé àjàngbàdì lẹ́ ń sọ ni. Àdìsí ni àjàngbàdì lọ́wọ́.
Àbí ìjà àgbọ̀rọ̀ ìbò ni ẹ́.
Ìbọ̀wọ̀ yálẹ̀ kò ní àjàngbara èmi àṣẹ àjàngbàdì ni àbá àjàngbara.
Ajìjàngbara.
Àgálẹ̀ kòkò ti pẹ́ l'Amẹ́ríkà.
Ó kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ dàrú ó yàrá lẹ́tọ̀ Yorùbá kàn dàrú bọ́yọ̀ lẹ́nu.
The burgers eroded the Yoruba.
Yeah. So I felt like, okay, Baba Dango cannot made mistake Yoruba, so me too. I feel relieved sometimes. I feel relieved. I think the Wale Edun story, I don't think it's really that much of a story. It's a story for I think is a story with regard to what this Kenya guy, is it Kenya, this Ruto, this president, I think he just because that thing is not really, what can I say? It's not like a technical working situation within the World Bank. It's just like a caucus.
It's a position of influence, though, is it not?
Yeah, it's a position because it's like a discussion forum. That's the way to put it, for African development situations, and so they so like the angle that how African economic development, whatever, plays into the globalization arrangement, right? So the picture of Africa, right, is the input with regard to the picture of how the perspective of Africa, right? That is what that group, African, I think it has a name, whatever, African, whatever, it represents. So, and so I think the fact that the global community has a, I mean, where it is relevant for the Tinubu administration is that it shows that they have a, they have a, how can I say it? They have a good view of his administration, right? That they like they can have a good grasp, that they can get a good grasp of African perspective, right? You could call it a trust issue with regards to the way they are still seeing him, like it's a fresh take on Africa that this wave is bringing in, and also with all the the African, these waves of everybody crying against whatever France, everything like that. So it's like more African voices. Maybe a good voice of Africa can come from that direction. So Wale Edun being there, we could be. I think it usually is a jostling between the central bank governor or the finance minister. I think, but if it was more of a technical take on what is affecting the economy, yeah, maybe the central bank governor would be more ideal. But it's a choice. I think the government, the administration will decide. So if Wale Edun is the coordinating minister, right? So it's a more holistic perspective if it is warranted to be put on the table within the global arrangement of whatever World Bank, whatever benefits the space derived from the World Bank area. So I think it's just a matter of the administration, how they see it. So, but it's more of putting Nigeria at the helm, like they can, you can see a bit like Nigeria being like a better mirror of what they, how like they can get a better understanding, whether they or can present a better understanding of the African framework on the seat of the table within the globalization. Whatever, I don't know. I think I need my I think I hope in the morning where I need my coffee so that my brain can work. But my point is, but I hope I make a point. I don't know. I don't know if I make a point or not.
Fatai, I think you've done the summary of everything. And
yeah, I'm trying to put it together the way, but I hope I'm able to put it
Lomo coffee.
So,
all right, back to Bishop. Yeah.
In summary,
Brother Bishop, before you, sorry, I disturb you. I think when you were talking about the electricity, because I heard you very excited about the electricity. You know, I also was trying to understand what's going on, but I think you're more right. I think the news, I think it's not that Nigeria is generating 8,500 megawatts. I think the generation is still around 4,000 megawatts, as you said. I think you said it. So it's like the headline is not really the story. The story is just like they did a simulation, maybe like a mock, and showed Nigeria has capacity, has the potential to generate 8,000 megawatts. And they're asking the question, what is wrong with this, these coal people to even sign an agreement to be able to move up to generating 5,000? That to move up from 4,000.
No. I think you are missing something. You are missing something. Our generation surpassed 10,000 long ago. I can tell you that for free. We are generating about 14 or 15,000 now, generation.
Okay.
But the problem was our transmission. Hold on, I'll get back to you in a second. Our transmission was where the problem is. Because anytime our transmission exceeds, the highest we have ever transmitted was about 5,017 megawatts. Anytime it exceeds that, it will collapse because of the age of the transmission line and the capacity. You know, the capacity they can evacuate. So generation fact is that generation now, anybody can fact check us by on the website of the NERC, should be around between 14 and 15,000 megawatts. That's a fact. We were transmitting between 3,000.
No, it's transmission. The story is about transmission, not generation.
All right. Hold on. Let me just bring you the story. I don't think we've. I'll be very quick with it.
Yeah.
It says our power transmission capacity now 8,500 megawatts. That's the federal government. The federal government has said Nigeria's power transmission capacity increased to 8,500 megawatts. It disclosed this through the Transmission Company of Nigeria, a federal government firm, stressing that TCN was currently capable of evacuating every quantum of electricity produced by the power generating companies. Speaking on the sideline of the just concluded biannual joint operations, generation and distribution company planning meeting in Abuja, the general manager, transmission service provider, TCN, Ajiboye, something or the other, told correspondents that the government was not relenting in raising Nigeria's power transmission capacity. The meeting, which was hosted by the Abuja Electricity Distribution Company, had senior officials of various power generation, transmission, and distribution company in attendance. The power generation and distribution arm of the sector were privatized in November 2023 and managed by private investors, whilst the government was still fully in charge of the transmission segment of the industry. Reacting, sorry, I'm hearing some noise there. Sorry, mute yourself for a moment. Sorry, somebody mute yourself. We are hearing some crackling noises. Reacting to concerns raised by GENCOs that TCN did not have the adequate capacity to evacuate the quantum of electricity produced by electricity generation company, whatever his name is, debunks the claim. He said, if you are talking about distribution constraints, that is there, but with generation, presently, available capacity can be conveniently wheeled out. We don't have constraints. In the few places we envisage constraints, we are already working, preparing for evacuation. When asked to state the current capacity of the transmission company, he said the firm just did a simulation that showed that its capacity to transmit power has risen to 8,500 megawatts. Whatever his name is said, let me tell you one funny thing about this sector now. If you people attended the meeting we had with the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission recently, we demonstrated by simulation that TCN can conveniently wheel out 8,500 megawatts. But up till now, the power generation that is coming to the grid is always revolving around 4,000 megawatts. Why? We can blame the DISCOs, distribution companies, partially because we believe the offtake is not there due to revenue issues. But at the same time, I want to ask a germane question. When we were talking about the service level agreement, why is the generation arm shying away from signing an agreement of 5,000 megawatts? If they have enough capacity, why can't they come together and sign the agreement as DISCOs and TCNs have done? Let them sign their own part of the agreement with us, that they will be able to generate 5,000 megawatts and see whether TCN will not be able to evacuate it. So that's where they're stuck in that narrative.
Okay, thank you for the readout.
Yeah.
Now you hit some critical points now that's worthy of expatiating more. You said something about the off-peak capacity of the distribution companies. Now, when generating company, our generating capacity is over 14,000. That's the capacity. I'm not saying that's what they are doing, but they have the capacity. But the problem they've always had before is that even when they generate and even evacuate at some point, distributors don't take all the things because of revenue issue. They don't take all the power that is available. And that's an area. It requires a lot of investment. But unfortunately, The problem a lot of them have is because of the tariff, because they believe that the tariff is not reflective enough of the cost of producing the power, of transmitting the power, distributing and bringing power to our homes. There's this per unit of something. So people would rather, for example, people, a co-distribution company will rather give people in Lekki, in Victoria Island, in all those places, rather than give people in Igwefo, in Lakwe, in Odonguyon and the rest. You understand? People in
hold on. Odonguyon, where is that?
In Ikorodu.
My goodness me. Odonguyon. That's the name of anyway, carry on. And you just said
you never heard of Odonguyon before?
I've never heard it before, and you just said it like it was a normal thing. Odonguyon.
No, it is. There are very funny names and ridiculous names in Lagos. So in Ikeja, distribution companies will rather give people in Ikeja, in what do they call this, Allen, in those places, rather than go and give people in Cementi, in Agbado, you know. So because if you are charging the same thing, and some people are ready and willing to pay for 24 hours, let's assume you are charging 200 naira, just assuming, per their unit of kilowatt. And some people are complaining that no, you cannot raise tariff from 20 naira to 30 naira. You would rather give to people in one side. Unfortunately, it will cause a social problem, because it's like you are not dividing people that, okay, it's only survivor of the fittest. So, but the bottom line is that if we can improve our transmission to match up, to be able to evacuate everything that we have the capacity, but all of them must go hand in hand. The people that are distributing, which are the off-takers, must be sure that they can sell. So if I collect 1,000 megawatts from you, I'm sure that there are people that are willing to buy that 1,000 and pay. Not people that are
brother, can I just want to come and leave it to you? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, okay, if I said generation, I was off. No, I'm not. I need my coffee. But the stories about the transmission being the transmission is that this transmission is not capacity of 8,500. No, it's not that it has capacity. There was a simulation that is potential for transmission of 5,000, 8,500. But the issue is they as themselves are the story actually is that they themselves, they are crying that what is going on, that we cannot move beyond 4,000 megawatts. Which that's what I was saying, that you were right. That it was about 4,000 megawatts were transmitting. Then they want, at least they are wondering why we should be able to move up to 5,000. So the 8,000 is misleading, right? But you were more, because I saw you were very excited. Like if we are now transmitting 8,500, then that's good. But no, we are not transmitting.
I just had it now, according to Pulata. I never had it before. But
So no, it's not true. So you are right. Okay. It's not true, but you are right.
Okay.
According to Pulata, Pulata is not on the screen. What? All right. I think Zita wanted to insert a question there. So Zita, insert that question.
How na day?
Assalamu alaikum.
Actually, my question is not on the discussion you people are going through on our own. I wanted to ask a question that I don't want to speak about, but I think maybe somebody in the studio will know a little about it. I've been hearing a lot of narrative, but I actually want to know what is in the public domain about it. Is Bishop there?
Bishop is here.
Bishop.
Yes, I am. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
All this one now for me.
Haji Asita.
Okay, and Fatah is here. Kulata is not there. Okay, fine.
Kulata is in the comment section, so everybody's here. Do
you know anything about Israel-US relationship?
Yes, a little.
I'm interested in that. Don't say politics. I don't want.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know how to put it. Don't
No,
talk on
just put it how it is in your mind. Yes.
Don't talk about the politics of it, the lobbying. Just tell me what you know from the beginning, not recent times.
Okay.
Because do you know why I'm saying this? I'm
Yeah.
not supposed to talk much about it, but I want to hear public opinion about it. Like,
Okay.
why do Americans panic when anything happens to Israel?
Because the brain that underpins America is Israeli brain.
No,
You know they
don't
have
come
a
with this your acrobatic argument.
Young man, that is far from the truth.
Let me put my perspective straight, if you don't mind. Let me try and attempt to answer Madam Zita's question in a few minutes. Now, let's be very sincere with ourselves. It's very difficult to discuss the issue of Israel in the Middle East, their position in the Middle East, as it relates to some of the Western powers, without getting a little bit political. That's number one. There is politics, there is economy, and there is which other thing. Now,
religion.
Can you just let me
wait, Bishop, wait. These things you are saying came after. That's why I use the word the beginning. This
Madam
one
Zita,
you are
can
talking
I
about
answer
came
your question?
after. Okay.
Madam Zita, can I answer your question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on, Bishop. I think Zita wanted a different perspective. But go on, Bishop.
She asked me a question. I want to answer. I'm just laying a what do you call it? That we cannot divorce politics from it. And I will tell you, it has an origin in the past. I mean, we know the story of what happened to Israelites when they left their land. We know the role the Western world by Germany played in the decimation, the killing, the Holocaust that we all still talk about it today. We know the story of the Genesis, the Exodus rather, and when they were given that land. And we know that there were people that were inhabiting that land. So it is Europe as led by London, the United Kingdom rather, Great Britain is the better one, that helped in the resettling of those returning Israelis or Israelites back to that land. If you remember, and I have somebody say it again, that piece of land was not the first land that was suggested to resettle the Israelites. It was actually somewhere in Africa. There's a story to that. Somewhere in Africa.
I think they said it at Kenya or Uganda or something like
Kenya
that.
or Uganda, somewhere in East Africa. And they rejected it. That look, they have a what do you call it now? A traditional
a biblical claim.
Hold on that piece of land. And one of the first solutions that came, I'm trying to compress everything, in early 60s, after 1948, they coming back, and they forcefully gave them that land. One of the things was a two-state solution. That two-state solution was supposed to be the solution, but somewhere along the line, one party keeps, pushing the other, and conflict had come to stay there. Now let's go back to the history of the Hamas. Hamas was the creation of the United States of America.
No, hold on. I think it's the relationship between Russia, Israel and the West. Hold on. Let Jide come in. Hold on.
Can I clarify?
Yeah, hold on, Zita. Take Jide's
perspective. My question.
Madam Zita.
Please, as you discuss the question, I am not talking about Israeli-Palestinian relationship. I'm talking about Israel and United States. All Bishop said now, there is nowhere he fit in United States. So
yeah, no, that's why I was asking Jide to. Yeah, Jide come in. Jide.
Okay, Madam Zita. From my own perspective of history, I feel the relationship between Israel and the United States is just because that place called Israel is just let me say, an annex of the United States. That place was an annex of the United States, and this is how you get that. That land never belongs to those people before the Balfour Declaration.
These people, you are not getting my point.
All right. Let me
Don't talk about the land.
Hold on,
Jide.
Hold on, Zeta. Let's
that is sensitive area. Who get the land?
No, what I'm trying to say, Madam Zita.
The relationship between them and the United States.
That's not where
I
Zeta.
wanted to make a point, but it's okay.
Just hold on. That's not where Zeta is pointing. Where Zeta is pointing, and you stop me as well if I'm not heading in the direction. But I think the relationship between Israel and the United States started off the back of the Second World War, when the United States harvested all of the best brains, in fact, the totality of all of the best brains that were in that German cusp, and that brain then built the United States that we have now. So that's probably how I would approach it.
Okay,
one man, you're making a lot of sense. Continue.
Will I? Okay.
So do you want to? Can you bring us closer to where you want us to be, Zeta?
You see, okay, the brain. You said something about the brain harnessing, and again, there is something that is very clear. Is the easiest way for anybody to lose an election in the United States is to go against Israel. Now, some people will say it's lobbying. The question is, it's not lobbying because it's not the politicians that vote themselves. It's United States citizens that go to the poll. And we have a lot of Palestinian solidarity in the United States. That's why I asked the question. And I asked, what is this thing between? Because I know I won't mention his name, one American president wanted to do something funny. He almost get killed. I mean, what is this relationship between the two countries? I'm talking about in the sense of the Jews, because we know it's like one man said, we say have a brain harvesting is the Jews. So what is this bond between them? That's just the question I'm asking.
What are you speculating to that question?
Woman, you know, I cannot speak freely on this. That's why I wanted somebody to
invention of military. How do I say? Military equipment and production of arms. That is what is the deal between them. Like
you know about the nuclear, whatever it is in America.
Nuclear,
it's all Jewish brain.
Yes.
Okay. Let me.
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on.
To push you people where I'm going to. Anybody in the studio have been taught by a Jewish professor or close to a Jew before? Have anybody in that studio?
I couldn't say for certain, but I yes.
Another thing I can mention to you here, Ms. Tisa, is the ownership of the media houses, the press in United States are the Jew. So, and they learned that from the Germany, the way Germany used the press to as a strategy to fight that war during the Second World War. So they learned it from the Germans, and they brought it into United States, and which today we know that ownership of those mainstream media in the United States are Jewish. So they uses the media houses to propagandize and um, position themselves positively above other. I mean, their interests positively above other interests in the United States, and they have a really strong lobbies too in the United States. So it's all a strategy, various strategy, production of arms, control of the media, control of
finance
and finance. Most of the banking, finance. So those are the things.
Babajanle Koko, Madam Zita.
That's
Sorry.
the power, and they're growing more and waxing strong every day in those strategic places. So that's it. And they form a very strong lobby group, lobby for everything in the United States. They are small, but they are very, very strategic people in, fighting for their interests behind the scene that you will not even see, you won't know. But they know how to use people to protect their interests, protect it effectively, in the government, outside the government, and in many industries that drive the existence of the country. So that is just it.
Madam Zita, please, can I just say something?
No, go ahead. I want everybody to talk on it.
Thank you very much.
Was
Thank
surprised that.
You see, while I was saying something the other time, I said US is the annex, Israel is the annex of the US. And there are some things we cannot say on this platform because of YouTube. And that's why I just used that word. If you say why, I would tell you that the people in Israel, the elite of the United States, they are majorly linked directly by blood and by whatever to Israel. If you look at who owns their what's it called, their reserve now.
No, start from the invasion of United States. Who are they?
Even the invasion of the United States, when you start talking about the Rothschild family, the Rockefeller, you all know that these people are top Israelites. I don't want to use the Z word now, but these guys, they have woven themselves into the fabric of the US so much that they even control the finance of the US. They control that of Britain. They control the battle of Waterloo.
No, you are putting it wrong.
Oh, okay.
Take us to where you want us to be.
No, the word control, you cannot say somebody is controlling something. You are a kind of distancing that person from ownership. Am I right?
No. Yes.
I think the better word should be own.
Yes, that's the point. I don't want to use some words. That's what I'm trying to say. The Battle of Napoleon, it was orchestrated by these same people. So they own almost everything. So they are just remote controlling it from wherever they are. So except we want to go down into this rabbit hole, these are my own area of specialties, and I read a lot about these kind of things. So except we want to go down the rabbit hole, and that's why the battle of that space that is there now is not today. What the people out there are fighting for is that you don't own this land, and those people are rightfully.
Would you say they own the United States, Jide?
Yes, because they know the national reserve. Even Britain, they own the reserves of Britain. They own.
Jide and one hand. Sorry, I just want to put a word of caution on this ownership narrative because it can easily be transmitted to the Z word. So just chill.
Oh, that's why I didn't want to use the Z word. That's why I'm just trying to dodge it. That's why I was trying to be cautious when I started. So it's
Ulata,
just
what is the word?
Settle down, Zeta. You know, there are certain conversations that the social media space that they frowns at, and they can come after you. So that's why.
I know.
Yeah.
Woman, are you
Yeah.
aware of what the EU is doing now? They've informed I think Google and other um, media to tell them that they should be on the lookout for anybody. Although they were, I think it's targeted at Hamas and other groups using their media to promote anti-Israeli something. So you need to just watch out for that, because this is also being. I mean, you are in the EU, right? Well, even I know technically you people are not part of the EU, but I think you still have some pact, some kind of agreement with the European Union, and you have viewers too from the European Union. So maybe it doesn't trigger whatever. So you just have to watch what we say,
Yeah,
right?
let's move ahead from the topic because there are too
Did
many
not tell you
topics.
people to talk about Palestinians. That
Let's
lady said
move
that.
ahead.
What I
Okay,
was talking about.
just before we move ahead, Madam Zita, what I wanted to let me just end by saying one of the reasons the tie between America and Israel is very deep. And one of my thinking is that a sense of guilt and repatriation, to make up for the failure of the past is part of it. So America feels it owes Israel a great deal because when that incident with Germany was going on, the world looked on. And a lot of the European states, and including America, the West, they are trying to make up for their failure to intervene at the appropriate time. We still talk about the 6 million today. You know what I don't want to spell it more than that. So sense of responsibility and making up for the failure of the past. Because look, to deploy the frigate, what they call this one now, to that place, it's not joke. And the second aircraft carrier. And everybody is being very careful now because it could trigger a global, what we don't want to talk about, WWW3, how do they call it? It could trigger it because everybody is on edge now, especially between America and Iran. And for America.
All right. I want to move away from that topic. Let's get back to electricity generation.
Woman.
Yeah.
Woman. Yeah. Sorry. Just before you move on, Madam Zita. Actually, I generally don't like to talk about Israel-Palestinian debate because I know you're not asking about Israel-Palestine. I'm just saying it because one of my best friends ever is a Palestinian, and it's a very difficult to know. So the Israel-American relationship, right? Okay, it's a very complex relationship. So because of the complexity, a lot of conspiracy theories develop out of them. But the simple way, but your question, Madam Dita, your question is a consultant question, right? But the basic issue, the fundamental behind Israel-American relationship is that there is very, very strong correlation between America's for America's global dominance, right? Is support of Israel is a very key part of that, right? And in turn, is a mutual benefit, and in turn, Israel's survival is also very dependent on a very strong support of America. So it's a mutual. It's not a lot of all the conspiracy theory because the Middle East, right? The Middle East is a very strategic location, right? So you have the Soviet Union here, you have the Asia and everything here. So it's a mix between Europe, Middle East, Asia, and so like when America left Bagram in Afghanistan, that was a very that's a very strategic. China moved into Bagram when
You
they
see,
left the
why I
air base.
even called Bishop was that I think Bishop, you are a Christian, right?
Yes.
I was thinking you will I thought you would talk about the eagle and the David sword. That was what I thought you would have gone to that
It's
route.
not religion. It's not about
No, no,
religion.
no, no. It's not even
No, no.
religion.
It's not.
It's not religion. It's
So,
not religion.
yeah, yeah.
But
So, madam, let me just can I just say one more sentence? So,
okay.
Yeah. So and when the Middle East and Israel, they really, and of course the religious relationship is like, okay. So the entire Middle East is almost like Islamic, right? Israel is like the only like very fundamental Christian place there. So there's that relation. If Israel is out of the Middle East, America is going to have a lot of struggle maintaining a very strong goal in that region, right? So America needs to support Israel. Israel needs to support America, because even for the geographical location of that region is very important. And America, for the survival of its global dominance, America needs a strong foot within the Middle East. If that strong foot, if that goes down, it's going to affect greatly American global authority. Because where is the eye? Where is somewhere to look into the Asia, to look into the Soviet Union? I mean, what you would be Soviet Union before. So it's like a triangle. It's like something within this triangle of Europe, Middle East, Asia. That is the strategic location of even Cyprus, a very good strategic location. I mean, it's one of the advantages that Cyprus gets, being in this very strategic location. So I think the big part of America-Israel relationship is due to this mutual relationship between them, for the location, the geolocation, and religious, and they work hand in hand, right? If Israel was not like a strong Christian base, whatever, if it was an Islamic state, that bond will not be that strong, right? So it's like a trusted ally in the Middle East for these two reasons. In summary, summarily speaking.
Woman, can I have
Thank
my monologue now, please?
Thank you.
I want to go to bed.
All right. Let Bishop round up in a couple more sentences, and then we'll come to you. Bishop.
Yes, sir. Where are we? Where were we?
Just round it off. I think Jide wants to go to sleep, and he's not yet had the.
I think you are talking on electricity.
Yeah.
Is there any other topic apart from that electricity?
There are several other topics. There are several other topics, but I don't want us to lose
Just
Jide.
give me one more. Let's move on from electricity. Give me one more, and I'll go. I'll choose my choice.
All right. I think we may well have exhausted the topics. IMF agrees to create extra executive voting seat for Africa. So I'm not quite sure if there's any traction in that, but
that's the state for Fulata and Enigma and the rest. So another thing.
All right. Let's go on to Jide. Let's go on to Jide so that he can have his monologue. Jide, to you.
Okay, woman. Good morning to everybody from my space here in Nigeria.
From Sugar Hill, Texas, as Alexander Gomez always says, Sugar Hill, Texas. Yes.
Yeah. So, I just want to touch on some few things before I bounce out. The first thing I wanted to speak about is this Minister of Women Affairs. Minister of Women Affairs, what she did. First thing first, that hospital was a government hospital, Maitama General Hospital. Okay, and what was circulating on the internet, which is in practice for these hospitals here in Nigeria, is if there is an accident or maybe armed robbery attack, most times armed robbery attack, and probably somebody was shot. When they rush them to the hospital most times start asking for police reports before attending to these patients that have been rushed to the hospital. And that was the same thing that was circulating the internet, that these people asked them to carry the girl away because they didn't have police reports, and later on that the girl died. Now this woman visited that space to confirm what actually happened. And when she was told that there was a CCTV footage by the matron, she insisted, and that the matron also told them that she asked for their boss, and the matron told her that the boss is in a meeting where they are actually reviewing the case. And the woman said she wants to be a part of that meeting, and she went in. And when she got there, she said, how are you reviewing this case? There's no head of civil government, whatever, among you. And you say you are reviewing a case. More like what she's implying is you can easily sit in this room, cook up your own story, and then send it out and say this is the story that happened. And the woman said, bring out the CCTV footage. I want to see it. And that was, I think that was where the clip that I saw ended. There was this back and forth. She made them sitting around the table. They all stood up when she came in, and she was like, so this is where you guys are. And for me, I feel the woman acted based on the fact that the person that died is a woman, or the person that died is a woman. And she was only trying to push back. And if she had said, yes, I'm going to make an example of this hospital, the woman is not, she has not done anything wrong. I believe if that hospital is found wanting, she will take it up to the highest authority, and something will be done about the leadership and the people in charge as at that period. Because the life of people matters. You have situation whereby somebody had an accident and was rushed to your hospital, you're asking for police report or road safety report. First thing is to make sure the person is taken care of. That's the first thing. If they had done what they should do, maybe the girl wouldn't have died, or the woman wouldn't have died, and wouldn't have lost a citizen. And that was what the woman was saying, that every child is a citizen and is a child of the government. So we are viewing it from that aspect, but I feel for me, she has done the right thing. Even if she's not concerned, even if she's the Minister of Works and she saw that kind of a thing and she went there to confirm, she did. That is the kind of thing we need, so that these people will know that somebody will ask questions and they will start, doing the right thing. That is that for that. The second thing I wanted to speak to is, I sent this video I sent to you about the mineral stuff. I sent it because I was like, it's like these people are listening to one man show. One man kept on saying that no mineral should leave Nigeria without
do you remember? You remember? Is that why you sent it?
That was why I sent it. That no mineral should be exported out of Nigeria without it being, at least you said that it should at least pass through some level of processing. And you said if not to the final stage, at least one level or two level of processing, then we can get more money from our exports.
Jide, sorry for the interjection, but are we gassing ourselves up because we say some Captain Obvious stuff? Doesn't mean people are listening to us.
But they've been doing it a certain way for countless decades, and then we come up with an idea, and then suddenly it's coming into. Let's give ourselves. Let's give ourselves fake accolades.
Let me tell you how I conclude about this. There was a time Baba Ajanle Koko was very angry because the president did not address the nation. after everything that has happened. And I think it was the next day after Babajanle Koko spoke, the president addressed the nation and called for calm and things like that. That's one. This is the second one. I think there's one other one again that happened, third one in the middle like that. I can't remember vividly, but that's why we said it seems they are listening. It may be they are listening, you know. But the truth of the matter is now the government and the Nigerian Society of Science and Engineering, whatever, and the Ministry of Raw Materials, Mineral Resources rather, they are partnering with Nasarawa state government and a Chinese firm to start processing of lithium in Nigeria, and they will be making lithium batteries in Nigeria. They have laid the foundations for they found the foundation block for the company, and they said building the company is going to take 1 year, is it no 24 months, and it would process 18,000 tons of lithium in a day into battery. And for me, I feel that's a way to go, meaning that soonest we might be exporting batteries out of Nigeria.
Not to gas ourselves up. So there was a time that Elon Musk wanted to, was it lithium that he was after in Nigeria?
Yes.
And the minister then said that, look, you cannot take this thing out of the country. You have to come and build something here to take advantage of it. And I think the Chinese heard that, and then they moved quickly to come and fill that spot, because lithium might well be the next gold.
It is. It is, one man. This is a wonderful thing, and I think what a lot of us, I mean, you have been saying this, Kulata has emphasized it as well several times here. So it's happening, and we should keep our eyes on them. I hope, as they promise, that they will complete that factory in 2 years. I hope it will be done, and we can start seeing production of those batteries. That will generate a lot of
because the world is going electric, and this is the next is the next oil.
Yes, Europe are going crazy for electric cars now. They've put in place so many policies that will take them out of the current fuel-driven vehicle to battery-driven vehicle, and America as well positioning toward that, electric cars too. So it's going to be a very, very big industry for Nigeria, and we'll be able to generate this scarce forest that we can see. I mean, it's a welcome development. Jide, I think I want to thank you for this video that you posted to Woman. It's a good thing.
So Woman, to even show that they are taking it more serious. Today, the president met with the governor of Benue and Nasarawa one-on-one in Abuja, invited the two of them. The militaries just formed a group, anti-terrorism and anti-bandit group, just recently, to go and tackle some of those guys there. And I think they caught 50 in their first raid. They caught 50 of those guys. And now, when the governor of Nasarawa came out and the press were interviewing him, he said the president called him for two major reasons: to discuss the initiatives of the security in his region, and I'm sure it is key to him because of this lithium stuff that is coming up. And he also said that the president was asking him about the processing plant that is coming up, and that he explained to him that they laid the foundation the day before and things like that. In fact, it was there that I had it. I had to now go and look for it. Like one man said this, this thing is already happening. That Kulata said it, but when Alake was now saying it in your words, like no raw material will leave Nigeria without it, I was like, are you quoting woman? So that was like, I said I will send it to one.
And Kolata, I say we shouldn't take the floodings. We are taking it. We are taking the.
So that for me is good news. Again, one man, I was listening to the news today. If you see some guys that were caught in the north, do you now know they are now making AK-47, AK-49 guns in Nigeria, locally made. I was shocked when they showed a lot of guns, a different kind of specs, and they were all locally made. And the police was like, they are really, really working on getting those people behind the manufacture of these guns. And you know, something came to my mind. I was like, if we are a serious country, yes, if we are a serious country, I would say these guys, go after them, capture all of them, create a separate prison. Then that separate prison, turn it to a factory. They will manufacture guns. They will manufacture, if they have that technology. How I wish I copied the link. I will have sent it to you. Locally made different kind of guns. Different. In fact, I was shocked. But the police said they are still looking for the makers of those guns, and a majority of those guys carrying the guns were from the north. All these bandit guys, and they were saying that they got it from inside Nigeria, that they got those guns from inside Nigeria. So those are the things that captured my attention in the news. And that the man in charge of, there's this Niger Delta Power Holding Company that was created. They themselves, only Niger Delta Power Holding Company has 8 generating power stations in Nigeria, and they are building 2 more. They have a capacity of 4,000 megawatts in their own under their control. And they after the 2 that they are building presently, when they complete it, they will be having like 5,000. So now they are the ones that Shetima said they should start supplying all these industrial areas electricity. And when Bishop was talking the other time, Bishop was talking about Dapo Abiodun, that he has been able to bring investment into Ogun State. Ogun State, I would tell you, if you look at the number of companies in Ogun State, if I'm not mistaken, should have more companies than Lagos. Should have more companies than Lagos, more industries, factories than Lagos. From pharmaceutical to plastic to cement. Ogun State alone has 3 separate cement plants owned by a company. Then they have 2 locations again owned by another company. That is like 5 cement plants, and one of that plant has like 5 kilns, 5 different factories in one company, in one location. Like Dangote Ibeshi has 5 different kilns. So Ogun State has a lot of factories, a lot. Majorly, most of them have their headquarters in Lagos. But what I'm trying to say is this: is not because of Dapo Abiodun. That man is good for nothing. But why I just digress to that aspect. I remember they said something like that. But now, if the government can supply them this electricity, and they take them off grid for some of the smaller companies that uses the general electricity, like for the cement companies, most of them generate their own electricity. I can speak for the company I work for now. They generate their electricity, and at a point Fashola came to say they want to buy the excess. that we have to add to the national grid. So there is electricity in Nigeria. Dangote generates its own electricity, runs gas down to its complex to generate electricity. So there are a lot of companies like that are generating their own electricity. So for those that are still on NEPA, on the national grid, if they can take them out, we will have more to give to the people for their daily life. So I am going to round up my submission by saying to Mama Zita and was it Fatai that was saying something about Israel, whatever. If you go down that rabbit hole, you'll be surprised what you'll find. If you go down to Kennedy and what led to his whatever, to his spy, you would find out that this man was about signing a document that would take away the reserve from those people that were holding it. And that led to his whatever. But if you go...
But that's a conspiracy theory, Joe.
One man, it's not a conspiracy theory. It is, you see, all these what's it called? All these nations, they play some very, very top high level politics. They play serious politics. There is, if you go and read how the treasury of England fell into the hands of these same people, you would understand how it all happened. They sponsored both sides of the war, and that's why when there is a war like this, I'm not always alarmed.
The treasure did not fall into their hands. It was
Who is that American conspiracy theorist that they kicked off social media? Oh, I can't remember his name now.
Woman. See,
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones. That's Alex. That's Alex Jones stuff, isn't it?
Oh no, I don't even listen to Alex Jones.
Stay away from this rhetoric, Joe.
I don't listen to Alex Jones, but what I'm trying to say is this: there are a lot of things that we cannot say for the purpose of the channel. But the truth of the matter is it's not just what we see on the surface. It's not what we see on the surface. Every battle has every battle has an internal carcass that cooked it up. So that is how it has been from Osama to Bin Laden to even Saddam Hussein, who was always with the US at a point. So at every point in time, they had the reason why they did whatever they did internally. So I don't believe these people when they come out and do all this drama that they are doing. Even as small as Liberia, they released Charles Taylor from wherever to come back, and you know all those things. So everything, they know what they are gunning out, even with what is happening. I don't believe that Israel is so porous that those guys are just coming like that. For me, I'm still seeing it like it.
No, don't go there.
It's funny. It's funny, but it's okay. It's funny.
All right. All right, thank you. Mike, have a look at the private chat and respond. So thank you, Jide. I didn't want to stop you, but like Kulata was cautioning, they're just territories sometimes. They talk about free speech, but it's not really that free. But freely, we hear from Emeka, if he's still with us. Emeka, you're up next. All right. I think Emeka it will rejoin us. But let's go to Zita then. Zita, you're up next.
One man actually want to talk on that thing Jide said about police, sick man, police, and the doctor. I've been wrapping my brain on who actually put that law.
Hold on, Zita. Okay, carry on. I thought Prince Daddy was still there. Yeah. So sorry. Yeah, carry on.
Why would a sick man get a police report before being treated? I don't know who brought that law, but That is the dumbest law I have ever seen. Somebody is shot. Instead of the person to be treated, you say the person should go first and get a police report. Why don't you do it the other way around? As the person is in the hospital for treatment, the hospital should call the police. We have lodged the complaint. We have somebody who is being shot by a gun, who was cut by a knife. We are treating the person. And the police will come and document it if they need to, in case of anything. So why would somebody be bleeding in Nigeria and all that we say is go get a police report? Who, by the way, who put that law?
No, I think it's actually been revoked or reversed. I'm not quite sure why they're still in. And I think that's why that woman went in all guns blazing.
No. One man, they revoked that thing verbally. Because
No, not verbally. They passed law to that effect.
No.
In 2017. No,
wait
they did
now. It was during the time of Obasanjo. As at 2016, we had a similar issue in, is it 16 or 15 in Port Harcourt? And the doctors were saying, if we don't, that those people, police will come after them. It was then that I heard that Oyo said, but still that the police go after the hospitals.
Zita, let me tell you this. In 2017, they passed that law that revoked that nonsensical non-admission of somebody into hospital without police report. They passed that law in 2017. I was listening to...
is it 17 or 7?
No, 2017. They passed the law. I was listening to a Senate, session last week, and they were discussing about it, and we were very, very furious that the hospital did not admit that girl when they brought her to the hospital and gave her the treatment to save her life. And they were making reference to the law of 2017 that they passed, to revoke what we used to have, that without police report, you can't admit anybody into, anybody with gunshot, you can't admit him into a hospital. They said they have passed it, and they are making reference to that law, that they passed that law in 2017, and they concluded at the end of the day that they are going to set up an investigating team, or the congressional, what do they call it? Their committee on such matter will invite the police inspector of police. They will invite the municipal head of Abuja. They will invite the hospital head of Abuja, and they'll be able to establish facts, and if necessary, they have to take up a legal case against that hospital. I think that is what that minister was referring to when she visited, that we will make this hospital as an example for all hospitals in Nigeria, that you cannot reject anybody, because there's a law to that effect that anybody brought to the hospital in critical condition for health care should be attended to. So there's a law to that effect now, that anybody brought to the hospital in critical condition, gunshot or anything, they should accept that person, give him the right treatment to save he or her life.
So why did the hospital reject the girl?
Yeah, that is the thing. They rejected her, that they didn't bring, according to the eyewitness, those people that took her to the hospital, they were saying that they were asking for police report, and they didn't come with the police report, and they were rejected. They didn't allow her in. And those people are insisting that she was still alive, but the hospital said, oh, she's a dead person already when they brought her to the hospital. But they are saying, no, she was still breathing, she was still alive, groaning in pains, you know. So we shall see. But there's a law that, like I said earlier, they passed that law 2017 that yes, anybody brought with gunshot should not be rejected. They should give her or him that treatment first before any other thing. That is it.
Okay, oh, if you people say so, because I know that some time ago they said that law was strike out, and the doctors were still saying that they are still coming after them. So actually, I don't know what to believe at this point because
Zita, let me show you this. You know, there's been a lot of narratives around demolition. Remember when we were doing the story on Alaba, some buildings being taken down.
Yeah.
So now this clip now it's gone viral. This is a whole estate being demolished by Lagos State. But guess where? In Lekki as well. So what? As millions, not millions, billions of naira goes down the drain.
So they didn't tell them to evacuate.
No, they told them to evacuate, but are you seeing this for the first time? It's been all over the space today. See, all of the it's not a house, or it's a whole estate.
Why are they demolishing it?
So why did they demolish it?
Is it built of waterways?
It was built on the waterway.
The question I am asking is kind of ridiculous because
the first question to ask is, did they get building approval from the government? If they did, then yeah.
But one man, I shouldn't be asking if he got a building permit because the people, there is a department, a government parastatal, who is in charge of who puts what where in a state. They should be the ones going round to stop people from doing it in the first place.
It's the 36 years of the military rules that dismantle like the whole bureaucracy, the whole system was just upside down when the military were ruling Nigeria, because all they were doing was just doing coup, taking over, and then the whole system was just out of way.
No, because
so now
money.
we just
Let me come. I want to say something because it's not all about. I remember my grandfather used to tell us that cleanliness and neatness is not all about cleaning and watching. It's all about not allowing it to get dirty in the first place. That is what is called cleanliness and neatness. As long as you keep getting it dirty and cleaning it, you are a dirty person. So what is all this? This is millions of naira that they are crushing. For what now? Where were you when this beautiful masterpiece was put there? Not one, not two, not three, not
Madam Zita, can I intervene?
let me vent, please. Let me just vent. You know, so I like money. I know they like me.
It's quite disturbing, actually.
Yeah, I like
because
and
you know
either one or two people that own this estate. I'm not even talking about the estate now. I'm talking about the displacement, the property in the estate, the land in question.
You know, this property looked like one I was going to buy like 2 years ago. So one of them in Lekki.
Most Nigerians are not living in Nigeria. They want to invest in their fatherland, and they see a masterpiece built somewhere, and they ask, how much is it? They tell them it's so and so amount. They put in their money, and they sit wherever they are in the world and watch this thing happening. What kind of administration is that? This is a parastatal. I don't want to hear any that we are told. This is, I want to see the parastatal with the government, with the law enforcement official enforcing people from not putting in a block in the first place. You cannot just sit down and watch this thing. People, look at it now. One man, you are seeing what I'm seeing.
It would have been easier to repoint that waterway than to destroy. This must
What
be
is
close
this
to
kind of madness now? What is
hundreds of millions of dollars.
What is all this? What kind of madness is this? This is not one building. This is not 2, 3. It's
a whole estate.
And somebody run it over. Is built in water. Where were you when it was built in the waterway? I'm not talking about the present administration.
Some people will die over this, so they will have heart attack.
I don't know what.
I'm not talking about the present administration. I'm talking about the department, because these are parastatals. They are there. Government comes, government goes.
So
the department that is in charge of it. Look, what I'm saying in essence is that there is no justification for this. So please don't give me one.
I don't accept it as well.
Don't
but
give me one. There is no justification.
Let
me
finish
now.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on, that Zeta. Let Kulata come in.
Zeta, it was built on canals, especially Ikota drainage channels. So it needs to be destroyed, but the people that approved it need to be arrested too.
That's why I mentioned the 36 years of military administration. The civilians working under them, those guys they didn't have boss, so they were just doing practicing corruption, taking money and just doing whatever. So that's what killed Nigeria.
I have my reason for saying this, because everybody is looking forward to a beautiful Nigeria. We all agree that. But if you don't, that's okay. But what I am saying is, if a parastatal that is in charge of who puts what and where could not do their job, or maybe collected bribe and allowed somebody to put this masterpiece in a canal. And after this, I'm sure, looking at this building, I don't think this building is up to 5 years old, if I may say. And then you come and run it over with a bulldozer, claiming that it is in the canal. It wasn't built in a blink of an eye.
Hold on, Zeta.
You have said that.
Yeah. Hold on. I think the state actually provides an explanation as to what just happened. So let's hear it.
We won't stretch. We won't overflow this one.
No, but
listen.
Okay.
Did you encroach on the alignment for the canal? Is there an encroachment? Yes or no?
Severally, there
excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I'm a lawyer.
So I know.
I know. Giving the courtesy of being a public servant.
I know.
Was there an alignment set back for this canal part?
Yes, sir.
So Ikota River. Yes. Now, were notices served on these people to abate this nuisance they caused? Yes or no? Excuse me, there were sad notices. 3 years down the road, government will not wait for people to take the loss to their hand and still benefit from it. Excuse me. This demolition started from that point, and I won't wait here because people are a bit emotional about it. No,
I'm not saying.
Okay, excuse me. I will take this whole thing down to Ikota River. Heaven will not fall. I'm being very honest with you. The people that own these ones that were demolished, they don't have one head. You guys don't have 2 heads. We're all citizens, and people have contravened on the law. And it's still this brazen attitude of we can do it, we can get away with it, and nothing will happen. That is why we are where we are today as a people. The mantra is simple: you can't put something on nothing, and illegality can never beget legality. If you build on an illegal part, this is what they have done all these places. It's illegal. The worst part of it was at a point here they closed the canal totally, and you saw it yourself. You saw the drone shot. So now, I didn't just start the enforcement today. I started 2 days ago, and I brought down people's properties for being on the alignment. On what basis will I not leave your own?
Sorry, sir. If I may come in now, sir. Thank you so much.
Narrowed down by who? By the individual.
All right, so that's somewhat of a backdrop to all of that.
One man, there is no, he did not explain anything. What he was saying is that he will continue what he's doing because he has already started. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, in essence, is where we are there when that house was being built. I knew growing up as a child then in Kano, if you are building something, they'll come and use a red paint and mark it. And then they will wait. When the moment your workers get into that place to continue the work after that red paint, they will all be arrested. So the question I am asking is, when they get them arrested, the Oga will come. And then they will see the owner and whosoever is building that thing, and then that will be the final warning. The next time they're coming with their bulldozer. I'm talking about at the foundation level. So the question I'm asking is, where are these people when those houses were built? It wasn't, the houses did not just come in a
and Zita, that's where the real question is. So because that estate, it wasn't built in a week or even 6 months. They would have been building it over the course of 12, 18, maybe even 2 years. So where were they when the building was going on to come and point to them that
they lack infrastructure, they are suffering, hungry people are dying, and you are throwing away millions.
And the guy sounded like he delighted in demolishing the house. He thinks he was trying to do fine boy with demolishing people's houses.
Woman, can I say something?
Yeah, come in.
Good. What we saw, as painful as it is enforcement of a lawful law. Number one, the enforcement of a law, and the people have violated the law. In Nigeria today, we are facing a very serious.
No. Hold on.
Let
Before
me
you
finish
go,
now.
no.
That is not what I am saying.
That's not where it is.
I will go there now. Why don't you let me say?
Hold on.
Why don't you let me say my? I've not spent 1 minute now.
Wait. Zita,
oh
hold
my
on.
God.
Zita, hold on. Hold on, Bishop, as well. We don't want to go in Nigeria. We are facing a lot of what.
You don't even let me. That's the problem I
hold
have.
on now. Can you just hold on 1 second? Where Zita is pointing the conversation, and
oh my God.
Can you just hold on 1 microsecond, pal? Just hold on. Where the conversation is pointed is that why did it not stop them at the building stages rather than wait for it to be completed and then occupied and then come and enforce? The law was there even whilst they were digging the foundation, and that is what she's saying.
Why don't you let me put my position? Why did you assume you know what I wanted to say?
All right.
We've done this many times. Now, we are facing a serious environment, what do you call it? The climate problem with flooding that is introducing, that requires some kind of very serious measure now because of the flood that is coming. Canals have been taken over and built over. People bribe in hundreds of millions just to allow them to build in places that they know were wrong. They themselves know, but say, oh, don't worry, I'll do it. We'll raise the foundation. We'll raise it by 3 coach. Oh, we will direct the canal. We will do. But when this flood eventually comes, we don't know when it will come. But everywhere in the world, the kind of rain that we are seeing, even in very advanced, the kind of flooding that is taking place requires some extra. Now, I am not holding brief for the people that collected the bribe to approve those places. In fact, they should be fished out and jailed. But at the same time, the people that bribe to build in unauthorized places like canals should be tried and jailed. It is not. It's painful that people.
Okay, hold on. Where was this man's team when the houses were being built?
That's what I'm saying now. This man is just a commissioner that was just appointed. I believe so. Maybe he just took over. Maybe he wants to do things differently. So the people that approved it, let them go and round them up. And if it is true that the man too that built the place actually gave bribe to allow them to build, let them try all of them and put them in jail publicly. See, because one man, we don't, I mean, not one man, your own, no. I mean, because an individual, we don't want him to his house to be. And if that rain that we are all trying to prepare for, and it now comes, I now destroy another 99 people because you just want one man, you don't want to hurt him. Even this one that is standing on the canal, it will go down and it will still not affect other people. We know how terrible people build on canals. I know.
Bishop, you are not getting my point.
I have
Woman, can I
addressed your
come in real
point.
quick?
You
I
have
have
made
addressed.
your
I have
you have
addressed your
made
point
your
that let
submission.
let
That's
the
not my
people,
argument, Bishop.
let
Could you
let
please
the
listen
people.
to me?
No. You listen to me
Please
first.
listen
Hold
to
on. You
me.
listen to me, please.
Hold on, Bishop. She has the floor. She has the
Yeah, but
floor.
I was talking. I mean, he wanted to cut me and say, "Will you please listen to me?" No, let me land my thought. Then you come in. That's how it is done.
But I yielded the space to you.
But you did not let me finish.
Yeah, but she wants
Because
to
you
take
yielded
the
to me
space.
does not mean you should just cut me in between the sentence.
All right.
Go
All right.
ahead. No problem.
Land
No,
the
that's
plane.
fine. Go. Let her go ahead. I'm trust.
All right. Back to you, Zeta.
What I am saying is that I would have loved to see something different, like people being arrested and being tried in the court of law for approving people to build houses in the canal. If it is that what is being televised, it would have made a lot of sense to me. But coming to see a house that started with foundation to the roof and being advertised and people occupied it, and you come and run bulldozer over it, as long as I'm concerned, there is no justification for that.
So,
if I want a better Nigeria, I wouldn't say let it be done, then I get it sorted out. I will say let it not be done in the first place.
Zita,
That is what I will say.
Woman, can I come in?
Now,
5
what is
second
going
question.
on? This pulling down of people's houses and breaking down of people's houses, it is not actually the present administration or the present governor or the present minister. So why don't the present person that saw it as something that is wrong go back to the parastatal, which is in charge? Because I know that in those parastatal, people grow in ranks. They're directors. What do they call them again? Secretary of wanting, and they're
Permanent
always very
secretary.
stubborn, telling you that they grow into ranks. You cannot do them anything. So why can't the governor go into those parastatals, find out what is going on? Because this is money. It's somebody's money that is being pushed down.
All right, Zeta, let Mike come in, but I'm with your position, by the way, Zeta. Rather than show us bulldozers taking down people's houses, they should be showing us government officials in handcuffs. Mike.
Okay. See, here's the universal way things work. For you to be a contractor, a builder, you have to be a licensed, right? You have to be licensed. Now, secondly, if you want to embark on a project, you have to get a permit from the state that, okay, I'm doing this project. This is the design. This is what I'm going to do. This is the location. And the states have to look at it, look at what you're building, everything. And then they have to approve the project, the permits, give you the permits before you go ahead and do it. That's how it works globally. Now, if you are permitted, you're given a permit to carry out a project, and you do that structure, If the state later come and say they want to take it, it's something built on the wrong place, whatever. It's a matter of taking them to court, and you're gonna win the case. The state is gonna be liable. Now, but what happened in Nigeria is people just buy land from one mumu somewhere. They just pull out paper and say, "Oh, I'm selling you this land, that land, that land," and then they will start building without permit, without anything. That's what happens in Nigeria. In America, there's no way you can't even. And some people build. I know people that actually call themselves contractors, and they are not licensed contractors. They are not licensed. So I think what the state, I mean, probably Nigeria have to do, government have to do, is they need to start putting it out there. Like, listen, there's a process to everything in this country. No more shortcut. No more doing. In America, you can't try it. You can't just say even your own house in America. You can't say you want to renovate it without getting permit from the states. You can't just add anything to your own house. You have to any kind of structure you have to do construction. You have to get a permit for it. There's the agency that have to give you a permit. You can't just do anything. But unfortunately, in Nigeria, we just do things backwards. Even when I want to buy land, people will say, "Okay, I want to say this land." Okay, I'll say, "Okay, what's the process?" You pull out the paper. It's okay. You sign here. You sign here. I'm like, "You out of your mind? You want me to just sign and you tell me I will believe this?" He said, "Yeah, I have a lawyer here. The lawyer have to." I'm like, "No, no, 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 no. If I'm going to buy it, you have to go through the states. I have to get my own. Like, I don't even know what the law says and everything. The process. Let's do things the right way." So I think that's the roots of all these problems, man. You know.
All right,
Mike,
William.
what I'm
I have a
saying
question
is,
for anybody that's
Mike,
qualified.
Hold on, Zita. Let Kulata come in, and then you pick it up
This
off
is
the
for
back of
anybody
it.
that's qualified. So I've just been thinking, like, what I mean, what is the role of the insurance company in this case? Because are you just going to be paying your premiums and then they will bill? Because this may not be covered. A government destroying someone's property, I don't know if it's something that's insured.
I don't think they can make a claim, Kulata.
Do they have insurance policy in the system in Nigeria?
No, they do now. Of course they do.
Like they have.
So the insurance company themselves didn't even go and look at what they want to insure. They didn't pay attention to make sure. So that's what I'm
That's
saying.
why I
Everything
was
they
saying,
don't
what's
do
the
anything
role of
right
them?
in our country.
Because if they go and insure you, don't they do the what's it called? The preliminary work to find out if this
Exactly,
can
that's
be.
what I'm saying. In America, they just don't insure you. They have to make sure what they are insuring is something they've done.
Woman,
You know?
can I come in? Can I come in? Can I come in? I want to clarify something Mike said. Maybe most of us did not take time to study how the parastatals in Nigeria work. I know what I'm talking about. In the Department of Lands, there is a department for inspection. Their job is go around the city from time to time. I remember in those days, it used to be every Wednesday. There is a name Igbo people used to call them in Igbo land then. They go from street to street. Now maybe they need security, but then they don't need security. They call it something town planning, something inspection department.
We call it Wule Wule in Yoruba.
They go from house to house because they want to see that the plan of the house, the town is still in place. I don't know if they have it in the villages because this house I'm looking at is not in the village.
It's in Lekki. That's in Lekki.
I don't really care what anybody think. But what I am saying is that this thing that is being done is definitely wrong. There is no excuse for this. There is what they call Department of Land, Urban and Regional Development or something. I can't wrap my head around it.
That's them doing their job now, are we?
I know.
They are going from street to street and they discover
Yes.
illegal
I
structure. They are
know
taking it out.
that there is something like that in my country. They go from street to street from time to time. And in those days, when you want to put an attachment to a building, it used to be a very difficult thing. I remember vividly. I was young then. When you want to attach or fence off something, you really have to go to that department, whether it's Ministry of Urban and Regional Planning, whatever they call themselves. You have to go there. They have to come and see it. Sometimes they will break it. They will tell you can't put it there. So the question I am asking that nobody refused to answer me this morning is, where were they?
Let me answer you.
I was answering you. I was answering you. You did not let me finish.
Because there are things you do. It looks like with one thing.
Let me answer.
I was answering you.
Look like you are out to
Guys,
kill somebody.
this thing is echoing.
Hold on. Who's echoing? Hold on. Yeah. Okay, carry on. I think that was coming from you, Bishop. Bishop, I think you may have.
It's not me.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I think it is.
It's not me. Try it again.
We can hear. Hold on. Let me mute. Let me mute. All right. Still muted, Bishop. Hold on. Unmute, Bishop.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's coming from you.
From me?
Yes. Everyone else is muted. You know what it is? I think you may have two devices off or on.
No, I have only one device, son.
All right. Can you hear the echo as well?
I'm not hearing echo. I heard it before. That was why I told you I wanted to go out and I shut down every other page and I have only this one on.
All right.
Maybe I should go out again.
Maybe you go out and come.
All right. Yeah, I think it was coming from Bishop. Kulata.
Oh no. I asked my question. I'm still like.
One man. Can you allow me to make?
Yeah. Come in, Simba.
Okay, I think if you understand the way it works in Nigeria, the first question we're supposed to ask ourselves is that why are these people, as Mike said, if they have the prerequisite document and they get approval, why are they not now shouting and take the government to court for demolishing their house? If you look at that guy, was asking that guy some questions, though it was not clear. And the guy, you look at the way the guy was looking, he was looking dumb. And he was looking like, if you look at his face, like somebody who's bleeding. You understand? I think we are putting emotion into this thing. In Nigeria, if you want to buy a land, you need to do your due diligence before you pay for that land. Get the land document, go to the Ministry of Lands. Let them check the land and make sure that that land is situated in an appropriate place. It's vacant, and they will tell you every details of that land before you pay your money. After you buy your land, you do your survey. When you do your survey, they have to get approval from the Ministry of Survey. The Ministry of Survey will know that whether that land belongs to government, who actually that land belongs to, before they will approve your survey. After that, before you put up your building, you have to do a plan. The Ministry of Town Planning Authority will also approve that. So if you follow all those things, at the end of the day, when they approve your house, you have to build that house to the specification in terms of size and the structure that they approve to you. But most of these things, Nigerians don't follow all these things. So by the time they are demolishing their house, they will start putting the emotion, and then this is the way we'll be talking. I think on this platform, we have discussed an issue like this before, and I mentioned it. I bought a land that an individual sold to me that I'm using for one of my business in Nigeria. When I did the survey, and I took the survey to the Ministry of Survey for approval, that was when they told me that that land belongs to government. People are still using that land now. Whatever structure they built on it, by the time government come in, you see people doing video that they've occupied this land for so many years. And this is what government is doing to them. It's wrong. That land now, I'm still using it, but I know that one day, I will face the wrath of the government and they are going to take their land back. So, but I cannot be crying for my own mistake. So, and then the way we are looking at it's not the whole estate that demolition, it's those structures on the waterway that they're demolition. And the way we are portraying everything, okay, when the flood happen now, every one of us will be showing it. Government is not doing what they are supposed to do. Now they are trying to prevent a calamity. We are also shouting. Look at that estate that happened, the one that happened in Abuja, that the whole estate was a mass in flood. We saw that one, nobody raised an eye because millions of property, millions, and life were lost in that. So I don't know what we are doing by doing.
Simba,
Let me tell you,
there is no
both. Let
emotion
me
in
tell
it.
you, the citizen. Let me tell you, Nigerians. Let me tell you, Zita. Nigerians are not law-abiding people. The people that owns this thing, the estate, the estate manager or whoever owns this estate knew what he did. And it's the one that the owner, the people that bought this house is supposed to go and attack, not the government. Let me tell you, who formed the government?
My argument.
Your argument was that what were they looking at? What were they looking at before they put up this structure? Let me tell you, money has exchanged hands. Money has exchanged hands. The people, the foot soldiers that they put on the streets, they saw this thing when they were building it. They bribed them and they allowed them. It's the foot soldiers. It's not the permanent secretary.
I think what Madam Sita is asking is, what were government looking when they were building it?
Somebody listen. All the interjections I am getting simply means that nobody understands from the angle I'm coming from.
I know where you're coming from.
If you say money changed hand, and now the government is coming with full force, I still ask a question. Why didn't they come with full force from the beginning?
Let me answer that for you real quick.
As I said before,
hold on, Mike.
It's going to be quick.
There is a department called Urban Planning and Regional Development. I am sure, even if their name has changed, their job will still remain the same. My argument still stands. Why waste resources when a country is suffering? Why didn't you go brutal from the time of the foundation? That's my question.
All right, hold steady. Mike, attempt at it, and then I want to hear from Bato, who joins us for the first time. So, Mike, come in, and then after you, I want to hear from Bato.
So, what you have to understand is, in the city of Lagos, their staff, the amount of staff they have, I think they may be short of staff. So, if you're saying inspect going property to property around Lagos to make sure structures not something is not being done incorrectly somewhere and stop them, it takes time before maybe they're doing their work, but the amount of staff they have, the amount of staff they have to employ to be able to get to every property in a short amount of time may be too much. You understand? So it's not that they may not have been going around, but maybe they didn't get to that on time. And also when they to look at this, I mean, it's a big city. You can't compare it to a village or a small town. So of course there are chances that they may have missed it, you know, why the construction was going on, because there's no way they would have got there while the construction was going on and not stop them. So that's the answer to that.
All right, Bato, let's hear from you. On mute. So good to meet you, Bato. On mute and come into the conversation. Bato.
Yeah, hello everyone. I just want to tell you guys my experience. I wanted to buy a land in Lagos. So what really happened is I live here in Australia. So
oh no, another one. I did Thomas send you?
No.
Carry on. One of our guys live in Australia as well. Well, carry on.
We had another one yesterday too. So we have 3 Australian now.
Yeah. So what happened is I sent money to my brother to go and make the inquiry. So he went for the land and checked everything. So the lady said we should go to local government, Ikeja, to go and check, blah, blah, blah. And we did. So the end of the day, we did this survey or whatever they call it. We did this, we do everything. They collected money from my brother, everything. And can you imagine that all these things, all of them, they are fake? Immediately, he went there and showed any document. This guy that work in the office, They already know all the documents. Whatever they give it to you, go and check. Once you get there, they will tell you that, oh, it's fine, whatever, everything is good, it's blah, 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 blah. Once you make the payment, your money is gone. So what I'm trying to say is, it's not the individual problem, it's the government problem. So I say lie of what my sister is saying. So all this problem is from the government. This guy that work in Al Sadia, all of them, they are criminals. So even up to today, I'm still in court with my money. Can you imagine? The money I suffered for years. Okay, that's what I want to say. Another person can carry on, please.
All right, brilliant, Bato.
Next time you get a lawyer, next time you notarize the documents. I'm just giving people advice. There are some the way you have to notarize contracts. So make it, you get a lawyer, anything land or things, government property or things like that. If one, get a lawyer. Two, every document you have to sign. Maybe make sure you notarize it. When the document is notarized, that's seal, So that's my advice to anyone. But if you're just saying one guy that work in a cabinet just give you something and accept it, that person may disappear. They will say, who gave you that document is fake. So anywhere in the world.
Mikey, the guy from Australia, what he's even saying, he should blame his brother. His brother did not do due diligence. He just give him a lie. It's a lie that guy is giving him. He maybe just went and meet some touts in those ministries and is blaming government. If you meet the appropriate people, they will give him the right thing. So he should not be talking the way he's talking.
Some of them
make up stories. Exactly.
Simba.
They make up stories just to blackmail.
Why, Mike, Simba, why it is painful in the real sense of the word, but what has happened in Nigeria and a cosmopolitan city like Lagos should have taught people lesson. I have been there before, many years ago, somewhere around Lekki, and I know what I'm talking about. Even some land that are genuine by the owners have encumbrances, and if you don't dig well enough, when Abuja introduced Aegis, that thing exposed a lot of people. Abuja area geographical information system, that you can just go to the right place, pay an amount, they will plug in your key in your what do you call it, your data, and it will show you everything about the land. There is a place I'm trying
Lagos
to do something.
State has the same similar thing.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm telling the guy from Australia, he should learn from this. His brother is his problem. It's not the government, it is his brother.
Exactly. There are touts. Look, there is a place I wanted to do something in Ibadan, and I gave my younger brother, he's one of the services, check somebody, he said he has a class of it, that is his area. He said, no, that area, the land in around that corridor has been acquired for over 40 years ago, over 50 years in Oyo State, around LA Aziz. That there is a road, a proposed road is supposed to follow that area. That place has been acquired for over 40, 50 years. But people are building here because they did not do due diligence. So when I said, check for me, I said, don't go there. Don't go there. I withdrew. I've not spent any money. The only money I gave to it's not even me that gave you the money. It was him that gave money for them to go and check it. So they went to the Surveyor General's office in Ibadan, and the guy showed them the map, the corridor where has been marked. And people know it, but all the landmark pillars that have been put there for years, people will remove it and sell the land to people. It was normally it's inside real deep bush, but it's coming out now. Now, when in another 5 or 10 years, government is ready to build, to go there, there will be cry and shout. When they ask me, say, I gave somebody money to go and do it.
Bishop, the one I said I bought, Bishop, I'm telling you, I'm a victim, and I cannot be blaming anybody for my woe. This land, let me tell you, this land. These are about the government has there is one dam in Ilorin, they call it Asa Dam.
I just wanted to mention Asa Dam.
You understand? About 200 meters to that dam is what government has. So they said it's supposed to be a setback from the dam. You understand? The people that they acquired this land for right from the time when the dam was constructed, they were still selling that land to people up to today. And that dam has been there for more than 40 or 50 or 60 years. And people are still buying it, and they are putting structure. Exactly. So now people that are buying it now, I didn't do my due diligence. I paid for it. I thought I had the land. But it was when I now went and confirmed, and they said, oh, it's government land. So what can I do? Will I not be blaming government for that?
All right, Simba, let me use this window to bail out and hand over to Mike. I think somebody wants to come in as well. So I'll bail out. Whoever is wanting to come in, just wait for a second, let me leave. But before I leave to do the administrative stuff, my Ayo, of course, there's Ayo right there. I Kogeme, the man with the golden gun, still Ayo again. So and then Kulata rounds it up. So thank you to all those. Keep them coming. So thank you to all those. Thank you for the conversation. I'll be here tomorrow. Over to you.
Hello, Mike.
Continue, yeah.
So I think what I want to tell, at least for our diaspora friends, if you want to acquire property in Nigeria, it's better you come home, come and do the due diligence on your own. Don't give the assignment to one brother or whatever who will not do the whatever they want to do. At the end of the day, because Nigeria, we don't take responsibility. That your brother that did not do the due diligence is not blaming some people. Who are those people? Who are those? Maybe they are just the low cadre staff that went and met in the ministry. That they just or whatever. Let me tell you, if we meet the orgas, the people that are in charge, they will tell them the right thing.
Simba,
So
you know how most people buy land in Nigeria? Somebody will call them and say, guy, I get one land for Lekki. We won't sell land for this amount. I just want to get now this thing. That's how they all buy property and buy things. They don't question, okay, what's the process of this? What's the process of buying land? They don't get a lawyer and ask questions or go and do the state look up what the state requirements are, things like they don't do that. Everybody just sometimes 5 people buy the same land and they will spend years in court trying to just fight over who's what.
Mike, they have seen somebody that they sold a road. They sold a road on the government residential area. Somebody in the ministry, one staff in the ministry sold a road to somebody and he bought it.
Yeah, but my question still remains. Where can we go and find the right information? When you go to the agency, the agency is supposed to be protected by government. So once you get there, you know that you are in the right place. I've lived in abroad for years, so I don't know how I've started forgetting about this Nigeria of a thing. So, but the agency is supposed
just
to be
say it won't be Afra. Just say it won't be Afra. How can you say you went to agency, they gave you documents? So if they come to take your property, why don't you present a document or get a lawyer and then take them to court?
No. It's fake document that they give him.
Yeah, this document they give when we get there, like to check, when you're buying this land, these people they will push you, go to the government, go to the Lausa and verify this document. And we went and the document was verified that everything is fine. So we bought this land.
Were you there? The question
I'm not there, but I'm not there.
What you are giving us is a second-hand. That's what I'm saying. You are not there. You don't know what they do.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking from experience anyway. So, but
it's not an experience. What you are saying is your fault. It's not anybody's fault. It's your brother. Hold your brother.
No. I agree. I accept. It's my fault. But what I'm saying is, the government agency is supposed to protect it. Once you get there, you will get the final result. Not like when you go to the government agency and you come out, they will tell you that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you, my brother. I don't know. Before, if you want to get a driver license in Nigeria, you go to FRSC. As you are getting to the FRSC, you see some people outside. They will ask you what. It's just like going for visa. You understand? Maybe I don't know how you got your visa. When you see some people outside, you say, if you want visa, we can help you, you can do this. Instead of you to go and do the thing on your own. You understand? You get some people like that also when you get to all this ministry. That they say, no, they will help you, they make it easy for you, you can do it. And that is how some people will fall in their hands. But because these people they are lurching around that ministry, they will collect everything for you. They will collect money for you. They say they will do everything for you. Then at the end of the day, they will bring something to you. You think that is authentic. Then you say you went to the ministry and you have done that. Just because you like cutting corner. You don't want to pass through the rigor of entering one office to the other to do the thing on your own. You now contract it out. Maybe that's what your brother did.
Yeah, it makes sense anyway. But what I'm trying to say is I think um, government agencies supposed to be protected by government because them
How
do
would
this thing.
they? How would they? How do you want them to protect you when you didn't do what you're supposed to do?
No, no. I'm not there. I've agreed what you said. I agree, but I'm not there. But what I'm trying to say is those places supposed to be protected. Like the government supposed to like make this agency. We live here in the Western world. Even if I want to verify any document, I will just walk into the shop front and make inquiry, and it's authentic. Like, but in Nigeria, it's different entirely, and this thing keep on going on for a long time.
Let me give you something. My friend, let me tell you another one. Ordinary motor vehicle plate number. You understand? There's a website now. If you get your plate number, you just put it in and you see whether that plate number is authentic. I've had a friend that was arrested, that if the police arrested him, he's using a Golf. And immediately they check his number, his plate number, they discover that the rightful owner of that plate number is actually using a Benz. You understand what I'm saying? Probably he just asked somebody that, okay, please let me get Lagos number or get one Abuja number, and they went and got a fake number for him, and he has been using it for years before he was even they caught up with him. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Nigeria, I think what we need to do, we have to change the way we do things in that country. The only thing that we do is that when the law caught up with us, we now put emotion, we put sentiment, and everybody will be crying. Okay, look at it this way. If the rightful owner of those estates that demolished now, if they have the required document, what we're supposed to be seeing is that people are supposed to be demonstrating now. They're supposed to say, oh, come and see our approval. Oh, come and see the document that we have. Oh, come and see what God. Did you see any sign of that in that video?
No, nothing like that.
The whole place silent?
Just begging.
Simba, what I am saying, you've said about people going to collect the original, take everything correct and everything. What I am asking is, when the government approves something for you to go and do, more especially when it has to do with a landed property, is it not in the government position as supervisory body to make sure that what they signed for you, or rather what they approved for you, is exactly what you are doing? You see, in this instant, I cannot blame anybody except the government. Because that thing is not one building. If it is one building, I would have said, okay, fine. The person must have gone behind the door and do one thing. But this is a lineup of building, both sides, unless I'm not seeing well. That thing is both sides. And then somebody is saying somebody jumped in there. And somebody is saying somebody jumped in there, building that thing, and keep bribing his way till he get to that top. Bribed his way till he sold it. And then I ask, why don't you let him continue bribing his way? Why bring it down?
Exactly.
If you think that somebody will bribe his way to get to that level and nothing is done, then let it be. Let him continue bribing his way. Because there are some certain things government will do. Maybe they are doing, I don't even see this one as government doing their job anyway. Because your job in the first place as government is not allowing it to happen in the first place. You shouldn't be allowing people to build for any reason to block the waterways. But if you do that as a government, I have you to blame. Not actually the person that built it, because you are the law enforcement. You are supposed to enforce that power. Not when the person has finished building, then you come and enforce the power. It doesn't really look nice. But it is what it is. we are going to defend it. But what I'm telling you people is that what I saw this morning is not good. It's not good. That house was not built in a month. Those houses. So if we can believe and accept that the government of Lagos State and the secretariat or whosoever department or parastatal that is in charge of it is so corrupt that they will keep collecting bribe to the extent to sit down one corner and watch that beautiful building spring up. So what moral, legally right do they have to come and pull it down? That's my own argument. So if they're corrupt, they should go to jail. Not what I'm seeing. But
who is gonna send them? Who is gonna send them to jail? Because the court system there is like the agency, like the court system and the agency, both of them they're working hand to hand. Like I went to court because of my money. Up to today, like my mother, I've never heard in the court up to now. Can you imagine, like 2 years plus? So like the agency, they work with the court as well.
Did you get a lawyer?
Honestly.
Yes, I do.
Honestly.
So what is your lawyer? What is the lawyer's opinion?
I'm really surprised.
Yeah, the opinion, you keep telling me that the where we are now, I said, after the election, they said what do you call, like the judge, they are going for like all this election stuff. That I should wait. I've been waiting for close to 2 years now just to get my matter on the court. But it can take, in Australia, it can take 3 months.
The judge is going for the electoral tribunal.
Elections. Yes, that I should wait. Can you imagine? I have to wait because of another person.
Judges from Lagos are going to.
Yeah.
So they tell you wait because of the OB electoral tribunal.
No, not
but that, when that was started, we are talking about when was the election? When was the tribunal started? You are talking about 2 years. What happened before then? What happened before this one that you are giving? What happened before the election?
What happened before then was this matter was lodged on Lagos, I think Marine or whatever they call it in Lagos. So the matter was lodged. So the guy who's supposed to serve this document, I don't know what happened. I'm not gonna say because maybe he saw my name. I was trying to serve this document, a Yoruba woman, and he saw my name and they refused to sign.
You don't need to say Yoruba. You saw a woman. So what do you mean by Yoruba woman?
Sorry for the language. So they saw my name and they refused to serve this document for 1 year. Can you imagine? For 1 year, and this man be going there, ask them to serve this document because they already know the person. They work together. They refuse to serve this document to her. That's what is going on there.
You and I would not actually know the right thing, but the government is still their job to let us know the right thing. Now, if a government did not approve anything, let me accept that. Somebody wake up somewhere, sold the land to somebody in Lagos, and the person start building. I still maintain my ground. My ground still stands. Where was the government? You cannot wait in a house to grow finish. You carry bulldozer go knock am down. Where was the government? That's the question I'm asking.
Yeah, they just keep blind eye, all this evil.
Cannot just say it wasn't approved. They didn't see government. Somebody just sold them the land and they started building. You didn't see it as a government. I maintain my ground. I am still pointing the blame to the government. I am not going to take this idea that they don't have staff. That house was not built in a year. Even if it was, there is a department called Urban and Regional Planning. They have a vehicle. They move around town. Their job, the inspection department do not stay in the office. They are field workers. When they come to work in the morning, they report in the office, they go to the field.
So you're saying every day they have to inspect the entire city, every street, every You know how many streets, how many structures in Lagos? There are
Listen, let me
millions.
tell you. Listen.
No. Lagos is not bigger than New Southwell. Lagos is not bigger than New Southwell. New
Let me
Southwell is like
finish. Let me
Nigeria.
finish,
I
bro.
don't know
Map.
the New South what you're talking about. Which one is
Let
New
me
South?
finish, Mike.
No, New
Let me
Southwell is
explain.
Australia. Yeah, it's state in
Let me
Australia. It's like
What makes you
Nigeria,
think
like
everybody knows Australia like that?
let me finish. I'm talking about
wow.
Nigeria and my experience in Nigeria. Every local government in every state in Nigeria has that urban and regional planning.
Sure.
What is their job? Their job is to make sure that that locality called their local government, that the plan for that place is not being thwarted. That is their job. Now, what do? They have an inspection department. They have even what they call those people are not, they are not supposed to be pensionable. Well, something like contractors. They call them special hands or something. Their job is when they come in the morning, they sign that they have come to work. They have vehicles. They enter town, keep driving. I know that in those days, most of them, when they signed out work, they disappear to come back the following morning. They don't actually go out to look at what they're supposed to do while they were employed. That is where I have the problem. They have people, their job is to do that thing. So why are they not doing it? So if you think that those people saw those people and collected bribe and keep collecting bribe until that has got to where it is, then let the bribe continue. Why pull it down? Somebody should be
Let's
going
move
to
on from this
jail
topic, man. Let's move
for
to something
this.
else, man. It's exhausting.
I don't know how to explain it, but I can see that people are saying that you can't go and buy land and start building. When you finish building, government has the right to pull it down. Well, it's okay.
I don't even know where that one come from. Like you don't have to trust your government. That's what they're saying. Like you don't trust your government. Government, it doesn't make sense for me. How can somebody like want to buy some property like a land? Land is not something like it's
Are
something
they
you put
being
your money.
employed? Why is the
And
department
you
existing?
went to the government. Not that you didn't go to government. You went to the government department. They told you that it's fine, everything is okay, and you made your payment. And it's a scam. The same government that will go and put your hand.
You are not just my brother from Australia. You are not just being sincere to yourself. All these things that you are doing, you are not being sincere to yourself. Check your brother. Your brother is raping you.
Your brother is one that
All those
scam you,
stories
man.
that is
Trust me.
feeding you is a lie. All those stories that is feeding you is a lie.
No,
Then you are faced with one direction.
No. I went later traveled back to Nigeria, and I went there to go and check by myself. I the same document they give to my brother, and I go in there by myself to go and verify. And then when they told me everything is fine. That's why I checked my head. I say, God, this country, they go anywhere. This country, they go anywhere. I
So
go
what's the
back. I
solution?
was there.
What's the solution? What's the solution? What do you think
Is
the solution to all this problem is?
there is a solution.
No, that the the Australian guy. Tell us.
For me, the solution is government agency. They have to back it up. Tell people the truth. Put the right people on the right place. Not like demolishing people's house. It doesn't make sense. Stop all this scam. Remove these people.
Yes. You can't just have a corrupt. Both ways are wrong. So why should one person pay for it? That's exactly what people are saying. They are saying the government officials are lazy to do their job. They are collecting bribe. And on the other hand, the buyer is busy building. It means two of them are wrong. So why would it be only the buyer that would pay?
Let me, Mike, is it okay? I just chip in something.
Go ahead.
Okay, I had a situation in my hands a few days ago, about a week or thereabout ago, about someone that just quickly reached out to me that, oh, look, I bought a car. They bought a car for me. Brought a car from the US, and she's been using the car, and all of a sudden something came up. They said that the car, somebody brought in another car, and they discovered that the VIN number of the car that they wanted to register had been used to register another car before. And say, how come? So they contacted this individual and she sent me some details. And I did a background check here. Those cars are the same brand of cars, the same color, but different vehicle identification number. So invariably what it means after investigation was that the people that helped her to register that car, sorry, I gave her that part. I don't want to mention the gender. The people that helped the person to register the car actually used the document of one car they have cleared before, the VIN number, to clear several other cars. So now when this person is caught and what they say, okay, what you will now do is that you have to come and register. You pay a fine first. This happened in Lagos. Then you now pay the duty on that car afresh. And you will now register the car. Because all the money that you paid for clearing of the car and everything you did before went into some people's pockets. Now, it is not government's job to be pursuing those agents for this individual. They have shown you evidence. We have confirmed from outside that this, your VIN, they use another particular they have used to clear a previous vehicle to bring out your vehicle. And you've been driving this car for about 2 years before this issue now came up. Sometimes, in an attempt to do things cheaply, and I dug a little bit deeper. So you bring a car you want to clear a car, you import a car to Nigeria, and somebody told you, go and bring 3 million. And you say, why 3 million? How much I buy the motor? Say, another person told you, don't worry, I'll do it for you for 1.5 or 2 million. I say, hey, so you go with the cheaper one without carrying out your due diligence. You might be lucky that you drive the car for eternity, nothing will happen. But you might still be lucky on the other hand that what happened to this person I'm using now will now happen to you. Who do you blame in that circumstances? Do you blame the government? Do you blame the person that scammed you? Do you blame the person that plays? Now, this is my submission on it. As sad as what played out has played out, what Zeta was necessarily saying was that because she used someone, can they redirect the channel so that they can just preserve, those buildings? They look so beautiful in the real sense of the word, but in whose interest? If they divert it and the flood comes, rather than affect that one, it now affects 100 other estates. Those ones did not build on the canal, but because the canal had been blocked, effectively so, the level of water will rise. Look, I used to live on Victoria Island. That in the years when Babbitt used to overflow. If they had not done, Tinubu had not done what he did in Victoria Island, all that, what do you call it, Amadu Bello way, from Eco Hotel down to IMB Plaza, down to that police station, NTA, Wilmot Point, down to Legico and Federal Palace Hotel, all of them would have been taken over by now if they have not done what they did. Because what the government was doing there was just to sanfi. So if this thing they did is the necessary thing, then it so be it. If the man is sure, the owner of the property, that look, I got my document. Now that he has the public sympathy, let him go to court and make claims that look, your authorized agents approved this thing. I did not bribe them. I did not do anything. I followed the procedure and they gave me approval. They came for inspection. Let him sue. Nigerians, we support them so that government will compensate so that they can go elsewhere and build their estate. Because I'm sure maybe that estate will be in the region of 500 million or 1 billion or more. So if they give them their billions, they can always go anywhere to go and build. If they are very certain that they did not bribe their way through. Because if they bribe both the giver and the taker, if it can be proven that both there was a giver and a taker, both of them are liable to be punished, to be tried. And
some people sign this document now. They will know the person who signed the document.
That's what I'm saying now. If they can prove that they did not bribe, that it was they followed
the procedure, because they will not be able to come out if they actually have bribed. Because the law will apply to both the giver and the taker. So if they are sure that they went through the procedure, they paid the things they were supposed to pay to government, and they got those approval legally, lawfully. Don't let me say legally. They got it on clean note. Then they have good ground to go to court, take the state government to court. I will be very happy that they pay them compensation if that is the clause there, they had done all they should have done. If they did all they should have done, they were supposed to have done, and then I think they deserve compensation. But you remember when Erufai came to Abuja, you remember the number of demolitions, even houses of very top people that now God get this, or they just sign out. Because one day when we are doing things that we are getting away with, they used to say something in Yoruba, I don't know how they say it in English. Oba come Nimo Joseph. A king will come one day that will say, you know what, we have to do things right. And everything that corner people have used shortcuts to get, he will say, no, let's do it right. And when you're doing it right, you will just be left out in the rain. So anytime we want to do things, let's take a little bit more time. And don't let the cheapest is not always the most preferred. Say, somebody can do it for you for, I get one agent, he can do it for you for 200,000. Waiting that one, they ask for 1 million for. You know whether na Bengue you won't put for your hand? In Oyo State, I live on this. In Oyo State, some years ago, there was a fight between this musician that's a wheelchair. What's his name? This Yoruba musician. Somebody help me.
Is it Ayefele or whatever?
Ayefele and Oyo State government, because of that, the house he built around that Oritata leg, because he did not follow, but emotions, everybody started saying, oh, it was politics. I said, yes. I told some people, I said, even though politics might be there, but the guy himself had violated some laws, because from evidence, what they approved for him is different from what he built. They approved leaving a setback from the road and the gate to the building itself. The fence, but he went out of what they approved and he built because he felt that it's an influential, and they were going to demolish it. And it became, it first used publicity, so they are witch-hunting him because he was supporting another police. But when they brought the facts out, which I followed up, and the facts clearly showed that he was guilty.
Yeah, so, but another thing, sorry, Bishop, another thing I want to chip in is just like Lagos state government. Okay, I would say Lagos is in Nigeria anyway. Lagos, there is no awareness in Lagos. They need to create more awareness, like telling people how to buy land, how to move. One thing I learned in Western world here where I live in, like these people, they create awareness every day, like telling people how to do things. They have to start using something like that, telling people how to do things. Because if they don't put anything like that, people will still be falling victim every day. Not people's fault, it's government's fault.
Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe they should increase awareness. Though there are things, I'm sure Lagos State will have a website where you can get all the things you need to do. Because Oyo State now has, when I wanted to buy, my brother just went to there, downloaded the thing, went to the ministry, and they told him that land, don't touch it. I mean, I've already done everything, but I've not paid. The only thing I've done, I've sent people there to do the measure. The surveyor was already starting work because I want to get my facts. So I ended up not losing money, except for small money I gave people for transport. If I had just, because of my eagerness and the place was suitable for what I wanted to, I give them deposit or I paid for the land before we now started fighting. No, but I did my due diligence before committing one penny. The only money that I lost was just, okay, go there today, go there tomorrow, go to secretariat, this. And that is, I think that is just the way to go. Yeah, it's not a foolproof that people will still not fall, but at least it has reduced, it has minimized the risk of falling into wrong hands. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know whether Madam Zita mean what she was saying, that the bribe should continue. Maybe she's just joking, because you can't mean what you are saying. Because the consequence will be more than even the money, the amount of money that the people that demolish their house would lose. Because even life will be lost as a consequence of this action. So what in essence now, we have to learn from this, all of us, including those people both in diaspora and in Nigeria. And then everybody has to be responsible, both the citizen and the government. So I think that's what we're supposed to do. So nobody will be playing victim role. Is Mike there?
Yeah, I'm there, man. Yeah, so well, I guess I don't know. That's other topic we were talking about earlier.
I actually want to ask a question when we were discussing about light. Is there people? Can you confirm the electricity availability, or how do I call it now? The state of electricity supply in your area?
I
Well,
can
we,
confirm my own area. In my
In
own area
Nigeria,
in L'Oreal, we get like 12 hours every day.
12.
Yes.
Okay.
has it improved
Um,
or?
Yeah, that's what it means.
sometimes it will be more, sometimes it can be less. But on average, that's what I put it on average.
Average, yeah. That means there's an improvement.
Yeah,
That's what it meant. Is there
on
another person?
average, yes.
If Tinubu can take care of that power, man,
Which area is that in
I
the
don't know.
Lorry?
In fact,
Simba?
initially, when Olajide was talking about the lithium thing, in fact, I was so happy because the battery that I'm using for my solar is actually a lithium battery, and it's quite very. It's very effective, but very expensive. But when I got one for 1.8 million, and I'm using two. It lasts better than the normal
How many kVA?
conventional
How many kVA
battery.
are you? How many kVA is your?
They don't run lithium battery in kVA.
Okay.
They have
I
a
mean, I'm
unit
talking
that
of your
they use
solar.
for
I'm
it.
talking of your solar itself. Your solar
My
unit.
solar is I have 16 solar panel. Each one is 200
Okay.
kW.
Yeah.
16.
16.
Each one, yes. So we multiply that with two times 16. That would be like
3.2
3.2 kVA.
kVA.
Yes. Mm.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good
Hello.
evening. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes. Can I please chip in? I don't want us to go
Yeah.
far. I came in particularly because of the demolition.
Okay, go ahead now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. In my own view, I had Zita, and I aligned with her in a way that most of our problem is anyway. I would say government and the citizens, but most of the problem I will blame on the government because you see. We've been having building collapse frequently, and that's why I'm blaming the government. All these things before, when somebody procure land before building, there should be like even a permit for foundation before you. Okay, when you start foundation, because I've seen it like in America. Even if you want to build, if you in America you don't build, most people don't build. You buy a house, and in case you want to do a deck in your house in America, you have to take a permit to even build a deck. When you begin the deck, the foundation itself, when you dig a hole, they come, you get a they come and they'll come and check it if it's deep enough. You get it. When you fix your wood, they'll come and check it if
Yeah,
everything is
they
in
inspect
order.
every point of
You
the
get it.
construction. Yeah, they inspect. They do
So
inspect.
even at that, government can still make money from it. Like in Nigeria, let's say assuming when you want to do a foundation, government will come and inspect it. You pay 50,000, 100,000, depending on the area. For the inspector that will come, it's going to government's coffer. If you want to do like a decking, if you are building story building, at the decking level, they'll come and inspect it. You know, all those kind of things will make buildings stand
Yeah, but
strong.
please, summer the
Mm.
civilian government, I think they are gradually getting to that. They're beginning to get more organized.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I know.
you have to understand that we
Mm.
spent 36 years of
Mm.
that 36 years of military rule. Those soldiers knew nothing about like governance or anything. They were
Mm.
just there. They will appoint one military governor all over the country. He's just sitting there. He doesn't even know he
No,
doesn't
no,
he has no knowledge of
I agree. I
governance.
agree. I'm just
So
saying moving
that
forward.
36 years of military rule
Mm.
was a complete setback. So we
So
just
I'm
had
just,
this democracy, and just have this new, luckily state like Lagos, for example, they've been lucky that they've had like people that have been like the Jack on these all those guys, more of
yes.
the southwestern politicians that have been there from the beginning, a lot of them were still connected to Lagos. That's why Lagos was able to quickly get more organized when when we came to democracy in 1999, because those guys were already kind of like people ready,
Yeah,
prepared. But the other
Mike,
states in Nigeria were just having new guys that just come into
Mike, but
politics.
we can't just oppose it. We can't just oppose it to the amount of loss these people who their building were demolished. It's a big loss to them. I just wish government will compensate them. We don't know the story that much, but I wish government, because it's not easy to acquire. Those houses are not
So
less
where would
than.
the government get the money to compensate them? Whose money would they give them?
Okay, now do you some of those people now, maybe it's their life savings they used to purchase those houses or build that houses, or it's their retirement earnings. So we can't just talk like where the government get money. Government prints money now when they need money. So
No,
what are we
no,
talking
no. That's
about?
not the way. It works.
No, don't say that is just the way government works. Some people
You
hold
are
on,
taking
Mike.
your print money and give to people.
No, it's not free money. Somebody spent money to build that house.
Government
It's not
cannot
free
print
money
money and
now.
give you, man. That's
Did
not
they
the way it
use
works. We are not
no
America, man.
we are not that's why I'm
Government have
saying
to earn money. They don't print money. They earn money.
Nigerian government prints money. Do you agree?
But this guy don't get it. Simba, can you explain to him how
Except to me, I know what I'm saying now. Nigerian
the
government
money
prints
has to
money.
be
Don't
backed
they print
now? You have to be
don't
backed
they
by
print
something.
okay, so you rather let citizens lose their hard-earned money than government print money to support them? Did you see that project? It's not less one building, one duplex there is not less than 40
I
million naira.
know, but listen, how do Lagos State government earn money? You think just say somewhere printing money, that's how they earn their money. These tax now, they have to tax people, they have to do other things. That's how they make their money.
No, you are too
Taxations
much.
and
You
stuff.
are too much behind the
Lagos State
government.
government is not the money they used to buy and train all these things. They just sit somewhere printing and start spending it. That's not the way it works, man.
You are too much behind the government. What I'm saying now, okay, government
I'm
should let
not
those
behind
people
government. I'm
do.
just giving you a
No,
statement of
okay,
fact.
now
I'm correcting
what
you.
are government looking that they erected those structures? It's not just one block of flat. It's not just two block of flat. Those block of
Government cannot be
flat.
dashing people money, man. They have to earn the money. It's taxpayers' money. They can't just hand it to you.
Now, did they dash get that money they used to build that place? That's what I'm saying. So now
Yeah,
government,
but the
because
money government was
okay,
supposed to spend on
government cannot
building
dash
things for the
money,
rest of us. They can't just give it to somebody.
but they can wreck people. Government cannot dash money, but they can wreck people, right? That is better.
It's not government's fault that you put something where you're not supposed to put it.
It is
Government have to do
government's
their job. They
fault.
can't just be dashing
You
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 my
you
money. You
agreed
can't pay.
with me that government should watch for permit. There are I don't know what they call them in Nigeria. It's municipality. When you
I
are
have a
building,
question here. Where do
okay,
you live? Where do you live?
USA.
Okay, USA. In the US,
Mm,
if you do something and maybe government have to bring down your property or whatever, do
mm.
they dash you money? The government just dash you money. The only way government give you money is if you sue them. Do the American government just dash you money because you lost something? They don't.
Okay. No, you are okay. That's a good point. But I will not build before I start building. Before you know it, the HOA association, even the estate loan will not let you do it. Just to erect.
No, that's not the question I'm asking. If you experience a
Oh
loss,
no!
wait now, wait. In America, if
It's
you
not the
experience a
same.
loss, cool down.
Mm,
If you
mm,
experience a loss, right?
mhm.
Maybe from a dispute between you and government or something like that, and government established that it was your fault. The
Give
American
me an
government gives you
example.
money.
Give me an example. Give me an
They will
example
not
of
give you
what kind
money,
of
man.
loss. What kind of loss? Give me an example. Of what kind of loss are you talking
Maybe
about?
something happened and you experienced a loss. It could
It doesn't just
be a
happen like
property,
that
a
here.
property loss, a property loss.
Yeah, insurance. There is insurance. The
The
insurance will take care
insurance,
of it.
exactly. You go to insurance companies, don't go to government. The insurance
But
company is not government.
this is different from what we are saying.
The American government is not going to compensate you. They're not going to give you money. It's
This
even
is
illegal. Taxpayers'
this is
money.
different. But I don't know. You saw the video now. Those
And
buildings
now,
were not built
the
in two
question you
days.
should be asking is whose fault was it? Is it the government's fault or the people's fault or the owner's fault?
Largely, it's both of them.
There's
But
no such thing
largely,
as
it's the government.
both. No, you have to go to court.
Largely, it's the government's fault.
In what sense?
Okay, now even in the US, if I need to do something
Dude, you like
to go
moving
and hold
goalposts,
on.
man. Come on, man. The simple question: you're going to the US. You say it's the government fault. We say explain how. Now you're running to the US. in between.
It should be there in Nigeria. If all these things are easy to go and verify my plot of land, if it's easy, you will go to government office in Nigeria and you still be giving fake documents. Do you agree?
Okay, were they giving fake document? That's the question.
In Nigeria?
No, we're speaking of this particular case. You stop moving,
Yes.
shifting things, man. Just
Do
stick to that.
you know?
I
Where
don't
they
know.
go?
You don't know either, so we don't know.
But
Obviously,
it
from the
happens.
from the video we
But it
watched.
happens. Yes.
Let's not argue. Cool down, calm down. From the video we watched, the guy didn't
Mm-hmm.
bring out document. Like, look, oh, this is my document. He didn't bring
You
out
only
anything. He
saw
was
the
just
clip of
pleading.
1 minute
Cool
or 2
down, one
minutes.
at a time. Wait.
Have
Let's
you
keep it simple.
investigated?
Calm down. Other people still have to comment. Let's not make it me and you. Let's keep it simple.
Okay.
We are going by what we saw. We saw a video. They came and say, "Hey, you
You
have."
cannot go by that video.
Calm down now. Can I go before you go after me and then other people can talk? Calm down.
Okay,
Can't you
go
stop going
ahead.
routing? No one is hearing us. We're not getting nowhere. We're saying based on the video we saw, it was established that they built on the wrong line, on the wrong structure or something, on the canal, and the government is there to remove it. Now he has to, if it was government that approved it, then he has to bring out a document. But obviously, he didn't have any document to present. That means government didn't approve him to build there. So now we're establishing that if that's the case, then he is at fault. Now government cannot pay you money if you are the one that's at fault. That's what we are saying here.
Can I say something? Can I talk now? Oh, hold on, please. Can I reply?
Go ahead.
Now you saw a 1 minute video. The person who was videoing that thing is one of the owner. Because I listened to it, he's saying they should have even let them. It's not any of the owner. So why are you justifying the video?
Okay.
You have not heard from any of the owner, and you are saying you don't have document. That's wrong.
Can I interject now?
Yes.
Go ahead, Remy. Go ahead. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. The way I see it is in threefold. The first thing is that majority of us in Nigeria, when we buy our land, do we get the necessary paper from the government, the land approval, the occupancy, and the whatever? I will tell you categorically, all over Nigeria, more than 70% of this kind of approval does not come from the government. First, it's not the total fault of the owner, of the person that buy the land. Because when you go to the government seeking for this land approval and the occupancy, it takes time. And you want to build your house, maybe it's your first house, you don't want to wait. You also want to go ahead and build whatever you want to build. So the fault can be shared between both the government and the citizen. The second way is this. When you want to buy a land, you yourself, there is something we call buyers beware also. You go to a place, you know that this place is a water flood area. Because you want to build a house in Lagos, and you have your money. Sometimes people don't even care to look at that and say, I'll bribe my way in. I know somebody that is very close to me. He bought a land very close to the canal. Do you know that it takes him more than 20 years of bribe before he can get the approval? Now, if tomorrow the government want to demolish that his house, what will happen? So the scenario that plays out in that place is the same thing in some places in Lagos. This is a water-flooded area. And people, because they have more than enough money, they will buy a land there. And the people that sold land to them say, don't worry, I'll help you get the approval. I'll help you get everything. This land belongs to a family, blah, 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 like this. Down the line, I'm not totally sure. But if those people that build those land over there, build those building over there, if they have the necessary approval from the government, because these are not pauper, they are rich people, they will have taken the Lagos State government to court. They wouldn't have sit idle until those buildings were demolished. And so from that basis alone, there is something fishing somehow. That probably might mean that they did not get the necessary approval. Because if they do have, and those buildings worth billions of naira, as you guys thought, I don't think they will sit idle like that. They will have contacted their lawyer, or maybe some of them are being compensated. We don't know.
Remy, but what I'm saying is we should not judge on that person who made the video. That
No,
person is not.
I am not even talking about that person that made the video. I'm just telling
Okay,
you.
another thing I want to say is that area, do you see any structure that looks like canal there?
No.
There's nothing that shows like there's a canal there.
Hold on, my friend. You said it's a 1 minute video.
And you cannot know more than the Lagos State government. They have a city plan. They knows where the channels go. This is a water area. And
Lagos didn't exist today. There
listen,
should be a structure of a canal in that area, at least a
Well, please
visible
somehow one at
canal.
a time, man.
I want you to
Let's have a conversation. Let people.
I want you to
I mean,
listen carefully. There were several buildings demolished in other part of Lagos that is not in Victoria Island or Banana Island. Nobody said nothing because they are not as rich as people that live in Lekki or whatever. But because this place is Lekki or Victoria or is the elite, okay? And look at Lagos. It's simple, just a drop of water everywhere is flooded. So if the old city is being submerged by water, Lagos is close to the Atlantic Ocean, and most of the area are water. We should. Sometimes I know the government also have a fault. I think they should enforce the law very well. And if some people should be fired or removed from their position, I think they deserve it. Because how can you allow these people to build so expensive building over there and you are collecting bribe from their hand year out, year in? I think those people are bribing them every time until the government say no, we are going to demolish you. Because there are so many factors that you guys will not know here. But I'm damn too sure that if those people get all this approval, they will have gone to their lawyer and they will have sued the Lagos State government. I'm damn too sure about that. Because these are not just ordinary people. For you to erect more than 100 million worth of mansion or whatever there, I don't think you will have the money to take the Lagos State. If they come together, they would have taken the Lagos State government to court. They know what they are doing, and they know they have also they have broken the law one way or the other. The truth must be said. Unfortunately, they have to part away with their building. I think the irony of it we should learn from here is this: if they have to part away with their building to save the city, I think that is the price or the sacrifice they have to pay. Unfortunately for them, it's quite unfortunate. And it also tells us that in future, if you want to buy a land, especially in Lagos, please be careful. Go to the root source. Go to you yourself that have that millions in your hand. You made the money from abroad or wherever you have made money. Go to Lagos State government, go to the land registry, go to wherever you're supposed to go. Get the necessary approval. Make sure that this land does not contribute. In future, this canal will be, there's going to be a bridge will be go that place, or this is a water channel. The problem with our people is that it's not only our people. I also blame the government a lot because there's no proper planning. And when there's no proper planning, this will be the problem we're envisaging here that will happen in the future. Because at the end of the day, if there's a big flood, and then it's submerged 30% of Lagos State, and people lose their property and everything, you guys will not be talking about this edifice alone. You'll be blaming the state government.
let's leave this topic, Jerry. Let's move on.
Okay.
Let me one of the topic. Let's got this Palestinian, Israel, and then this one about Sunday Igboho's release.
Can I say my last thing on this one? Because that's why I came in.
Okay, go ahead.
It doesn't matter, Mike. If you don't agree on what I'm saying, just listen to it. Remy hit the nail a little bit that there should be proper planning. I have lived in different cities, not in US, in Middle East, everywhere. If you go to area where they are developing, there will be canal road, there will be road map, everything. There will be, there will be grading, there will be, I don't know, I'll call it gutter. If people see that the government has marked canal, they have they have dredged canal, who will go and build there? So that is why I'm faulting government. Is not like, and again, when people start mounting blocks before it comes to 3 coach, 4 coach, 5 coach, somebody should come and give them paper that no, this is the wrong area. That's just what I'm saying. It's not more than that. So thank you.
All right, no problem. Thanks. Yeah. So,
I think about the electricity you talk about before.
Yeah, one about electricity, one about
Hello, Mike. Good morning.
Who's that?
Yeah, you added me now. How you say
No, the names are not showing. That's why. Who that name or something like that? Who be that?
I will say, let me call myself Nami.
Nami, yeah, that's I said that name. yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Oh, you see it?
Yes. Well, I want to greet everybody on the panel, and I came purposely because of this particular discussion.
Which one?
this demolishing.
We are trying to move on from that, man. Play someone why don't come in since now? You wait for play someone to rack with us for like 1 hour. Now you want to take it back to it. Okay, make it quick. Just make it quick, yeah.
I want to use this to talk to people, especially the panelists. You guys are knowledgeable, you have depths of knowledge, and that's what you've come on to share. But please, when you are sharing your knowledge, also be empathic enough. People have invested their life savings in these things. Don't just let us push the blame on the people easily. These people are the government are called the government for a reason. We collectively put them into power, that they should have the power to bring orderliness into our society. 24 years of civilian rule is more than enough to make things straight. So please, when we blame the people, we should be at least empathic enough to push well those who should be blamed. There are some people that
Wait, hold on. So if you if you go and build a structure without permits, who do I blame? The government or you?
Look, I'm not.
It's a simple question now.
Of course, you should blame me. Yes.
Exactly. So that's what I did. So why are you telling me to somebody lost money? Are they the only one losing money? The people lose investment because they don't think. They say fool and his money will always part ways. Listen, they say a fool and his money will always part ways. So if you're foolish enough to go put your money, understanding that this is your money before you put it into something, you have to be sure. You have to think. You want to build an estate. You have to wait. Listen, bros. We don't want to argue, man. You're telling me.
You seem to know it is the same mindset that has brought us to this point.
Forget mindset, man. I'm speaking straight to fact, but you guys just speak on emotion. That's the problem with you guys. Emotion. Let's speak to.
What do you mean?
Because you're talking emotion here. I just ask you a simple question. If you choose to go and build on a canal, who do I blame? You or the government? And you say you, and then you're telling me that I'm not being.
What are you saying? This is not right.
What is not right?
I think what you are saying, sorry to interject. I understand you. We should have a compassionate. Hold on, please. Please, just 1 minute. You come back. We should have a compassionate grant. But I make I said before, you can compassion, you can pity them, you can say whatever you want, but the point is that we have to look at the generality of everything. If because of this passage of water, there's a big flood in Lagos and it affects 30 or 40% of the household of Lagos, who are you going to blame? Who are you going to be spreading compassion with?
Remy,
so sometimes we need to be truthful with ourselves. I blame the government. In fact, they have the biggest blame, but people must also.
Wait. How the government have biggest blame? Someone built something on a canal. Now government who will blame?
No, the reason why I blame the government is because that if you want to get the approval, also it's too time consuming, and you'll be there.
So because it's time consuming to collect approval, you're gonna build on your own. Come on.
Yeah, I know, I understand you. I'm just trying to say that government should also be very efficient and effective.
At least I agree with you that maybe some, but Nigeria will just blame government for everything. No responsibility. In fact, the person that committed the person that made the foolish error, they would see describe as a victim.
Hello, what is working in Nigeria that you shouldn't blame government for? What are you saying? Look, an average human is a greedy person. The system is.
Dude, let's move on, man. I'm tired of this government blaming shit people like do every day.
No. Please,
go to Dr. Damage. I'm going to join and blame government there, man. I'm done with government blaming.
What do you mean?
People, no, the government are the people. It's like we Nigerians got to start doing the right thing. That's the thing. I don't want to hear that word government anymore. I want to hear individuals not doing the right thing.
I pay my taxes to the government, so I must mention their name. What are you talking about? Are you part of the government? Why is it even paying you to those point?
Which tax are you paying? The party doesn't pay any. How many Nigerians pay taxes? Most of you don't pay tax, man. Stop lying. You probably don't pay any tax. The first time you probably paid tax was in America. Stop it, man. Most Nigerians don't pay tax, man. Stop it.
So you mean I don't pay tax?
You don't pay tax. I know that. Don't you live in America? So how are you paying tax to Nigerian government? Man, let's move to another topic, man. I'm just
Alright.
tired of hearing Nigeria. All my life I've been hearing that rubbish. Government, 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 government. Which day are we going to start telling? Is it not the people that become government? Just like Prince Adewale said, Nigerian people think like the government, they behave like the government, they do everything like the government. So the people are the problem, man. We need to listen. What we need to start preaching, if you want change in the next 20 years, right? We have to start addressing the behavior of Nigerians,
Yes,
the young ones. Wait, listen to me. This is very important. If you
You
want
don't
to
say you
make
never let me
change,
talk since today, you know.
you will talk,
You just dey talk.
you will talk. Just give me chance.
But you want to teach me first so that you can tell me what to say, Abi. Let me say my
Bros,
mind, okay?
Okay,
bros.
man,
Abi,
let him talk and then you come after him. It's
No,
simple.
hold on, man. This guy, man.
Go
Here's the
ahead.
deal. No. Okay, here's the deal. If Nigerians won't change in the next 20 years, the first thing we need to start addressing today, from now on, is the behavior. Our behavior is what we need to start addressing. When we address it over and over and over and over for the next 5 years, people will begin to think like, wow, this behavior is unacceptable. Because society has been preaching that it's unacceptable. And people will begin to work on it. And then 20 years from now, those people that are like 20 years old or 30, 40 years old will be the ones who now take over with a new mindset. That's the solution to Nigeria's problem. But if we continue to see bad behavior and we continue to throw it away, turn a blind eye to it, or even person that behave badly, we even call the person a victim rather than correcting the person, the behavior will persist, will continue. And we will continue to say government, 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 government. The same idiot that's misbehaving is one that will become the government of tomorrow. The person that's behaving badly that we are not correcting will be the government of tomorrow, next 20 years. And we'll continue saying government. Since I was born, Nigeria just blame government. So to me, that's my
Yeah. So in addition to what you just said, I've learned one thing all my life that I've lived in abroad. I'm still living in abroad. I've learned that if this is rules and regulation, the institution, they don't play with it. You have to follow it. Whether you are the president or you are governor or you are the richest man, you have to follow. That is the reason why they were able to excel. Everybody say, oh, America is working, Canada is working. They don't play with their institution. But because of Nigeria orientation and because of a deep corruption, everybody is just thinking about their own interest alone. What will I benefit from that place? What is my gain? It's all about the Nigerian mentality. An average Nigerian rich man does not care what is the canal or whatever. He just wants to show off that my house is in Lekki or in Victoria Island. I want to build there. I don't care what they say. I want to get a land in that place. I want that land to be mine. I don't care how many people I'm going to bribe. I want it. So the problem is that so far that if the institutions are working and an average Nigeria can obey rules as simple rules and regulation. I've come here, I've seen that when people get to the zebra crossing, people slow down, even if there are no people to cross. And even if there is no light to show that you should stop or there is a heat that you should be careful, they will give a sign that, oh, maybe school children want to cross here or the people that are riding bike. And when you see people step on that zebra line, then you will stop. You cannot believe, I've been here, I do not see the hoot of horn. Nobody's horning here. But in Nigeria, that is a big noise pollution. Everybody is impatient. Everybody want to get to the same road. Everybody want to show man as a big man. You talk about compassion, it's fine. But the people here, if they are also thinking about compassion, their country will never grow.
Remy,
If you are looking, if you are no, let me just one more minute and you will talk. If you are looking at the compassion, I totally agree with you. But they themselves have to blame themselves because they knew, and I know, I'm sure that majority of them know that particular area there is something with it. But because of that big man mentality in Nigeria, show off mentality in Nigeria, they will go ahead and do who's going to punish them? Nobody. But when somebody just come up and try to, follow the rules and regulation, then Nigeria will say he's not compassionate enough. He's not a good. What about these people?
It's 1 minute now. You've landed it. Let me say, look, I'm not saying that they shouldn't demolish those buildings. No, that's not what I'm saying. In fact, what they've done is 100% right. If you're against the law should cut you. It shouldn't. No. There's a reason a justice statue is made of a woman with blindfolds. You get the point. Just meet the justice and let everybody be done away with. That is how we build a good system. But what I'm saying is, when panelists are talking, because I believe one way or the other, our information from this platform it seeps to the ears of these people in power. And when they continue to sense that we don't put them in check, rather we put ourselves in check all the time. We blame ourselves. We don't tend to blame those who should do the rightful thing, whose responsibility is even the highest. Then we are not
When have
communicating well.
Nigerians ever blamed themselves?
Look, Mike, let me finish my point.
We only blame government. This is the first time I'm the only one that's blamed ourselves today.
Mike, make I talk. You sent me to say you didn't let me to talk. You've been talking for over an hour on this platform. Let me communicate, please. So let me get my point. And especially when people listen to you, look, all of you are knowledgeable. People will listen. A lot of people don't even know what to do to purchase a land. And it is not a sin not to know. We need we need knowledge to that is the role of government, to make sure that there is organization. Government don't assume. They continue they must be the
I'm sorry, my
patient.
friend. It's a sin for them not to know how to buy a land. It's a big sin. You're supposed to know everything before you buy your land.
No, you don't get it. You don't get it. In the
Maybe.
Nigerian system, àtọwọ́dọ́wọ́ ni ó ti náà ti fi kọ́
Ó
àwọn
yé mi
èèyàn.
fún àtọwọ́dọ́wọ́ ni, but tó bá talẹ̀ gbèsè fún ẹ̀ ń sì ṣé ò lùsọ owó ẹ̀ náà ni. Tó bá talẹ̀ tí ò jẹ́ tó talẹ̀ fún gbogbo yín tẹ́ máa jà lé lórí, ṣé ò ní
gbọ́
owó ni?
mi jiyàn yẹn. But kí ni ẹ̀tọ́ ìjọba?
You can go back to English. You can go back to English, please. Go back to English.
What is the role of the government?
So what should the government have done? Explain it.
People will lose money, yes. I'm not disputing it. Foolishness will make people to lose money, yes. But the government should go to every lender. Anybody that loses money we can conveniently say that truly you are simply a docile person to have lost this money, because there are a lot of information. Everybody knows this A to Z. It's simple as that. But when you make the system so complicated that nobody can tell you vividly the procedure to do these things, then the government is at fault.
Wait. Mike, let me say this. Sorry. Remy was saying something earlier, which is very, very wrong. You don't need to have your CFO before you can put up your structure. So this one that you said, the process, when you get a land, all you need to do is when you see that your land is genuine, is a stage by stage thing. You need to do an assignment. From assignment, they will give you right of RFO. Then from RFO go to CFO. You can be living in your house for the next 10 years. That does not mean what you need is the approval that the land that you are bought is residential, is not impeding, is not on the road, is not on a canal, is not blocking any, and the land is meant for residential. You get your building plan approved and everything, then you can build your house. So so all this process that you are talking about, it takes time. To get all those ones to build your house doesn't take time. But the prayer of getting CFO that can take a long time.
From your explanation, we can conveniently say that most of these people, do they get the approval for those lands? I'm not talking about
that's what we are saying. That people don't do due diligence.
If they have that approval, and these are not just ordinary people, for you to build 100 million naira worth of building in Nigeria, you are a rich man. I think if they have all this approval, they wouldn't have demolished that building. They would have taken the Lagos State government to court, and the court would have said stay on execution until they find a final judgment of what is transpiring there. So they knew from the beginning that what they are doing too is also not good. Because I have a very good example. An auntie of mine built a house in Ring Road in Nevada. The house at the back faces a portion of Odono River, and there was a big flood in that area 5 or 6 years ago. And Makinde decided, no, maybe 4 years ago, Makinde decided that all those houses along that road, they have to demolish them. Unfortunately for this my auntie, so they have to demolish her house. But because she has all the approval and the certificate for it, they were well compensated. And it's from that money, they go and bought another duplex, very big, beautiful duplex in Ring Road again. So that's what we are talking about here. So if they did not get the approval and themselves, they won't be compensated. So what I'm trying to say for these people, if they have all the necessary paper, then they should they should ask for compensation. So, but if they don't have, it's quite unfortunate that this thing happened to them. Nobody prayed for such a thing. It's not a good thing. But at the same time, what can we do? The government also have to work. So we cannot put the blame on the government every time. Every time it's government. Like I made an assertion the other day, if people will lose their job in a state and you are blaming the president in the center, and your government is collecting allocation here and there. Today, Katsina State government recruited about 7,000 teachers. Anambra recruited about 10,000 teachers just in a single 1 week. What is happening to our other states in Nigeria? Why are they not recruiting all these people that graduate from the university? That, okay, I can also recruit about 10 or 5,000 because so many people are looking for jobs and you can give them job one way or the other. That is what I would think that people should be talking about here. So, but for this kind of people, I pity them. But nothing we can do. But if they have all the approval, they have a right to claim for compensation.
I do not even pity anybody. What I'm just saying is that this could have been prevented if some people in government have done their jobs correctly. That is it. This is a preventive stuff that should have, it should have been prevented rather than now curing. That's my point. A government that can't even make road tracks, can't even make road what do you call it, symbols and all those things. You see, look, you drive organization into people. When you are leading a head of people, you drive organization into them. There are things that we communicate that no, this is a government that wants to have an organized society. Go to the roads. You can't you drive in Lagos, you drive anyhow, and you go elsewhere, you know that you don't even know how to drive. You can't even follow road rules, simple road rules. There are the last time I told my wife to go and learn how to drive. They drive, the guy, it paid a huge sum of money. Yeah, the guy just said, hey, boss in the motor, hey, come, I was steering by. Look, that is, of course, this we can say this is us. But what somebody gave those people license to do those things, isn't it? And that is what I'm talking about. Government has like 60 to 70% blame. And we shouldn't just blame us. Of course, we have the blame. I'm not disputing it. These people, their buildings should be demolished. What do you call it? The Lagos State is suffering from flooding, and it needs to be cured. Yes, but these kind of things should be prevented so that it doesn't happen again. At least it shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be the usual. No, it shouldn't be. We should have organization in our parastatals. People should work, and corruption. Go and look at it on the background. You realize that this was allowed. The delay was intentional, so that they could get money, serve themselves money, so that because they know this will still be the end point. That's what we are talking about. So please, when you people who are knowledgeable talk about these things, be empathic enough to carry the blames all around and also juggle it. Of course, let the Lord take the Lord. Let the Lord do what it needs to do. That's my point. Thank you.
Well, at the end of the day, me, I still believe for Nigeria to advance, we need very productive people. We need productive minds, productive citizens, productive population. Apart from that, forget it, man. Because government can only utilize the population to get things done. If American government wants to do anything, they look to the population. They look to the high American companies, so they look to Americans for the creativity, and they use them. American government military wants to build weapons. They look to weapons company, American owned company. We want to advance in technology. They want technological products or uh, creation. They look to Silicon Valley. They look to the population. The government can't look into the population. Then, if when government have to do anything, they have to go to China, go to call your Igbos to come and do it. Then, we the people, we need to start being creative. That's what I think.
Mike,
Creativity
do
is
you
in the
know?
hands
Do
of
you
the
know,
people. So
do you know the power the government has? Why are you talking like this?
the
Look,
government have their
every
share, but no,
citizen,
listen.
the citizen are malleable. You don't get the point. The
The
citizens
citizen are
can
what?
be trained. They are malleable. They can be coached. They can be trained.
Was the
So
American
if you
government
have
that coached? Wait. Was the American government that coached those tech companies in Silicon Valley in California that are producing all this technology? Was it the
if they
American
didn't put
government that coached
if they
Silicon
didn't
Valley?
put
Okay,
uh,
name any great. Wait. Name any great American scientists from Einstein to all of them to Steve Jobs to name all of them that the government coached, or it was them their own ingenuity, their own.
Mike,
you think the
Mike,
platform was just the platform they gave them was ordinary, right? It's
They
not
didn't give
government.
them anything, man. They didn't give them
Mike,
any
You
platform. They
deceiving
didn't give them
yourself.
shit.
You are
The government
deceiving
scientists
yourself.
don't know what to give scientists.
Mike,
If you have
Mike
this
and
Nigerian
my friend,
system,
Mike, my friend, do you know that it is when I got to abroad that I know that engineers don't stay in office. In Nigeria, I thought engineer is a white collar job like a banker or insurance guy that they put on their time, then they go to the office. It's when I step outside that I know that most engineers are outside work there. You have to go to the field. But in Nigeria, you see most of our engineers, they like to put on tie and suit and go out to their AC room and they say they are engineer. Look, we must tell ourselves the truth. Even the government have a very good policy on grant and everything like that. I've already said it here. Unfortunately for most Nigeria, it's about their own personal interest most time, which is to gain something out of the system, whether you are poor or rich or middle class. It's always to gain something out of the system. Most
Nobody's
Nigerians,
thinking of what can I
no,
contribute to society. What can I,
yeah,
you know, understand?
they never think. Look at, for example, now Umari said, now all roads that will be constructed now will be made of cement, will be concrete road. What are the contractor are saying? Like, no, they don't want that. They still want to be using the bitumen road, and after 1 or 2 months, 1 year, then it gets spoiled, and they get renewed every time. So they're making money. It's a recycled effort, year in, year out. But
Remy,
here you will see a lot of concrete road,
Remy,
especially at the roundabout, at the intersection. This road can never, nothing will happen to it in the next 10 years.
Remy.
Yeah.
Do you know that if David Mai insists that he wants that concrete road, he will get it?
Of course, he has
Do you know?
already insisted now. No choice. If you don't want to do it, go away. Then we give it to another person.
That is
That's
what
the most
government
important thing.
does. That
But
is what government must insist on
so
organization. Government must
it brings
insist
back,
on.
sorry, it brings back to what we are saying. Nigeria needs carrot and stick. If you want to be using that your compassion, okay, no. People must be disciplined. People must have consequence for their action. People must be ready to have consequence for their action. Anywhere in the world, there is no total freedom. Everybody that is telling you, oh, America have that human rights, total, is a lie. Everybody, you are living there. Can you talk anyhow? Can you do anyhow? No, they will pick you up. Who are you? So, but in your country, people just do whatever they want. In some countries, you dare not even speak ill of any president in office. You'll be picked out and you'll not see sunshine for the next 10 or 20 years.
But do you think that this government, not even the Tinubu government, the civilian government we've had, do you think they deserve that level of respect with what they've look?
No.
This
You
change.
can't put you can't put all the blame on all the civilian government too. The military government that precede them, they have already done a lot of damage. Listen, you can't.
But 24 years after the military is more than enough to say that this is the path we are going to. What are you saying? That's what I'm saying. We have
Look,
24 years to make
my
it.
friend, we are practicing democracy, in
So
which,
meaning that
listen carefully, when a new government come in, they
yes,
bring their own policy. And then after about 4 or 8 years, and they will also bring different policy.
why is that?
The problem here is twofold. I will agree with you. We have to blame the government, the people that have been in authority for some time, that did not do the right thing. But it doesn't mean they did not do nothing. You cannot say they do not do nothing. You cannot tell me Nigeria of
In
24
24
years
years,
is the same
in
Nigeria of
24 years,
today.
if you're telling me that Lagos
No.
roads can't have road markings and people can't follow markings
I
in
see,
24 years.
I've checked Lagos State, some of their road in just big avenue or whatever, expressway, they have some road marking. Maybe not all, but majority have road
Why
marking.
can't all have? What is the difference
what you will say here is this. I don't know where you live
Do you
in
know that
America.
it is
You
this road
cannot
marking that
tell
will
me,
mess the way learners learn how to drive?
you
So
cannot tell
if
me.
you don't insist on road markings, road signs and symbols, that means that you want people will drive like madmen on the road. And government, this is the
I think
this is it. It
you
should be
have
fair.
you have a good point there, but I will tell you that we should continue to hammer them that any road constructor should have road markings and road signs.
Remy, I think the problem that we have, especially, majority of the problem and is caused by all you people that are living in diaspora. It's like you are living in your illusion. I don't know the guy that is talking, I don't know where he lives. You understand? You can't be extrapolating what you see in those developed world and then come and be blaming. Do you know
So you mean
where we are starting from?
So what are you trying to say? That Nigerians can't learn, and yet you are blaming the citizen for disorganization. You are putting all the my brother. Please let us reason well in this.
What I'm saying, just get me, get this thing, get this thing. You understand? So, what you are living in a place. If you have lived there for long, then that's a way of not re-engineering your setting, and you believe that whatever you see there must be extrapolated to Nigeria,
And that is
where
how
we
it
are
should
starting from.
That's how it should be.
Eh?
You should be able to integrate anywhere you find yourself in the world because there should be a standard.
What I will ask you,
Everywhere.
what I'll ask you, sorry, what's your name again? So that I don't just, what's your name, please?
My name is Nami. You can just call me
Okay,
Nami.
Nami. Okay, what I'll ask you, Nami, is this. I want you to be truthful. I don't know how many years you have stayed in abroad. I will just use Lagos State as an example and some few other states in Nigeria. If you go home like twice or maybe once in 2 years or once in 3 years, you will have seen that Lagos State have changed a lot in the last 24 years. That one, nobody can say, yeah. And states like Akwa Ibom are also a very good example. Well planned and a lot of beautiful infrastructure, and some other states, even Osun State, Osogbo have changed also. So, like what Simba said, you cannot expect Nigeria to just everything must change just within a twinkle of an eye.
Look,
the beauty of democracy now is that in Nigeria, especially in the Southwest, people are now asking questions. People are now started to hold their governor accountable. Some, not all of the state, because some states still have politics. So if you hold your governor accountable, then your governor will perform wonders. I mean, we do the right thing for the people. People should also not be too docile. My brother is living in Surulere, in Baja area. And one day, I used to play football at Baja, not very far from Alayaki Street. It's an open field, which full of dust and everything. But I asked my brother, how is that place we used to play football? And he said, everything have changed. He made a video and he sent it to me. And behold, I will tell you what I say. It's unbelievable. First, all their drainage are covered. Two, that dusty feed, they put on synthetic feed for them. They build a community health center for them. Everything in that area just changed like that. That shows the people there, they say, how do you get this? They say, we have councillors, we have people, we have leaders. We went to the secretariat, we go and meet our local government chairman, we go and meet this, and they do it for us. But in some states, people don't care. They don't want it. Sometimes the people too, they have to stand up for their right. But if you just continue to car, everything happens. It's Buhari, it's Jonathan, it's Tinubu, and you are there in your local community, you are folding your hand. So we must stand up as people to demand our right, because a lot of money is being pumped into the state every month. And there are some states that no visible improvement. What are they doing with the money? If Nigerian
Yes.
people can start doing that, you will see changes a lot. But if you still continue to say, okay, let's leave him, it's our governor, he's paying our salary, it's enough. Nothing you are going to get. That is just the way I see it.
Which you are very correct, and that is true. That is correct. We the people we have the responsibility to push these people so that they can do what we need from them. Yes. But you know that a majority of those who are saying the citizens they should demand this responsibility don't even know what the minimum standard of responsibility is that they should be demanding. Look, if you compare, you people you've been abroad and you've seen a lot, and you can see even from your discourse. But can you compare yourself to when you were in Nigeria and ask yourself certain questions like, what is the difference in your mindset? And now look at some people, they've not even traveled abroad, they don't even know anything. Thank God for the internet these days, and that's why it is even the youths that are asking the question, because they are more closer. They are closer to the internet, so they can see some things. So you cannot look at the average person who hasn't traveled or who doesn't have the experience. What do you think that they will know what to ask for? They only ask for what they've seen. And that is where those people who are demanding power, you come, you say, okay, we will push this nation. You know, we are simply bereft of leadership. That's of course, and I believe you all agree that. But you can see leaders who don't even have empathy for people. Like, okay, you can have a child who doesn't know A to Z, and you will empathically teach that child. You won't say, oh, you need to know how to read A to Z so that you can live a
So
life.
when you generalize that the leadership don't have empathy, remember, leadership also come from followership. They are the same from the same set of people from the followership that some of them will become leaders. We cannot generalize all of them. I
Somebody
just
that
make a very
comes
good
boldly
example
to
now.
say, I will push you forward. Do you know the promises that these people will make? They will promise heaven on earth.
That is politics for you. Even in so-called
And
America,
that's why we should, look, what I'm just saying, let me please, sorry.
Okay,
My
continue.
point is this. This is my point. And that's why I'm trying to admonish you people, because a lot of people look up to they listen. This is why we continue to spread this kind of thing. That once you tell this is what should be done, you need to preach the right message. That is what I'm saying. That
you know what? I gave a very good example, and you also made an example. But I don't think lack of education does not stop it from your locality. That this our road in front of my house is bad. This load belongs to the local government. How do we put ourselves together, come together, and fight that they should repair our road? Sorry, excuse me, that they should repair our road. It's not about being exposed or maybe being educated is everything. You build a house, you are not the only landlord there are several people there, and your road were dusty, and they always come to you. Like I told my people sometimes that when these people come to you, hold them. You want our vote, do our road for us. Use the opportunity to also force them to do something for you. Because that is the way politics is being played all over the world. And the politician will promise heaven and hell. But how many of those promises they will fulfill? Even in the so-called developed country, they will never fulfill all the 100% promises. But those ones that you are there to, you don't need a president. You just need to go and meet your leader or your governor in your state and ask for your right. This is the democracy. He knows that if you, especially in their first term, you hold them very tight that time because he knows he's going to need you for his second term. That he still need your vote. Because the constitution we are the democracy we are practicing nowadays from the last 24 have really helped Nigeria a lot, one way or the other. Although there is some corruption, but we have seen a lot of improvement. Even in our electioneering cycle, we have seen a lot of improvement. Even in this last election, there are so many leaders, so many people. Before, governor just strolled from governorship to senate to become a senator. It's just so easy. And a lot of them lost election this time around. Then people are waking up. If you're a governor for 8 years, you cannot just say, okay, I'm going to the Senate just to be sleeping there for the next 8 years and collecting money. No, it's over. People are getting more enlightened, and that is good for the country. So, like this present government, if they're not doing fine, I will criticize them to death. People have a right to vote him out in the next 4 years if he's not doing the right thing for the people. That is the beauty of democracy. But we must also partake in this democracy. It's not that, oh, I just leave it for my leaders to do. No, we must have a voice. If you want good things for your country, people should have a voice. You want to talk, Simba?
No, I'm not one. I'm listening to you.
No.
People should have a voice. People should talk. People should ask for their right. Unfortunately, there are so many things that is going on. Mismanagement for the last 4 or 5 decades. We rely too much on crude oil and no effective tax system. The fabric of the societies has been terrible. Orientation is all-time bad and low. So many factors that when you sit down as an individual, you rack your brain. Where do you start? The people are so docile. People are so lazy. How can you tell me a 17-year-old boy or 16-year-old boy killed his parent just because of money ritual? That is orientation. So if you have a kid, you should also give them a good training from the beginning. So many things. When you look at it, you will know that country have a lot of problems. At the end of the day, it's not only about leadership, it's all leader and followership. They have a lot of issues. So the best way is that we need to start new orientation. Reorientate our young people. And then if we can use carrot and stick. Just 2 days ago, Nigerian police now said they are going to be recruiting police and you must have at least math and English. Even if it's in 2 settings, it's okay, 4 credits. Some of our guys, they don't want to do it. And some of them that they want to do it, when you go for their training, see the kind of training they give them. It's too archaic. You cannot be using the training of 20 years ago used for this modern day training. I don't get it. I think we should have police university, not just police college, police university, that people will stay there for the next 3 or 4 years. If you are going to be a constable, maybe 2 years training. And if you cannot speak fluently, they should just discard you. They must emphasize about how for them to learn the Constitution from page 1 to page wherever. That one should be at the back of their head to know their right. So many things they should teach them. You cannot just teach them, rub them on the mud, doing that. No, this is a cake training, my God.
Look,
and when they come, what would they do? You say a policeman. Yeah, okay, right.
One thing is certain. What I've seen so far is that the Nigerian populace, they are malleable. They can be beat. You can train them into what you want them to be. Of course, you have 1 or 2 outliers here and there, but the average person can be coached well and he will learn. They are teachable, they are trainable. The average Nigerian, that is it. But one thing is also certain, that you just don't do talk, I talk, you do. No, you must do too, so that people can do as you are doing. If you don't lead by examples, if you don't lead that people see the signals well and not just the signals that are deceiving, it is a continuous thing that they know that truly this is this person, this is who he is, not that he's trying to deceive. Not that in the first few months you show a good side, and so people will begin to hear corruption cases. No, that is it. If people see that truly this person is serious, people will also be serious with their lives.
Okay, I'll give you another good example. When this guy removed subsidy and also the single currency window, now the next following month, most of the state governors in Nigeria receive 1 trillion naira. Most of them, 1 trillion naira more to their allocation every month. They receive more money. We are not talking about 500 billion. I'm talking about 1 trillion naira. Most of them. Most of the states, everybody receive more allocation, at least maybe 50% or 40 or 45% more of what they have been receiving for the last 3 months. That's a lot of money.
Yes.
And that's why you can see states like Katsina, Borno, Anambra, and some of those states recruiting teachers, buying tractors, a lot of things. And then some states are not doing nothing. I watched a video on YouTube about people on the Blue Rail line, and some of them really impressed me. They love what they see, and they say they are even ready to pay money to the state government to continue to build another line again because they find it cheaper, convenient, and even more quicker than
That is
to
an
pay
average
for us.
Nigerian thing.
Or you understand my meaning? So that's what
Yes.
you know. And the government is also pushing. It's yours. Own it. It's yours. Own it. So that is leading by example. So if Babati is here, we will talk about our governor from Ogun State. We are mad with him because he's not doing the right thing. I'm also mad with the Oyo State government. If Lagos State is improving like that, the Oyo State should be at least 50% of what is happening in at least worse 50% of what is happening in Lagos State.
Absolutely.
And when you go down, you see a lot of debt, no planning, everything is in shambolic way. You wonder, is it not this same man have to fly abroad, go through Lagos and then fly to Canada, America, London, and the rest? What is he using the money in the state for? Is it just to pay salary? So sometimes I look at what Anambra did. It sent people from Anambra State, the governor, to go and understudy the transportation system of Lagos, especially in the road ferry system. So that is a forward-thinking governor. Borno State is the theater of Boko Haram terrorists and self. Go and check Borno State on YouTube today. You will not believe your eye that this is the state that has been ravaged by a lot of crisis. See new schools, new road, new buses for the people. Is Borno richer than Oyo State? I don't even understand. Or is Borno richer than Ogun State? I don't even understand. I don't get it.
You see, and exactly, you realize that if you look at those states you've just mentioned, not that maybe they are citizens where they want demanding like they demand, is because they have good leaders. That is the point. And that is what I'm just trying to, that's the picture I'm trying to paint, that if you have leaders who says that this is the best way forward and lay that path down, people will always follow. An average Nigerian want life to be easy on the average. They want to live a good life too, but they can't demand what they don't.
They deserve to live a good life. They deserve it. Because to be frank with you, I agree with you. They have been patient for over the years. Even if now they fought back, they deserve to fight back. But I think they must own their country. We have a duty to own our country. We have a duty to make our country better, not a duty to mismarket our country, not a duty to continue to talk about rubbish about our country all over the world, not a duty
and that leads me to this
mismarket our country. It's not good.
That leads me
not good.
That leads me to this point.
Yeah.
Look, for example, sorry, just finish your thoughts then. Don't let me
So
just.
it is not good if your people are not in government today. What about tomorrow? We are all Nigerians. The strength of that country lies in that big and unified as a country. If they break Nigeria to 10 today, we are going to be just like Burundi, all those small countries. Who knows them? I was looking at the GDP of all African countries. The closest we have to Nigeria is South Africa with about 300 and something billion dollar worth of GDP. Nigeria is about 526 billion GDP, the highest in Africa. The highest. Some countries like Burundi, and they are just about 20 billion GDP. So you break Nigeria into 10 or 20. Is that who cares about your Oduduwa state or care about your Arewa or whatever? And if it is Arewa you are talking about, there will be some that say, no, we are not Arewa. The Northeast will not go with them. The North Central will not go with them. Even in the South where we are talking about, Ilorin people will say, no, we are not going with Yoruba people. What are we going to do? So by the time you fabricate and balkanize the country, then you are no more powerful. You are just as little as an ant, nothing. So, but we are big now. We should unite and support our government. I've never seen all these white people. They never dismarket their own. They dismarket their own country. Most time, no matter what their country, they will support. They can go back within themselves and talk to their leader. This is what you are doing is not good. But most time, they always talk good things about their country. They always support them. But our own people will go around the world because you lost an election or because your candidate did not win, and then then the whole country must burn down because that is unfair. That is not
Well,
good. It's not.
I think a Nigerian has rights to his emotions. That is one, but that doesn't mean that they mean it that it must burn down. You might have one or two that would want to burn it down, which is, look, it is everywhere in the world. Even America, there are some Americans within America who want America to burn down. It
My
is everywhere.
friend, you know we are in the age of information technology and social media. And
Uh,
what you portray there
what I'm
travel
saying is
around
this:
the world. Do you think it's
convince,
good?
let the government convince the people. The people are convincible.
No.
But
You
the
don't
government,
understand my meaning. You don't understand what I'm trying to say is this. Fine, we have a declared president by the authority, I mean INEC, and he has been sworn in. No matter his imperfection, nobody is perfect. I'm not accusing him of anything now. I'm talking about no matter what his imperfection would have been, it doesn't warrant an average Nigerian to now be talking rubbish about his or her country.
no,
It's
an
not
average Nigerian
good.
is not talking rubbish about the government, the president. No, it is the
No, no, no,
opposition. The
no.
opposition
No,
has the
no.
right
I
to
mean,
politics.
I'm talking about what transpired in the last 6 or 8 months. Some of
Yeah.
this, if you know what some of Nigerians have done to Nigeria, no, you won't like it.
I'm
You
also
won't like.
I'm also Nigerian now.
I
So
know
said,
you are in Nigeria, but when you read or you watch some video on the internet about what some people are saying, you feel sorry for our country, but you have to move on as an individual. You are not the government. But what I'm just
but
trying to say
you
is
know
that
that
no matter what
that
happened to your
you
country,
know that doesn't touch the government still.
of course
The
I know
government
now because it is we
so
that will
look,
bear the brunt.
to talk, anybody can talk. The government should do the government's work, and everybody will keep quiet. That's the point. Anybody
And
can
that
talk
is,
anything.
I
Opposition
just,
can talk anything. They are free to. That's why they are the opposition. They should go ahead and do whatever they want to do. They should put people into questions. They should do anything. Not really. Look,
but that does not
supporting.
give the
I do
opposition
not agree.
right to be calling
I do not
that.
agree with you saying they should support hook, line, and sinker. No,
No.
it's not.
You don't understand my meaning.
People should be questioned.
My meaning is very simple. What I'm trying to say is simple. My meaning is this. If as a Nigerian, you don't like your country, it doesn't mean that you go online and be talking, Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world. The people that, the leaders that are terrible. This one is this one is that. It's not good. It's not, that's what I'm trying to, who cares? No matter what happens, if Tinubu is lucky, he will rule for 8 years. And then before you open your eyes, you have another new president.
Look, anything politics is.
That's what I'm trying to say. They can, as an opposition party, you can criticize objectively. Just like the lawyer Emeka was analyzing it, and I love what he said. Why can't the opposition be criticizing policy? That what the government is doing? Why can't they be doing that? Why are you fixated on something irrelevant? It's irrelevant at the end of the day. Why are you fixated on certificate? You want to rule after this, but you want to take on power. Why don't you start criticizing objective? This policy is not good. That policy is not good. And what we are hearing is the same.
I accept what you said. No problem. But what I'm also saying is that they have, the opposition have the right to talk whatever they want to talk, whatever shit in quotes they want to say. They have the right to say. We can't. You can't stop them. That's why they are the opposition. So they can choose whatever topic they want. But government's work is governance, and government should give good governance, and that is what we should. Let us leave whatever opposition is talking. Now, who is suffering? Is it only the opposition that is suffering? Every Nigerian is suffering at the moment. So government should do their job. If government does its job well, look, opposition will not even have the mouth to talk because nobody will listen. That's the point. Nobody will listen. Make roads good. Make food cheap. Please, is it the opposition that will make these decisions? And are these decisions not the obvious thing to do?
My friend, what you are saying here are all correct, but Rome was not built in a day. Now, look at it. Let me ask you a question. I don't know which part of Nigeria you are from. If an average Yoruba man that is highly educated, bachelor degree, master degree, and they ask him, do you want to be a farmer? He will turn it down, no. I'm looking for that white collar job. but there's no
And
white
why is
collar
that?
job anywhere in the world. But if you
And
tell
why
an
is that?
average Benue man, oh, this piece of land, you want to plant
Yes.
yam, you grab it with both hands. So you have to look at the orientation